Chapter 4079. In this 7 prefectures grand banquet, young prodigies from all 7 prefectures had made it into the top 10. Among them, Tunglung Province had the most experience. Tunglung Province had 3 people in the top 10. Next was Qing State Prefecture, which had 2 people in the top 10. The other 5 prefectures had only 1 person in the top 10 each. Tianquan Prefecture and Underworld Prefecture put in so much effort to nurture one prodigy. Is this considered a success or a failure? They had high hopes for the 2 of them to make it into the top 3, but they only managed to get 2 places each. Many people lamented as they looked at Tianquan Prefecture and Underworld Prefecture. I think it's a success. I remember that in the last 7 prefectures grand banquet, no one from Tianquan Prefecture or Underworld Prefecture made it into the top 10. Someone said, I think it's a success too. Someone else chimed in. On the other hand, the Heavenly Star Manor and Underworld Manor's middle-level Emperor gods didn't show any joy on their faces, but many of them were clearly smiling. Although their results were worse than they had expected, it was still acceptable. There were no 3 places, only 2 places. They would just have to distribute them later. 2 out of the 3 forces was better than none. This time, Tunglung Province is too scary. 3 of them made it into the top 10. Especially Chunyang School. One of them not only made it into the top 3, but he also took first place. In the history of the 7 prefectures grand banquet, there have been cases where 2 people from one force made it into the top 10. However, there has never been a case where 2 middle-rank emperor gods from one force made it into the top 10 at the same time. Duan Ling Tian and Yang Qianye can be said to be unprecedented in this regard. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. Duan Ling Tian and Yang Qianye are only middle-rank emperor gods, and Shi Men from Taowu Mountain Villa in Qing State Prefecture is also a middle-rank emperor god. There are 3 middle-rank emperor gods in the top 10 of the 7 prefectures grand banquet this time. I remember that in the last 7 prefectures grand banquet, none of them were middle-rank emperor gods. Is the current high-level deity emperor of the 7 prefectures too weak, or is the middle-level deity emperor stronger? I feel that the middle-level divine emperors of our 7 prefectures are much stronger. We have all witnessed the strength of these 3 middle-level divine emperors. Not to mention Duan Lingtian, even Yang Qianye and Shimen are almost as strong as a high-level divine emperor. This is truly an era of talents. In this 7 prefectures feast, the one who had the most limelight was undoubtedly Duan Lingtian. Previously, before the battle between Duan Lingtian and Wang Xiong, everyone's attention was on Wang Xiong. But now, it had all shifted to Duan Lingtian. As for Wang Xiong, very few people paid attention to him. The winner takes all, nothing more than this. Apart from Duan Lingtian and Chunyang School, Yang Qianye and Shimen, who were at the bottom of the top 10, were also in the limelight. It was very rare for 2 medium divine emperors to enter the top 10 of the 7 prefectures feast. They were receiving even more attention than Tuoba Shi and Luo Yuan. They felt that it was natural for Tuoba Xiu and Luo Yuan to enter the top 10. After all, they were geniuses nurtured by the entire prefecture. They were not as rare as Yang Qianye and Shimen. Congratulations, Elder Yi. Congratulations, Elder Liu. When the top 10 of the 7 prefectures feast had been decided, the god emperors of the various prefectures congratulated Yi Chenfeng and Liu Fenggu. Those who had congratulated them the previous day were not stingy with their words of congratulations. Of course, at this time, Yi Chenfeng and Liu Fenggu had also received many messages asking if Chunyang School was planning to give up 1 or 2 spots in the Holy Land secret territory. This time, Chunyang School had obtained 6 spots, so it was indeed a surplus. Even Yi Chenfeng and Liu Fenggu themselves thought so. However, they did not express their opinion. They only said that this matter would be decided by the decision-making team of Chunyang School. It was not something they could decide with just a few words. Elder Yi, Elder Liu might not be able to make the decision, but you can, right? With your strength, who in Chunyang School would dare to go against you? Someone said to Yi Chenfeng through voice transmission. Yi Chenfeng's strength was now well known. Very few people regarded him as a middle god emperor. They all regarded him as a high god emperor. A middle god emperor with the strength of a high god emperor. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. 3 congratulatory voices resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian was not surprised to hear the last 2 congratulatory voices. One was Wang Xiong from the Cold Mountain residence, and the other was Shimen Longxiang from the Green State Prefecture's Taowu Mountain Villa. When the 2 of them congratulated him, he was at most slightly surprised. The first to congratulate him was Tuoba Xiu from the Yuan family of the Underworld Prefecture. Her pleasant voice was filled with kindness. Thank you. Although Duan Lingtian felt that he was not familiar with Tuoba Xiu, he still replied to her politely. At the same time, he paused for a moment before adding, on the way here, I heard from Elder Yi of the Pure Sun sect that there are some Emperor God experts nearby. These Emperor God experts have not appeared in the vicinity for a while. I don't know if they are from the Underworld Prefecture or the Li sect of the famous prefecture. Duan Lingtian took the opportunity to mention this to Tuoba Xiu because she had expressed her kindness to him. Otherwise, he would not have told Tuoba Xiu about this. To put it bluntly, even if those emperor gods had come for Tuoba Xiu, it had nothing to do with him. Thank you for the reminder. Tuoba Xiu's voice sounded again. This time, it was much gentler. We have many people here. I will be fine. You don't have to worry. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard Tuoba Xiu's words. What am I worried about? Am I worried? I was just casually mentioning it to you. When he realized that Tuoba Xiu seemed to have misunderstood Duan Lingtian, he did not say anything else. He was afraid that he would be misunderstood again if he opened his mouth. If that happened, he would not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. The 7 prefectures' grand banquet ended just like that. Duan Lingtian and the rest of the people who ranked in the top 100 in the 7 prefectures' grand banquet received their individual rewards. As for the top 10 spots in the 7 prefectures' grand banquet to enter the Saint Land secret zone, it had nothing to do with them. It was a reward for the forces behind them. To put it bluntly, they were merely chess pieces for the various forces in the 7 prefectures to compete for the spots to enter the Saint Land secret zone. The reason they were allowed to participate in the 7 prefectures' grand banquet was to distribute the spots to enter the Saint Land secret zone. Let's go back now and prepare. We will return to Tunglung province in an hour. At this moment, Liu Fengjiu said to Duan Lingtian and the others before the crowd dispersed. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard this. Did they not say they would return the next day? The others were shocked as well. They thought they would return the next day because Liu Fengjiu had said they would only return the next day if the 7 prefectures' grand banquet ended today. Liu Fengjiu seemed to have noticed the confusion in everyone's eyes. He said, "It's still early. There's still more than 2 hours before noon. There's no need to stay here any longer." Moreover, Liu Fengjiu looked up at the sky when he reached the end of his sentence. "I'm afraid there's going to be a storm here soon. We're not afraid of staying here, but it might not be a good thing for all of you. Junior Uncle Liu, you can just tell them." At this time, Jinping Fan opened his mouth and said indifferently, "The Li sect of the Great Mansion has sent many god emperors this time. They even invited some external help. They want to keep Tuoba Xiu here. As for the Netherworld Mansion, many powerhouses have come as well. After most of the forces in the 7 prefectures leave, a great battle might break out here. In order to prevent all of you from being implicated, we'll return in advance. There's no need for us to get involved in this mess." Compared to Liu Fengjiu, Jinping Fan's words were straightforward. Everyone was enlightened. Of course, some of the bolder ones could not help but suggest they stay and watch the battle between the emperor gods. The others were tempted by this suggestion as well. "You're quite bold." Jinping Fan shook his head. "Do you know what happens when the emperor gods fight to the death? At that time, even we won't be able to protect all of you. How naive. All of you, behave yourselves. Go back and prepare to meet us when you're ready." Jinping Fan was speechless at the fearless attitude of the group of young disciples. Did they really think a battle between emperor gods was child's play? At that time, the surrounding area would be razed to the ground. A battle between emperor gods. In truth, Duan Lingtian also wanted to stay and watch the show. However, he knew it was unrealistic. It's good to go back first. There's still a divine abode waiting for me at the Chunyang school. I'll have the chance to watch a battle between emperor gods sooner or later. If I can't see it from the outside, I'll enter the planar battlefield. Duan Lingtian felt relieved when he thought of this. However, on the way back, Duan Lingtian thought of the beautiful figure with the veil on her face. He could not help but shake his head. I hope you're lucky enough to survive. It's not easy for a girl to achieve what she has today. Tuoba Xiu and he were originally two parallel lines. However, because Tuoba Xiu had congratulated him earlier, the parallel line she represented had deviated from its original path and crossed him. And he also felt that in the future, Tuoba Xiu would be like a straight line that crossed his line, and this was the only intersection point between them. In the future, there would be no connection between them. Therefore, although he hoped that Tuoba Xiu would survive, he was not worried about her safety. After all, they were strangers. Even if Tuoba Xiu died this time, he would only sigh and say, "Beautiful women have unfortunate lives." That was all. 2 spots are better than none. The group of people from the Morchi clan left the 7 prefectures banquet under the lead of Golden Seat elder Morchi Yuning. At the same time, he did not forget to send a voice transmission to Morchi Hong. There were too many accidents in the 7 prefectures banquet this time. It's normal that you didn't make it into the top 3. You don't have to think too much about it. Morchi Yuning thought that Morchi Hong's expression was still unsightly because he did not make it into the top 3. Chapter 4080. When they returned, the group of people from the Pure Sun sect didn't split into 2 groups. Instead, they boarded Liu Fenggu's divine artifact ship. Although it was a little crowded, it was not to the extent that there was no space for them to move around. This was also Liu Fenggu's suggestion. Although the sudden appearance of so many god emperors did not mean that they were here for Chunyang school, it was better for them to stick together just in case. Yi Chenfeng did not object to this. Liu Fenggu's suggestion was a good thing for him. At the very least, he did not need to spend time controlling the divine artifact or be vigilant of his surroundings. He might be stronger than Liu Fengjiu, but his ability to detect his surroundings relied on his divine consciousness. In terms of divine consciousness, he was on par with Liu Fengjiu. After all, they were both intermediate god emperors. Finally, it's quiet. A few days later, Duan Lingtian's ears finally regained their peace and quiet. After leaving the 7 prefectures feast, Duan Lingtian did not hear any voice transmissions for the next few days. It was always a group of Chunyang school disciples who came to talk to him. It did not matter if they knew him or not. Moreover, all of them were extremely polite. Duan Lingtian did not want to interrupt them, so he patiently responded to them one by one. It was only today that he finally had some peace and quiet. Apart from Yang Chenye, almost all of the disciples from Chunyang school congratulated Duan Lingtian through voice transmissions. Among them, there was no lack of people who were proud and arrogant. Moreover, when they talked to Duan Lingtian felt that they were being forced to do so. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess that it was most likely their elders who forced them to befriend him. After all, in the eyes of the higher-ups of Chunyang school, Duan Lingtian was a person who had won the 7 prefectures feast before he was even 3,000 years old. There were only benefits to befriending such an existence, and there were no disadvantages. Duan Lingtian. Before long, Zhen Pingfan's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ear. You did well this time. Over the past few days, my father and my junior brother, who is also the current headmaster of Chunyang school, have convened 2 meetings with the decision-makers of Chunyang school, and the meeting unanimously agreed to give you the highest standard of gratitude for your contribution to Chunyang school. This time, not only will Chunyang school take out some treasures from their vault, but they will also go out to search for some treasures that you can use. Chunyang school is not a school that will take advantage of its disciples. This time, you've helped Chunyang school win 4 places to enter the sacred land. Chunyang school will not treat you unfairly. It had to be said that Zhen Pingfan's voice transmission was good news for the Duan Lingtian. Of course, this good news was also within his expectations. If Chunyang school did not show any appreciation for him winning first place in the 7 prefectures feast, he would find it unusual. How did such a school survive until today? Moreover, although he did not have much contact with Yi Chenfeng, he could see that Yi Chenfeng had a deep sense of belonging to Chunyang School. Otherwise, he would not have stayed in Chunyang School until now. Although it would be difficult for him to get special treatment even if he went to those heavyweight godly venerable rank forces, ordinary godly venerable rank forces would definitely treat him as a guest of honor. After the Chunyang School group left the mysterious Jade Mansion, the journey was still peaceful. Regarding this, no one felt that it was abnormal. It would be unusual if it was not peaceful. Normally, no one would dare to block the way of an Emperor-class spaceship unless they had a purpose. However, not long after the spaceship left the mysterious Jade Mansion, it suddenly stopped. For a moment, everyone in the spaceship instinctively looked at Liu Fenggu. He was the one controlling the spaceship. There's someone there. At the same time, someone saw the situation in front of them through the spaceship's mirror. There was a figure standing there as if waiting for them. That figure looks familiar. Soon, a Chunyang School elder frowned. At this time, Liu Fenggu's voice was heard. It's Elder Lin Donglai from the mysterious Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect. Lin Donglai. This name was not unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian and the others because he was the host of the 7 Prefectures feast this time. However, they were puzzled when they found out that the person who stopped them was Lin Donglai. What was Lin Donglai trying to do? Elder Yi, Elder Liu. While everyone was still puzzled, Lin Donglai's voice was heard from outside. Although he was far away, his voice seemed to have a penetrating power as it clearly entered Duan Lingtian and the others' ears. I didn't come here with any ill intentions. I just want to say a few words to Duan Lingtian on behalf of the godly venerable rank Lin clan. The godly venerable rank Lin clan, Duan Lingtian. Almost as soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, everyone from Chunyang School in the spaceship looked at Duan Lingtian in unison. He was here to see Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Lin Donglai did not come on behalf of the mysterious Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect, but the godly venerable rank Lin clan, Elder Lin. Liu Fenggu took the lead and stepped out of the spaceship. Although I had guessed earlier, I didn't expect you to be from the Lin clan. What is the reason for the Lin clan's disciples to be willing to stay in an emperor-level faction like the Flame Howl sect? Liu Fenggu came to the front of the spaceship and faced Lin Donglai with his back to the spaceship. Elder Liu. Lin Donglai was very polite to Liu Fenggu. It's a long story, so I won't say much here. If Elder Liu comes to visit the Flame Howl sect one day, I'm willing to talk about the past with Elder Liu. Also, don't worry, Elder Liu. I came to see Duan Lingtian with no ill intentions. As for the reason, I'm sure Elder Liu has already guessed it. Although I don't think there's much hope, since I've accepted the request, I must finish what I started. I hope Elder Liu can understand. Since Lin Donglai had said so, Liu Fenggu did not say anything more. I have no problem with this matter. As long as you get Elder Yi to agree, it's fine. In Liu Fenggu's opinion, Duan Lingtian was from the Chunyang School's Yunfeng branch, so he was closer to Yi Chenfeng. It was still up to Yi Chenfeng to decide whether to let Duan Lingtian come out to see Lin Donglai. It was useless for him to agree. Moreover, he did not want to make the decision, so he did not want to please both sides. Now that he knew Lin Donglai was related to the godly venerable rank Lin clan, he did not dare to underestimate Lin Donglai. If it was not necessary, he did not want to make enemies with Lin Donglai. Go and have a chat with Elder Lin Donglai. Almost as soon as Liu Fenggu finished speaking, Lin Donglai's eyes fell on the spaceship again. Yi Chenfeng's slightly lazy voice sounded at the same time. Although he did not mention a name, everyone knew that he was talking to Duan Lingtian. That was because Lin Donglai was looking for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian responded casually, then stepped into the air and left the spaceship. In a moment, he arrived beside Liu Fenggu and looked at Lin Donglai. Elder Lin. Duan Lingtian cupped his hands and greeted Lin Donglai. Lin Donglai looked at Duan Lingtian with a bright smile on his face. Duan Lingtian, first of all, I want to congratulate you on winning first place in the 7 Prefectures feast. You taking first place is something I never expected. Upon hearing Lin Donglai's words, Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. Lin Donglai, You flatter me. It's also because your sect's Lin Yuan did not fight. Otherwise, I might not have won first place. Lin Donglai was stunned at first, then he laughed. Duan Lingtian, you don't have to be humble in front of me. Lin Yuan's strength is not bad, but it's not as good as yours. What a joke. Lin Yuan was not even Wang Xiong's opponent. Wang Xiong was defeated by Duan Lingtian. Even if Lin Yuan challenged Duan Lingtian, he would not be able to escape defeat. I'm actually a little presumptuous this time, but I was asked to come by someone. At this point, Lin Donglai's face turned serious as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a slightly serious expression. Duan Lingtian, I'm here on behalf of the Divine Wood Prefecture's Lin clan to invite you to join the Lin clan. If you join the Lin clan, you can enjoy double the treatment of the most outstanding direct descendant. For example, Lin Yuan, you've seen him enjoy the treatment of a direct descendant in the Lin clan. If you join the Lin clan, you'll receive double the treatment. In addition, the Lin clan will give you a meeting gift that will satisfy you. As for what it is, I can tell you first if you're interested. If you're not, it's not convenient for me to say. Lin Donglai went straight to the point and invited Duan Lingtian to join the Lin clan, an ultimate god clan. He also promised various benefits, especially the meeting gift that he mentioned at the end, which was even more mysterious. Divine Wood Prefecture, the Lin clan, an ultimate god clan. Previously, Duan Lingtian had heard Zhen Pingfan mention it, and Zhen Pingfan had long suspected that Lin Yuan, who represented the Flame Howl sect in the Seven Prefectures banquet, was from the Lin clan of Divine Wood Prefecture. Now, with Lin Donglai's words, Zhen Pingfan's guess was verified. In fact, Zhen Pingfan was not the only one who guessed this. Anyone who knew about the Lin clan of Divine Wood Prefecture basically guessed that Lin Yuan, and even Lin Donglai, were from the Lin clan of Divine Wood Prefecture. Elder Lin. Duan Lingtian looked at Lin Donglai and smiled. I don't plan to leave Chunyang School for the time being. So, I'm sorry. Duan Lingtian politely declined Lin Donglai's invitation. As for why he did not plan to leave Chunyang School for the time being, it was just an excuse. Even Lin Donglai must have known this. However, in the face of Duan Lingtian's refusal, Lin Donglai did not expose Duan Lingtian. At least, Duan Lingtian gave him a way out so that it would not be too awkward. If that's the case, I won't force you. Lin Donglai sighed, but his eyes did not seem to be surprised at all. Elder Liu, Elder Yi, farewell. In the next moment, after bidding farewell to Liu Fenggu and Yi Chenfeng, Lin Donglai rose into the air and left. The direction he was heading in was the direction Duan Lingtian and the others came from, Mystic Jade Prefecture. Chapter 4081. Lin Donglai did not look discouraged or disappointed when he left. It was obvious that he was not surprised by the result. In fact, he had already guessed that it would be like this before he came. Although the Lin clan of Divine Wood Manor was a godly venerable rank clan, it was only an ordinary godly venerable rank faction. Although they had godly venerable rank experts, their strength was only SOSO and was at the bottom of the godly venerable rank factions. Of course, the weakest among the ultimate god clans with ultimate god experts was the weakest among them. Those ultimate god clans without ultimate god experts might be considered as ultimate god clans by ordinary people, but in the eyes of people like Lin Donglai, they were only considered as outdated ultimate god clans and were not real ultimate god clans. They asked me to invite Duan Lingtian, so I went. As for whether I could invite him or not, it's not my fault. I've done what I can. Lin Donglai felt relieved on his way back. If I go back now, I might be able to join in the fun. They should be fighting soon, right? Of course, Duan Lingtian did not know what Lin Donglai was thinking. After Lin Donglai left, Duan Lingtian returned to the spaceship with Liu Fenggu. At this time, the people from Chunyang School looked at him differently. Duan Lingtian had received an invitation from an ultimate god clan. Moreover, it was not a has-been ultimate god level force, but one that had more than one ultimate god expert in the current generation, the Lin clan. The absolute overlord of the Sacred Wood Prefecture. The Sacred Wood Prefecture was not something any of the 7 prefectures could compare to. Compared to the Sacred Wood Prefecture, any of the 7 prefectures could only be considered a remote and desolate place, An ultimate god clan sent an invitation to Duan Lingtian. This is unbelievable. It's not an ultimate god clan in name, it's a real ultimate god clan. And they even offered such high conditions. Based on what Elder Lin Donglai said, as long as Duan Lingtian is willing to join the Lin clan of the Sacred Wood Prefecture, he will enjoy better treatment than Lin Yuan, maybe even twice as much as Lin Yuan. It seems that the Lin family values Duan Lingtian a lot. Most of the Chunyang School students present didn't have much of an idea of the value of Duan Lingtian. However, the higher-ups of Chunyang School and a small number of Chunyang School disciples knew the value of Duan Lingtian. Therefore, they were not surprised that the Lin family of the Sacred Wood Manor had invited Duan Lingtian. They even felt that the Lin family of the Divine Wood Manor was not good enough for Duan Lingtian. At the very least, in the Lin family, there was no monster like Duan Lingtian. Not even 3,000 years old, yet he had already achieved so much, even among the heavyweight ultimate god forces or even the giant ultimate god forces, they were extremely rare. With Duan Lingtian's current achievements, the Lin family of the Sacred Wood Manor won't be the only godly venerable level faction that invited him. I'm afraid our Chunyang School will be very lively in the future. One of the Chunyang School elders said with emotion. Duan Lingtian is a true dragon. Chunyang School can't accommodate him. Only those powerful ultimate god forces are suitable for his growth. If Duan Lingtian continues to grow, he might be able to become an emperor god before he's 10,000 years old. He might even become an ultimate god in the future. The other Chunyang School elders were not stingy with their praise for Duan Lingtian. Their praise for Duan Lingtian made most of the Chunyang School students who did not realize the value of Duan Lingtian before. They further realized the value of Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the way they looked at Duan Lingtian had changed quite a bit. Did their Chunyang School have such a person? At this moment, even Yang Chenye took a second look at Duan Lingtian. Sensing Yang Chenye's gaze, Yuan Hanjin sent him a voice transmission and said, "It's not a big deal. As long as you work hard, with your foundation in the omnipotent God Palace, many ultimate god forces will invite you to join them in the future. One day, you will trample Duan Lingtian under your feet." Yang Chenye only responded to Yuan Hanjin's consolation perfunctorily. His biggest goal now was not to join an ultimate god force, but to kill Yuan Hanjin. If he could kill Yuan Hanjin, he would be satisfied even if he was killed by Yuan Hanjin's father, Yuan Pingxing's great ancestor, Yuan Pingxing. I didn't expect this, I really didn't expect this. At the same time, Lan Pingxing, who was standing in a corner, looked at Duan Lingtian from afar with a complicated expression. At the same time, he was relieved that he did not provoke him further. It seems that I really can't provoke him anymore. For the rest of the journey, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and cultivated. No one disturbed him. He only woke up when they arrived at Chunyang School. Then, he followed Jin Pingfan back to Yunfeng Island and the Yunfeng faction, returning to his own cultivation place. Before parting ways with Jin Pingfan, Duan Lingtian did not forget to remind Jin Pingfan, "Elder Jin, help me keep an eye on the omnipotent God Palace. I'll see when I can go in. As for safety, you don't have to worry. I have full confidence that I can come out from there." Duan Lingtian's eyes were full of confidence. Since someone could come out of the omnipotent God Palace alive, and since it was a place that tested one's willpower, he felt that it would not be too difficult for him. His willpower was not weaker than Yang Chenya's desire for revenge. After all, he had been supported by his obsession all this time. And his obsession was his wife, Ke. "I'll let you know if there's any news," Jin Pingfan said. Now, he was no longer worried that Duan Lingtian would be in danger after entering the omnipotent God Palace. First, it was obvious that Duan Lingtian had made up his mind. Second, Duan Lingtian's confidence made it hard for him not to be convinced. As for Junior Uncle Yi, I'll also urge him to contact Senior Uncle Yuan as soon as possible. The Senior Uncle Yuan that Zhen Pingfan mentioned was the patriarch of the Pingsheng faction, Yuan Pingsheng. Duan Lingtian was still restless when he heard this, but he did not urge him further. Now, he could only wait for news. However, after Zhen Pingfan left, his restless emotions quickly calmed down. He recalled the process of the 7 prefectures banquet and felt as though a lifetime had passed. Based on my strength when I first set off, let alone first place in the 7 prefectures banquet, it was almost impossible for me to even be in the top 3. Fortunately, the 5 divine elements helped me in time and completely consolidated my cultivation base as a middle-level divine emperor before the 7 prefectures banquet. However, even with that strength, I'm afraid I could only barely make it into the top 3. It was Elder Yi Chenfeng who showed me the true meaning of the sword and let me observe it for 2 days. After that, I was inspired to let my true body and clone work together with a formation. Because of that moment of inspiration, my mind suddenly flashed with inspiration, and even the law of space advanced a step further, mastering the second teleportation. It could be said that Yi Chenfeng was the main reason why he was able to obtain first place in the 7 prefectures banquet. Of course, the help of the 5 divine elements also played a big role. If his cultivation base as a middle-level divine emperor had not been completely consolidated, it would have been impossible for him to obtain first place even with Yi Chenfeng's help and subsequent improvements. Reverend God Forces. If those heavyweight Reverend God Forces really come to invite me, what should I do? Duan Lingtian did not know much about the heavyweight Reverend God Forces in the Shengang land until Zhen Pingfan mentioned it to him in advance. Only then did he have a better understanding of the dozen or so heavyweight Reverend God Forces. Those dozen or so heavyweight Reverend God Forces were forces that had stood tall in the Shengang land for many years without falling. Some of them were even as strong as the heavyweight Reverend God Forces. What they lacked was an omnipotent expert. If they could produce an omnipotent expert, they could also become a heavyweight Reverend God Force in one fell swoop. Also, this time, what benefits will Chunyang School give me? They said it's useful to me, and I hope it's really useful. After all, I'm different from ordinary middle-level divine emperors. Things that are useful to ordinary middle-level divine emperors may not be useful to me. For example, some divine pills. Duan Lingtian had taken similar divine pills before, and they were peak divine pills. If he took them again, he would not be able to absorb any medicinal effects due to his resistance. A few days later, Duan Lingtian received a message from Zhen Pingfan. He thought it would be good news. But he did not expect to be told that he had no fate with the omnipotent divine abode. I went to see the omnipotent divine abode with Martial Uncle Yi. Indeed, only low-level divine emperors and those with lower cultivation can enter. Mid-level divine emperors and above can't enter. Originally, Yuan Hanjin was not very cooperative, but in the end, he could not bear the pressure from Martial Uncle Yi and could only cooperate and tell us the location of the omnipotent divine abode. Duan Lingtian did not listen to the rest of Zhen Pingfan's words. He only listened to the first part. That was, he could not go to the omnipotent divine abode. It was limited by cultivation. It was not that he had not thought of this possibility. After all, the power in the omnipotent divine abode would also fade with the passage of time in the strange situation where there was no omnipotent expert to continuously transfer power to it, but he felt that the possibility was very small, and he should not encounter it. But he did not expect that he would really encounter it. Duan Lingtian, it's just an omnipotent divine abode. It's not a big deal. With your talent and comprehension, even if you don't have an omnipotent divine abode, you can quickly rise. This time, the sect will give you a lot of resources, and there should be people from the heavyweight ultimate god forces as well. If you really go to a heavyweight ultimate god force, as long as you have the ability and value, you won't have to worry about resources. Seeing that Duan Lingtian did not speak for a long time, Zhen Pingfan changed the topic and began to comfort Duan Lingtian. Moreover, your achievements at this age are enough to make more than 99% of the people in the Shengang land envious. It's really nothing to lose an omnipotent divine abode. Chapter 4082. During Zhen Pingfan's speech, Duan Lingtian gradually came back to his senses. He didn't expect that Elder Zhen would say so much just because he was distracted for a moment. It was as if he couldn't live without the supreme spiritual abode. Although he valued the supreme spiritual abode, it wasn't to the point where he would seek death. Although it was gratifying to lose the opportunity to enter the supreme spiritual abode, it only affected him for a moment. It was nothing. Besides, the supreme spiritual abode didn't belong to him. It was luck that he could enter it, but it didn't matter if he couldn't. In this regard, He felt that he had a good mentality. However, he didn't expect that after he didn't reply to Zhen Pingfan's message for a long time, Zhen Pingfan actually came to find him in person. For a moment, Duan Lingtian was speechless, but he also felt a little warm in his heart. Elder Zhen, I'm fine. As you said, it's just a supreme spiritual abode. It can't affect my life. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Seeing Duan Lingtian's smile, Zhen Pingfan looked at Duan Lingtian seriously. After confirming that Duan Lingtian wasn't pretending, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Duan Lingtian had high expectations for the supreme spiritual abode. It was because of this that he was worried that Duan Lingtian would be too disappointed and affect his cultivation, or even develop inner demons. Now that he saw that Duan Lingtian was fine, he was finally relieved. Although Duan Lingtian wasn't his disciple, he was still a genius that he had personally introduced to Chunyang School. In addition, he had a good temper, so he had never regarded Duan Lingtian as a junior. He completely regarded him as a friend. Especially after Duan Lingtian obtained a high-grade half-soul divine artifact for him, he regarded Duan Lingtian as a close friend. His attitude completely changed. It was also because of this that he thought of Duan Lingtian in everything that followed. During the 7 Prefectures feast, Duan Lingtian was even more worried. Although it was not necessarily what Duan Lingtian needed, he had done his best for Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian did not say anything, he still owed him a favor. It's good that you can think that way. Zhen Pingfan nodded and left with a peace of mind. After Zhen Pingfan left, Duan Lingtian's gaze also became firm and resolute. He no longer thought about the matter of the Supreme Divine Palace. If it was gone, then it was gone. It was no big deal. Right now, the most important thing was to continue improving his strength. After experiencing the ups and downs of his mood, Duan Lingtian also calmed down a lot. From the second day onwards, he paid no attention to the outside world and focused on cultivating. It was not until Chunyang School entrusted Jin Yunfeng to personally deliver the resources that Duan Lingtian stepped out of his room for the first time. Zhen Pingfan and Yi Chenfeng also came with Jin Yunfeng. Elder Yunfeng, Elder Yi, Elder Zhen. Duan Lingtian originally thought that Zhen Pingfan would deliver the resources alone, but he did not expect Jin Yunfeng and Yi Chenfeng to also come. Surprised, he hurriedly welcomed them in. Don't be shy. Jin Yunfeng looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile. I came with junior brother Yi mainly to show some people that we think highly of you. Otherwise, they might think that you should not take these resources. The meaning behind Jin Yunfeng's words was obvious. He and Yi Chenfeng came here mainly to hold the fort. Hearing Jin Yunfeng's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but be shocked. What kind of resources did these two get for him? How could they not be able to stand him? One had to know that this time, he had won 4 spots for Chunyang School to enter the Holy Land Mystic Realm, 2 more than he had expected. After all, Chunyang School's expectations were for him to enter the top 10 of the 7 Prefectures banquet, not the top 3, and definitely not first play. Then, Jin Yunfeng handed the storage ring to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian glanced at the contents inside, and even though he was prepared, he was still shocked. Inside the storage ring, there were all kinds of medicinal herbs piled up everywhere. Although there were not many of them, all of them were of high quality without exception. Among them, there was no lack of rare medicinal herbs that were needed for divine pills to aid in cultivation. These were all things that could only be found by chance and could not be bought on the market. It was not the kind that no one would buy if there was a price, but the kind that no one would sell if there was a price. Apart from that, there was also a high-grade defensive divine artifact. At first glance, one could tell that it was not an ordinary item. There was even a faint soul aura on it, indicating that it was already showing signs of developing an artifact soul. Although this kind of high-grade divine artifact was not as valuable as a half-soul high-grade divine artifact, it was still much more valuable than an ordinary high-grade divine artifact. This high-grade defensive divine artifact was a silver armor with perfect streamlined lines. There was a faint silver glow on it, and in between the silver glow, there was a faint golden glow. It was these specks of golden light that gave off a clear soul aura. The embryonic form of an artifact soul. As long as there was someone to nurture this kind of high-grade divine artifact, its artifact soul would take shape sooner or later. The most valuable thing in here is that high-grade defensive divine artifact, flowing silver armor. When Duan Lingtian took the storage ring and claimed it as his master, and was clearly looking through the contents of the ring, Zhen Pingfan spoke up at the right time. This high-grade defensive divine artifact was passed down from the first disciple of the founder of our Chunyang school. It was also passed down from the second-generation schoolmaster of our Chunyang school. Back then, after his high-grade offensive divine artifact soul had been nurtured, he had the energy to spare and began to nurture the artifact soul of this divine artifact. Unfortunately, just as the embryonic form of the artifact soul was born, he met with an accident while he was out. While he killed his opponent, he was also severely injured. After that, he was unable to withstand the heavenly tribulation 100 years later. This divine artifact was left behind just like that. After that, it changed owners many times, but no one had the energy to nurture it. This is because, for a mid-level God Emperor or above, it is already very difficult to nurture the artifact soul of a divine artifact. It is very difficult to nurture the artifact soul of a second divine artifact. However, even though the artifact soul on it is only an embryonic form, it is still much stronger than the average high-grade defensive divine artifact. If it was my father alone, he would not have been able to obtain this divine artifact. In the end, it was only when Uncle Master Yi spoke up that the others reluctantly agreed to give this divine artifact to you as a reward for your contribution to the sect at the Feast of the Seven Prefectures this time. As Zhen Pingfan continued to introduce the high-grade defensive divine artifact, Duan Lingtian finally realized how rare this armor was. The most difficult part of a divine artifact soul was not its growth, but the nurturing of an artifact soul. This was because not every divine artifact could nurture an artifact soul. Even a high-grade divine artifact had to be forged from very good materials, and it had to contain certain rare materials in order to nurture an artifact soul. Among the materials to forge a high-grade offensive divine artifact, this material was relatively easy to find. However, among the materials to forge a high-grade defensive divine artifact, this material was very difficult to find. In addition, most people spent their energy on nurturing an artifact soul for a high-grade offensive divine artifact, so it was relatively rare to find a high-grade defensive divine artifact soul. Is it appropriate for me to have this? Duan Lingtian was a little hesitant. After all, he did not plan to stay in Chunyang School forever, and this armor had an extraordinary meaning to Chunyang School. After all, this was a divine artifact passed down by the first disciple of Chunyang School's founder, the second-generation schoolmaster of Chunyang School. Are you thinking that this divine artifact has an extraordinary meaning to Chunyang School, and you are preparing to leave Chunyang School? Zhen Yunfeng saw through Duan Lingtian's thoughts and said with a faint smile, if that's what you think, then there's no need for that. This divine artifact is actually gathering dust in Chunyang School. If it can follow you out of Chunyang School, it will also be a kind of comfort to the founder. After all, you are a disciple of Chunyang School who walked out of Chunyang School, and you have the brand of Chunyang School on you. If you can successfully nurture an artifact soul in the future, even in the Xiangangland, it will become a good story. Hearing Zhen Yunfeng's words, Duan Lingtian immediately dispelled the worries in his heart. He was not an indecisive person, and he really did need this armor. With it, he would have another means to save his life at a critical moment. Duan Lingtian. After Zhen Yunfeng and Duan Lingtian left first, Zhen Pingfan stayed behind and warned Duan Lingtian with a serious expression, when you have the ability to nurture an artifact soul of this high-grade defensive divine artifact, don't be in a hurry to nurture it. It's better to nurture a high-grade offensive divine artifact at first. A high-grade offensive divine artifact's artifact soul is far more helpful to you than a high-grade defensive divine artifact's artifact soul. Obviously, Zhen Pingfan was worried that when Duan Lingtian had the ability to nurture an artifact soul in the future, he would nurture the prototype of this ready-made artifact soul first, and not nurture the high-grade offensive divine artifact soul. In his opinion, this was a detour that would delay Duan Lingtian. Elder Zhen, I am well aware of this. Duan Lingtian smiled. Naturally, he was aware of this. However, he already had a prominent divine weapon that had given birth to an artifact soul, so he did not need to think too much about it. When he entered the Emperor God realm, his 7 orifices exquisite swords artifact soul, Huang would be able to show herself to others. He did not need to hide like now. At that time, even if someone was greedy, he would have the ability to protect her. As for now, it was better to keep a low profile. Also, at the same time, Zhen Pingfan raised his hand and gave Duan Lingtian a jade slip. This contains the specific information of more than a dozen heavyweight ultimate god forces in the mysterious gangland. Take a good look. Although these dozen ultimate god forces may not all send people to invite you to join, it won't do you any harm to know all of them. I have personally compiled this information recently. I have a detailed record of many aspects that you need to pay attention to. There were some things that Zhen Pingfan did not say. That was, the information he recorded was not something he knew himself. He only managed to successfully record it by asking others and combining it with the records he had read recently. Chapter 4083. However, even though Zhen Pingfan did not mention it, Duan Lingtian could feel Zhen Pingfan's good intentions as he read through the contents of the jade slip that Zhen Pingfan had given him. There were more than a dozen ultimate god-level factions in the mysterious gangland. Each faction was clearly recorded by Zhen Pingfan, including some details. Even if it was impossible for him to join an ultimate god-level faction, it was clearly recorded. For example, the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion. It was the only sect that only accepted female disciples among the heavyweight ultimate god forces and giant ultimate god forces in the mysterious gangland. The scale of this faction was actually not very big. The reason why it could stand for so many years was because of the backbone of the faction. The Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion had never lacked high-level divine venerables, and because of this, its status in the mysterious gang territory had always been very high. In addition, the disciples of the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion were not prohibited from marriage. However, after marriage, they could only be considered as an outer disciple of the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion. However, even if they were outer disciples, as long as they left the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion, they would rarely forget their roots. Almost every one of them would think of the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion after leaving. And these outstanding female disciples of the Nichang Phoenix Pavilion, their marriage partners were generally very outstanding people. They either had a powerful family or a powerful sect behind them. Even if they were just individual cultivators, they were still very strong. In the eyes of these people, the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion was their wife or concubine's maiden home. If someone bullied their wife or concubine's maiden home, they naturally could not stand by and do nothing. Even if they wanted to stand by and do nothing, they might not be able to stop pillow talk. Even if they could stop pillow talk, if the wife or concubine went to help her maiden home, they would not be able to stand by and do nothing. Of course, the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion's standing is not because of nepotism, but because of its own foundation and strength. If it only relied on nepotism, it would have fallen long ago. As Duan Lingtian continued to read, he gained a better understanding of the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion. The Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion was extremely powerful. Perhaps they did not have as many disciples as other heavyweight ultimate god forces, but their top combat strength was not inferior to other heavyweight ultimate god forces at all. After reading the introduction of the Nichang Phoenix Pavilion, Zhen Pingfan added a paragraph at the end. Duan Lingtian was stunned at first, but then he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His original words were, "Duan Lingtian, you can consider kidnapping a daughter-in-law from the Nichang Feng Pavilion." The Nichang Phoenix Pavilion still had feelings for every disciple who married outside. If there was a problem, as long as they were in the right, the Nichang Phoenix Pavilion would not stand by and do nothing. After reading this paragraph, Duan Lingtian really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Elder Zhen, are you asking me to live off a woman?" A moment later, Duan Lingtian's attention shifted to the next ultimate god-level faction. He had learned about all the major ultimate god forces. These ultimate god-level factions had one thing in common, which was that they all had upper-level ultimate god experts. As long as there were no ultimate gods, they could do whatever they wanted in the planes of gods. At that cultivation level, no one would be weak. What a joke! If one's talent and comprehension were not enough, how could one survive the Millennium Tribulation and reach that level? Once a person's cultivation level reached the upper level ultimate God level, their comprehension of the law profundity would definitely be very profound. Some of them might even have other trump cards up their sleeves, for example, the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. For example, the 5 divine elements. Or perhaps there were other methods that Du and Lingtian didn't know about yet. There are only 2 clans among the dozens of godly venerable rank factions. Moreover, Elder Zhen also said that these 2 clans would most likely not send anyone here. Zhen Pingfan's original words were that even if a powerful clan was interested in a genius from outside, it was unlikely that they would recruit him into the clan. If the younger generation of the clan was suppressed by the other party, it would not be good for the clan's reputation. Not all of the younger generation would be able to become stronger and surpass the other party under the pressure of a disciple with a different surname. Most of them would be directly crippled. As for the rest, more than 90% of them are from sects. What's interesting is that there's actually an academy. If there were more than a dozen heavyweight factions that Zhen Pingfan had introduced, Du and Lingtian was most interested in the academy. Myriad Law Academy. Myriad Law Academy was similar to a sect, but it was also not a sect. This was because joining it gave one absolute freedom, unlike sects where one was bound by rules and regulations. The academy was similar to the academy that Du and Lingtian had come into contact with before. As the most powerful academy in the mystic Handle Land, Myriad Law Academy had students all over the world. Many of the younger generation from the Ultimate God level factions and heavyweight Ultimate God level factions had studied there before. Of course, those people did not enter Myriad Law Academy to learn anything. They just wanted to enjoy and experience the atmosphere there. Within the 10,000 Arts Academy, there were only 3 identities: Academy teachers, Academy students, Academy laborers. Teachers were responsible for preaching and dispelling doubts, patrolling the academy, and guarding the academy. Students were responsible for learning and completing the teaching tasks issued by the academy teachers. Those with high cultivation would be sent out as representatives of the academy to compete with other heavyweight ultimate god level factions and heavyweight ultimate god level factions for resources. As for the laborers, they were the ones in charge of cleaning up the 10,000 Jurisprudence Palace, the ones in charge of planting flowers and plants, and the ones in charge of taking care of the students' daily needs. Interesting. Du and Lingtian's eyes flashed as he smiled. Myriad Law Academy was actually an existence similar to the academy he had come into contact with before, but its level was higher, standing at the top of the pyramid in the mystic Handle Land. Within the Myriad Arts Academy, there were also upper-level ultimate gods. Moreover, it was rumored that the 10,000 Arts Academy originated from the disciple of a loose cultivator. That person was grateful for his master's kindness, and thus established the 10,000 Arts Academy. He accepted all kinds of disciples in memory of his master. As for why they wanted to commemorate his ultimate god master, some said that he had fallen in an accident. Others said that he had gone into seclusion and had never seen his disciple who founded Myriad Law Academy. There were many versions, but none of them were confirmed. It's amazing that even the disciple of a ultimate god could establish an academy to this extent. Du and Lingtian could not help but sigh. However, according to Elder Zhen, Myriad Law Academy is the least likely ultimate god-level faction to send someone to invite me to join, aside from the Ni Changfeng Pavilion. It's not just me. No one in the history of Myriad Law Academy has received such treatment. These were all mentioned in the jade slip left behind by Zhen Pingfan. Even the Ni Changfeng Pavilion had taken the initiative to invite geniuses to join many times in its long history. Of course, those were all female geniuses. Some were even worse than the current Du and Lingtian. However, the problem was that Du and Lingtian was a man, not a woman. To put it bluntly, he did not want to bring a gang, because Myriad Law Academy could not possibly send someone. Zhen Pingfan directly told Du and Lingtian not to consider Myriad Law Academy. Myriad Law Academy could not possibly send someone to invite him, unless he went to Myriad Law Academy himself. Of course, the Myriad Arts Academy wouldn't reject such a genius from joining. However, Zhen Pingfan did not recommend this. In addition, he also said a lot to Du and Lingtian. Although Myriad Law Academy looks good, it's actually a sect. It's just that compared to ordinary sects, It's more just and fair. If Myriad Law Academy can provide you with resources that are not inferior to those of other ultimate god-level factions, I'll definitely recommend you to join Myriad Law Academy. But the problem is, Myriad Law Academy can't be like that. If other ultimate god-level factions can promise you enough resources and let you enjoy the best treatment there, joining them will save you a few thousand years of hard work. Zhen Fan's every word of warning to Duan Ling Tian could be said to be well-intentioned, and Duan Ling Tian was able to clearly sense his intentions, and he couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. Elder Zhen, although he had won a high-grade half-soul divine artifact for Zhen Pingfan, he had never thought of taking credit for it. After all, Zhen Pingfan had helped him a lot before, and he was only returning the favor. Now, Zhen Pingfan's actions made him feel some pressure. What he hated the most was to owe someone a favor. His master, Feng Qingyang, had helped him, but he did not feel any pressure because that was his master. He would also do everything within his power for his master. Yi Chenfeng had helped him because his master had done him a favor, so he did not feel much pressure. But Zhen Pingfan made him feel pressure. Of course, he knew in his heart that Zhen Pingfan did not mean to do him a favor. Perhaps he just wanted to return the favor for giving him a high-grade half-soul divine artifact. However, in his opinion, if Yi Chenfeng had not intervened that day, he would not have been able to snatch back that high-grade half-soul divine artifact. Shaking his head, Duan Lingtian sighed and stopped thinking about it. Forget it. He would slowly return this favor when he had the chance in the future. Crimson Light Heavenly Palace, 9 Tiger Valley, Mon-Origin Divine Sect. After calming down, Duan Lingtian continued to read the jade slip Zhen Pingfan had given him about the other ultimate god-level factions. In addition, a few ultimate god-level factions were also mentioned, and they would most likely send people to him. These ultimate god-level factions were the weakest of the younger generation compared to other ultimate god-level factions. Zhen Pingfan had also suggested that Duan Lingtian join them. Joining such ultimate god-level factions would directly become their front. Under such circumstances, they would definitely spare no effort to nurture Duan Lingtian. Elder Zhan is thinking far ahead. Duan Lingtian sighed again, feeling more and more aware of Zhen Pingfan's good intentions. Chapter 4084. 9 Mammoth Valley. As one of the top forces in the Xiangangland, the 9 Mammoth Valley had a transcendent status. It was located deep in the mountains, which was like a paradise. It was like spring all year round. The grass was green and there were clouds and mist in the mountains. It looked like a paradise on earth. In a quiet valley, a young figure stepped on the air and landed. It was a tall young man with a jade-like face. His eyes carried some vicissitudes of life, and it was obvious that his real age was very different from his appearance. "What's the matter?" As soon as the young man appeared, he saw a middle-aged man standing upright in a quiet courtyard in the valley. He asked curiously, "Second elder." The middle-aged man bowed to the young man and said respectfully, "You've finally come out of seclusion. I'm here this time because I have something important to ask you to make a decision. Sect Master and Great Elder have not returned yet. I can only ask you to make a decision." The middle-aged man said respectfully, "What's the matter?" The young man looked young, but his tone was dignified and indifferent. "Second Elder, before I tell you about this matter, please take a look at the floating image recorded in this floating image pearl." The middle-aged man said as he took out a floating image pearl and handed it to the young man. The young man raised his eyebrows. In the next moment, the floating image pearl left the middle-aged man's hand and floated in front of the young man. Then, the image recorded in it was displayed. In the image, a vast field appeared. There were many small floating islands around it. It was obvious that there were many spectators. In the field, there were 2 people facing each other. One was a young man in purple, and the other was a sloppy middle-aged man. After a while, the 2 of them started to fight. At first, the young man looked calm. It was only when the young man in purple displayed his sword principle that his eyebrows twitched slightly. His sword principle is not bad. It's rare for a middle divine emperor to have such an achievement in sword principle. The young man said. After a while, when he saw the young man in purple perform the second teleportation, he was finally moved. At the same time, he looked at the middle-aged man. A middle divine emperor who can perform the second teleportation. How old is this person? A middle divine emperor who could perform the second teleportation, even in the history of the Nine Mammoths Valley, the earliest few ancestors who had comprehended the second instant transmission had only mastered it when they were at the high-level divine emperor realm. Those ancestors all went on to achieve great things. One of them even led the Nine Watchmen Valley to new heights and laid a solid foundation for the Nine Watchmen Valley. A middle-level divine emperor who had mastered the second instant teleportation. He had heard of such a person, however, that was an achievement that could only be achieved by those with limited cultivation talent and astounding comprehension of laws. Moreover, such people would usually die before they could become god emperors. Less than 3,000 years old. The middle-aged man seemed to have been waiting for this moment. When he heard the young man's question, his eyes lit up. What? The young man was shocked as well. Are you sure that this young man who has mastered teleportation twice and sword Dao is less than 3,000 years old? Yes. The middle-aged man nodded solemnly. If that wasn't the case, I wouldn't have waited here for you to come out of secluded cultivation. The middle-aged man bluntly stated that the reason he was waiting here for the young man in the scryer recording was that the young man in the scryer recording had achieved so much despite being less than 3,000 years old. At this moment, the young man's expression changed again. He asked anxiously, "Who is this person?" The middle-aged man had come to him because of this, which meant that this person could be roped in. It was not difficult for him to guess this, so when he asked this question, his tone was somewhat anxious. This was a good seedling. Compared to the best seedlings of the younger generation in the Nine Watchmen Valley, he could only be stronger. When the middle-aged man saw this, he did not remain silent as if he had expected the young man's reaction. He is Duan Lingtian, a disciple of the Chunyang school in Tunglung province, one of the 7 prefectures. The 7 prefectures are located in the eastern region of the Xiangang land. They are relatively remote and are located in the mountains. The people there rarely come out. As for our side, it is too backward and there are no resources there, so very few people go there. The scryer recording is the scryer recording of the 7 prefectures banquet held by the 7 prefectures. I'm sure you've heard of the 7 prefectures banquet, second elder, the middle-aged man said. The young man nodded. I've heard of it. The 7 prefectures banquet is a competition for a spot in the so-called Holy Land secret realm. In their eyes, it's a holy land, but in our eyes, it's just a small spirit accumulation secret realm. The people there are generally weaker in terms of talent and comprehension, so it's extremely difficult for them to enter the upper God Emperor realm. The third-rate spirit accumulation secret realm has given some of the more talented middle God Emperors an opportunity to break through. Otherwise, the people there would basically stop at the middle God Emperor realm. I really didn't expect that the remote 7 prefectures banquet could produce such a seedling. Even Wang Xiong, who had fought with Duan Lingtian, was not taken seriously by the young man. Although his strength was not bad, in the young man's opinion, since the middle-aged man did not mention him, it meant that he did not have much value. Moreover, as far as he knew, the 7 prefectures banquet was a stage for the younger generation under the age of 10,000. Thinking about it, the middle-aged man who was not even 10,000 years old would be soon. Second elder, the Council of Elders intends to send an envoy to invite him to join our Nine Watchmen Valley. In fact, the envoy sent by the Council of Elders is already on the way. The plan we've come up with now is to offer him conditions to join our Nine Watchmen Valley. However, the Valley Master, the Great Elder, and you are not here. Without your approval, there are some resources that we can't give out. The middle-aged man's words were very clear. The Council of Elders of the Nine Watchmen Valley had already sent someone to the Chunyang school in Tunglung province to invite Duan Lingtian to join them. However, they were not confident that they would be able to take him in. After all, the Nine Watchmen Valley was definitely not the only heavyweight godly venerable rank force that was tempted. If the conditions were not good enough, they might not be able to compete with the other forces. Gather the members of the Council of Elders for an immediate meeting. The young man's figure flashed, and he had already left the place where he usually lived. He had originally planned to come back and rest for a while after coming out of seclusion, but now he was no longer in the mood to rest. Although there were some good seedlings in the current generation of the Nine Watchman Mansion, they were still lacking compared to their generation in the past. Now that he knew there was such a good seedling waiting to be nurtured outside, he could not help himself. If he could take this young man into the Nine Watchman Valley, he might be able to add another pillar to the Nine Watchman Valley in the future. In the Nine Watchman Valley, those who could be called pillars were definitely godly venerable rank experts. Moreover, they were generally at the medium godly venerable rank and above. A medium godly emperor who had mastered the sword Dao and teleportation skill before the age of 3000, it was not that there had never been such people in the history of the Nine Watchman Valley. There were even people who were more outstanding, but there were not many of them. A law clone. He's not even a native of the mystic gangland. He's from a Devata realm. This was even more shocking. At the very least, as the second elder of the Nine Watchman Valley, he had never heard of anyone who was not a native of a Devata realm who could achieve this at such a young age. In the Monarch divine sect. Have you investigated thoroughly? Is he really from a mundane realm? In a spacious hall, a skinny old man dressed in a long black robe asked in a deep voice. Vice Sect Master, we've investigated thoroughly, the person replied. He's indeed from a mundane realm. Moreover, according to the information our people from the Monarch divine sect obtained, he's not even 1000 years old. Others said he's close to 3000 years old. He must have used a divine pill to conceal his age, so he doesn't want to be too high profile. The Monarch divine sect was one of the major godly venerable rank forces in the mystic gangland. There was no lack of godly venerable rank experts from the Devata realms. It was not difficult for them to obtain information about Duan Lingtian by using the void-piercing divine shuttle. He's not even 1000 years old and is already so accomplished. Even in the history of the Monarch divine sect, there hasn't been such a monster before. In the beginning, the vice sect master of the Monarch divine sect was not that shocked when he learned about Duan Lingtian's achievements before he was even 3000 years old. After all, there was more than one genius in the Monarch divine sect who was not any weaker than Duan Lingtian. The quality of the Monarch divine sect's younger generation could be considered as good among the dozen major godly venerable rank forces in the mystic gangland. However, which force would complain about having too many young geniuses? Immediately send a message to those who went to the Chunyang school to recruit Duan Lingtian and increase the bargaining chip. We must recruit Duan Lingtian to our sect. The vice sect master of the Monarch divine sect ordered immediately. Vice sect master, what if he doesn't choose the Monarch divine sect in the end? The person next to him asked. If he doesn't agree, we'll use some threats. For example, we'll tell him we know about his background in the Devata realms and the mundane realms. Since he's able to cultivate to such a level, he must be a smart person. There's no need to say too much since he'll be able to guess our intentions. Vice Sect Master, isn't that a little inappropriate? After all, if he doesn't join the Monarch divine sect, he'll choose to join another force. It's not appropriate for us to make a move on his family or property in the lower realms, right? I'm afraid the force behind him will stand up for him. Why should we let people find out it's the Monarch divine sect who did it? As long as we don't leave any evidence behind, we can just do it. Do you think the force behind him will make things difficult for the Monarch divine sect for no reason? How naive. You're wise, Vice Sect Master. A young and beautiful woman followed behind a beautiful woman as they entered the floating island behind the clouds. This floating island was also surrounded by a large number of floating islands like stars surrounding the moon. This place was the base of the Neon Phoenix Pavilion, one of the dozen major godly venerable rank forces in the mystic gangland. Junior Sister Xiao, I'll bring you to Master now. The beautiful woman smiled at the young woman behind her. Chapter 4085. Tuoba Xiao had been accepted by the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion. Not many people knew about this matter. Only the people from the Underworld Manor, the Great Ming Prefecture's Origin Li sect, and the God Emperor experts invited by the Origin Li sect. The rest were the experts from the profound Jade Mansion who had stayed behind to watch the show. That day, The Great Ming Prefecture's origin Li sect had been determined to kill Tuoba Xiu. However, the experts from the three major powers of the underworld manor had protected Tuoba Xiu. After a fierce battle, a female expert had arrived at the scene. With a wave of her hand, she had suppressed all the god emperors who had attacked. Among them, there were more than a dozen mid-god emperors. Originally, the underworld manor only had 3 mid-god emperors present. As for the Great Ming Prefecture's origin Li sect, there was only one. However, in order to kill Tuoba Xiu, the origin Li sect had not only sent a mid-god emperor, they had also paid a huge price to invite external help. A few mid-god emperors. Of course, the 3 major powers of the underworld manor had also sent a few mid-god emperors. However, under the shocked gazes of the profound Jade Mansion's experts who were watching the show, the mid-god emperors had been suppressed by a mysterious female expert who had appeared out of nowhere. All the god emperors who had been fighting in the chaotic battle had been crushed. All the god emperors had tacitly stopped their attacks to defend themselves. At the same time, they were all injured and spat out blood. High God Emperor. Full soul high-grade divine artifact. At that moment, everyone looked in shock at the female figure who was standing in the air like an unrivaled expert. Not only was she a upper god emperor expert, she also had a full soul high-grade divine weapon. Furthermore, from the strength she had displayed, she was not a weakling among the high god emperors. Who are you? Why are you interfering in the grudge between the Great Ming Prefecture's origin Li sect and the Tuoba family? A mid-god emperor from the origin Li sect looked at the female with fear. At this moment, his voice was trembling violently. Too terrifying. This woman was too terrifying. I am from the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion. Are you questioning me? The woman's voice was indifferent. The moment she finished speaking, a stream of light shot out from the ribbon in her hand. It instantly pierced through the body of that talkative origin Li sect middle-level emperor god expert and killed him through space. The underworld manor was dead silent. In the next instant, the woman looked at Tuoba Xiu, who was also looking at her in shock. She smiled and asked, Tuoba Xiu, are you willing to join my Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion? Ni Chang Pavilion. This was actually the first time Tuoba Xiu had heard of it. She had no idea what it meant. However, judging from the strength displayed by the person in front of her, she was certain that the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion was stronger than any of the top 3 supreme god-level factions in the Underworld Mansion. However, she did not respond to him immediately. Instead, she looked at the old man from the Yuan clan of the Underworld Manor. He was also the leader of the Yuan clan who brought people to participate in the Feast of the 7 Manors. Nis Luos as well. And Luo clan as well. And he quickly. Do not hesitate. If you want to avenge your family, the best choice is to join the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion. The Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion is one of the top 20 ultimate gods in the Shengang land. There are many ultimate gods in the pavilion. I heard that they even have upper ultimate gods. Tuoba Xiu was moved by the old man's words. She did not hesitate and agreed to join the female in the sky. Senior, I am willing to join the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion. When the woman heard this, her originally calm face broke into a smile. From today onwards, you can just call me senior sister. Now, follow me back to greet Master. After greeting Master, you can come back to say goodbye to them. As soon as the woman finished speaking, she took Tuoba Xiu away in front of the group of emperor gods who were present in disbelief. From the beginning until the end, no one stopped her and no one dared to stop her. Ha 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 ha, the leader of the Yuan family from the Netherworld Prefecture laughed heartily. The Yuan family is lucky. The Netherworld Prefecture is lucky. The other god emperors of the Yuan family were also overjoyed. The other 2 emperor gods from the Netherworld Prefecture were also overjoyed. As for the emperor gods from the Li sect of the Daming Prefecture, their faces were ashen. Tuoba Xiu was accepted by the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion. Moreover, the female ultimate god who had a complete soul high-grade divine artifact asked Tuoba Xiu to call her senior sister. Didn't she want to take Tuoba Xiu as her disciple? Was it her master who wanted to take Tuoba Xiu as her disciple? A upper ultimate god who had a complete soul high-grade divine artifact and was the master of one of the strongest upper ultimate gods. Who would believe that she was not a ultimate god? Perhaps, she was not an ordinary ultimate god. The Li sect is finished. At this moment, the emperor gods from the Li sect were in despair. The intermediate god emperors invited by the Li sect were also furious. They glared at the people from the Li sect. They felt that the Li sect had caused their death. From now on, it would not be good for them to show their faces. Perhaps, leaving the Xiangang land was the right thing to do. Otherwise, they would die in the hands of the ultimate god from the Nichang Phoenix Pavilion. They remembered that the old ladies from the Nichang Phoenix Pavilion were very protective of their disciples. The group of god emperors from the mystic Jade Mansion who were watching the show exchanged glances. They could see the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. The female prodigy that the Netherworld Prefecture had spent so much effort to cultivate was not only invited to join the Nichang Phoenix Pavilion, but she was also going to be the disciple of a ultimate god. When they came back to their senses, they smiled and congratulated the emperor gods from the Netherworld Prefecture. Tuoba Xiu was invited to join the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion. Duan Lingtian heard the news a few days later. He was also shocked. He did not expect that the girl would become a member of the Nichang Phoenix Pavilion in the blink of an eye. 2 days ago, he was still reading the introduction of the Nichang Phoenix Pavilion that Zhen Pingfan gave him. I'm afraid that the Li clan of the Daming Prefecture is going to be finished, right? Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh emotionally when he heard about this from Zhen Pingfan. Zhen Pingfan answered Duan Lingtian's question with a complicated tone. The Li clan was supposed to be disbanded. However, when the people of the Li clan wanted to leave, they found that they could not. The Li clan's encampment was enveloped by a great formation. Even if a group of intermediate god emperors from the Li clan worked together, they could not break it. According to Marshal Uncle Yi, it should be the array master of the Nichang Phoenix Pavilion who made the move. Only a godly master of the array master of the Nichang Phoenix Pavilion would be able to do such a thing and imprison the people of the Li sect. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard Zhen Pingfan's words. Using his own power to imprison everyone in the Yuan Li sect. There was even a group of emperor gods among them. It's obvious that the Nichang Phoenix Pavilion did not plan to avenge Tuoba Xiu personally. It seems like they want to wait for Tuoba Xiu to grow stronger before taking revenge. We can conclude that the person who took Tuoba Xiu in as a disciple is either the ultimate god array master from the Nichang Phoenix Pavilion or the array master's junior sister. Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue after listening to Zhen Pingfan's explanation. He did not expect that the girl who he thought was in danger would not only join the Nichang Phoenix Pavilion, but the ultimate god array master from the Nichang Phoenix Pavilion would also personally help her imprison her enemy. What a pity, Zhen Pingfan sighed. Say, if you didn't bring any weapons, the ultimate god array master from the Nichang Phoenix Pavilion might be more willing to take you in. Why don't you consider cutting it off? Zhen Pingfan's tone became more playful as he spoke. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, he added, that's not right. I don't know if the Nichang Phoenix Pavilion would accept someone who transforms from a male to a female. I don't think she's a woman, right? Elder Zhen, if you're interested, you can give it a try. Duan Lingtian said, I think the Nichang Phoenix Pavilion would not reject you when the time comes. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he laughed. Both of them knew that the other was joking. However, both of them were amused by the joke. That's right. After the joke, Zhen Pingfan seemed to have thought of something and changed his tone. You shouldn't cultivate in seclusion for the time being. If I'm not wrong, the ultimate god array master should be here soon. When the time comes, no matter what you choose, you'll have to show up. You can't afford to offend any of the powers behind them. Upon hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face disappeared and he nodded. At the same time, he was thinking about which powerful ultimate god array master would be coming. As for ordinary ultimate god array masters, he was not interested in joining them. It was easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Knowing that he would be valued and invited by a powerful ultimate god array master, he naturally did not want to join an ordinary ultimate god array master. That kind of ultimate god array master was not as powerful as the ultimate god array master in all aspects, so there was a limit to what they could offer him. He, on the other hand, was in a race against time. When the time comes, it'll depend on which powers invite me and the conditions they put forward. If they're sincere and respect me, I'll consider them. If they're not sincere or don't respect me, I won't consider them. As for Zhen Pingfan saying that he could not afford to offend those powers, he was well aware of this. Otherwise, even if he could join another power, Chunyang School would be in trouble. Chunyang School was considered a giant in Tunglung province. However, in front of a powerful ultimate god array master, it was just a small sect that was not worth mentioning. As long as a powerful ultimate god array master wanted to, they could easily destroy Chunyang School. While Duan Lingtian and Zhen Pingfan were talking, several figures were flying toward Chunyang School. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 4086. Outside the Chunyang School. A travel-worn figure flew through the air and stood in the void, calmly looking in the direction of the Chunyang School's encampment. Behind him, a young man stood there, looking curiously in front of him. Masters Junior, is this where the Chunyang School's encampment is located? The heaven and earth spirit chi here is really thin, far worse than our Hanlin Divine Mansion. The heaven and earth spirit chi in our Hanlin Divine Mansion is denser than the outside of the Chunyang School's encampment. The young man was wearing a silver robe with golden edges. His face was arrogant, and his words were full of contempt for the Chunyang School from the bottom of his heart. Standing in front of him and looking at the Chunyang School's encampment was an old man wearing a light green robe. He shook his head. There's no comparison. Don't forget, the Chunyang School is only an emperor-level sect, and it doesn't even have a high-level divine emperor. Our Hanlin Divine Mansion is one of the top 20 godly venerable forces in the Xiangang land. In the Xiangang land, there are hundreds of godly venerable forces with godly venerables. If you include the pseudo-godly venerable forces with no godly venerable experts, there are even more. And this Chunyang School is far from being a pseudo-godly venerable force. At least a pseudo-godly venerable force has a high-level divine emperor. At this point, the old man paused as if he had thought of something and said, however, the Chunyang School has Yi Chenfeng, who is considered a good force among the emperor-level forces. However, compared to our Hanlin Divine Mansion, there is still no comparison. If the Chunyang School can be compared to our Hanlin Divine Mansion, why would the Duan Lingtian accept our invitation to join the Hanlin Divine Mansion? Isn't it the same everywhere? Moreover, as far as I know, the Chunyang School is wholeheartedly cultivating him without reservation. As soon as the old man said this, the young man immediately nodded. If he were Duan Lingtian, he would not have chosen to leave the Chunyang School, which he was familiar with. Martial uncle, are we going to knock on the door? The young man asked. Before the old man could say anything, the young man snorted and said, in my opinion, since you came here in person, Yi Chenfeng, the most powerful man in the Chunyang School, should come out to greet you. When the old man heard this, he raised his eyebrows. When you're in someone else's territory, you should be humble and keep a low profile. This time, as far as I know, it's not just our Hanlin Divine Mansion that has sent people. Even the Crimson Bright Heavenly Palace, the Mon-Origin Divine Sect, and other major ultimate gods' forces have sent people. If you're too arrogant and make the people of Chunyang School unhappy, and it reaches Duan Lingtian's ears, maybe he won't consider our Hanlin Shunfu anymore. And if the mansion finds out that it's because of you that Duan Lingtian can no longer enter the mansion, do you think you'll be in a good situation? The young man's expression changed when he heard the old man's words. At the same time, he took a deep breath, and the arrogance on his face disappeared, replaced by a peaceful expression. I understand, Martial Uncle. From now on, I won't look down on Chunyang School just because it's only an emperor-level sect. The young man said solemnly. The old man nodded in relief when he heard this. You're talented. You're considered a genius in the Hanlin Divine Mansion with high comprehension, so it's normal for you to be a little arrogant. Still, there are many times when you should be humble. Take Chunyang School's Duan Lingtian as an example. Although I haven't met him yet, I've investigated him and found him to be humble. He's not arrogant because of his talent and high comprehension. You'll have to learn more about this. When the old man said this, the young man seemed to be nodding, but there was a hint of jealousy in the depths of his eyes. 7th Chunyang School's genius. First place in the 7 prefectures feast. Less than 3,000 years old, but comprehended the law of space and teleported twice. Mastered the way of the sword. In his opinion, how could a disciple of an emperor-level sect from a backwater village achieve such achievements at such a young age? He was more than 6,000 years old, but he was not as good as the other party. One had to know that although he was not the top of the younger generation in the Hanlin Divine Mansion, he was still above average. Wang Chaoran of the Hanlin Divine Mansion is here to visit Chunyang School. I hope you can inform them on my behalf. The old man, who was the messenger of the Hanlin Divine Mansion, had come to invite Duan Lingtian to join the Hanlin Divine Mansion. His voice rang out and accurately fell into the ears of the patrolling elders and disciples outside the Chunyang School's encampment. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. Someone was here. When they looked outside and saw the 2 figures standing there, even the patrolling elders of the Pure Sun sect were frightened out of their wits. They were so close, but they did not notice. Hanlin Divine Mansion? Could it be the godly venerable faction in our Xiangang land? The number 1 faction in the residence of Yunhan, the Hanlin Divine Mansion? In the Xiangang land, I've only heard of the Hanlin Divine Mansion. It should be right. A heavyweight ultimate god-level force would never allow another force to share the same name as it, unless it's an unknown force. Since they don't know, they naturally wouldn't make a fuss about it. However, these 2 people were able to come so close to our Pure Sun sect's encampment without anyone noticing. It's impossible for them to come from an unknown force. The sect master has already sent someone to tell us that someone from the heavyweight faction in the Xiangang land should be coming soon. It should be right. Quickly inform the higher-ups and let them inform the sect master. Everyone, follow me to greet the seniors of the Hanlin Divine Mansion. According to the higher-ups, the people from those heavyweight factions this time are most likely godly venerable expert. Even if they aren't, they must be high-level godly emperors. After the patrolling elders of the Pure Sun sect sent out one message after another, they led a group of patrolling disciples outside and respectfully bowed to the person who had just arrived. Greetings, Senior. Please wait for a moment, Senior. Our Chunyang School's elder Liu Fenggu will be here soon. Almost at the same time as the patrolling elders of the Pure Sun sect finished speaking, a figure had already shot over from afar, arriving in front of the crowd in an instant. It was the patriarch of the Chunyang School's domineering faction, Liu Fenggu. After Liu Fenggu appeared, he looked at the old man with a hint of fear in his eyes. At the same time, he quickly cupped his hands and bowed. Liu Fenggu greets Senior Wang. The old man, Elder Wang Chaoran of the Hanlin Divine Mansion, smiled at Liu Fenggu's salute. I've long heard of Elder Liu's great name. I didn't expect that I, Wang Chaoran, would be personally welcomed by Elder Liu. Although Wang Chaoran had told the young man behind him to keep a low profile and not cause trouble, there was a hint of satisfaction in his eyes when Liu Fenggu personally came out to welcome him. He had only recently learned about the Chunyang School and knew that Liu Fenggu was definitely one of the top 2 figures in the Chunyang School. After the Hidden Sword faction's patriarch Yi Chenfeng, he was second. Senior, please. Liu Fenggu directly invited Wang Chaoran and Liu Fenggu in and respectfully led the way in front of the old man. Although he looked calm, his heart was in turmoil. A godly venerable expert. He's definitely a godly venerable expert. A high-level godly emperor can't possibly give me this feeling. Although he did not deliberately probe, Liu Fenggu felt that the Hanlin Divine Mansion expert in front of him was definitely not a high-level godly emperor, let alone someone below that level. Under such circumstances, the old man could only be a godly venerable expert. The first heavyweight godly venerable expert from a faction has arrived. He's also the earliest godly venerable expert to arrive among all the godly venerable expert. In fact, before the arrival of the Hanlin Divine Mansion, there were also some godly venerable experts who had arrived. However, Those were just ordinary godly venerable experts who had arrived. Most of them were high-level godly venerable experts. Wang Chaoran, the Hanlin Divine Mansion expert, was the first godly venerable expert to arrive at the Chunyang School. In other words, he's the first godly venerable expert to enter the Chunyang School in the past 100,000 years. I didn't expect another godly venerable expert to enter the Chunyang School because of a young disciple who's not even 3,000 years old. Liu Fenggu could not help but sigh when he thought of that. The Chunyang School had to rely on a young disciple who was not even 3,000 years old to allow a godly venerable expert to enter. The Hanlin Divine Mansion expert is here. As soon as the godly venerable expert from the Hanlin Divine Mansion entered the Chunyang School, the other mid-level godly venerable experts in the Chunyang School received the news immediately. Zhen Yunfeng and Zhen Pingfan sat opposite each other in the courtyard where Zhen Yunfeng cultivated. Zhen Yunfeng told Zhen Pingfan about the matter. They're here so soon. Looks like they can't sit still anymore. Zhen Pingfan smiled. It's not that soon. Zhen Yunfeng shook his head. Don't you know that Tuoba Xiu from the Underworld Mansion was taken away by the experts from the Neon Phoenix Pavilion a few days ago? Although it wasn't an godly venerable expert who took her away, it's almost the same. A high-level godly venerable expert who owns a high-grade divine artifact with a complete soul. Her master must be an godly venerable expert. There's not much difference between being taken in by an godly venerable expert and being personally invited by an godly venerable expert. Zhen Pingfan was non-committal when he heard Zhen Yunfeng's words. Father, you can't compare it like that. The Neon Phoenix Pavilion is anxious because they only accept female disciples. Now that they finally have a talented and powerful Tuoba Xiu, they won't miss out on this opportunity. However, there are more than a dozen other godly venerable level factions like the Neon Phoenix Pavilion. I'm afraid they're only interested in Duan Lingtian among the top 10 in the 7 prefectures feast. They might not even be interested in Wang Xiong, who is as strong as Tuoba Xiu or even stronger than Tuoba Xiu. Zhen Yunfeng said. However, even if Tuoba Xiu isn't as strong as Wang Xiong now, there's a great chance that she'll surpass him in the future. There aren't many people in the Neon Phoenix Pavilion, which means that their resources are concentrated. Tuoba Xiu will definitely become someone great in the future, Zhen Yunfeng said with certainty. That's true. Zhen Pingfan nodded in agreement and asked with a smile, Father, how many godly venerable level factions do you think will come this time? Chapter 4087. It's hard to say. Zhen Yunfeng shook his head in response to his son's question. All I can say is that the people from the Myriad Art Academy and the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion won't come. The other forces might send people over. The younger generation with a mix of good and bad are more likely to come. As for the younger generation, although they have geniuses who are not inferior to Duan Lingtian, who would complain about having too few geniuses in their own sect? Moreover, even if they have geniuses who are not inferior to Duan Lingtian, what did Duan Lingtian do when he was young? If Duan Lingtian was nurtured by them since he was young, wouldn't he be stronger now? Zhen Yunfeng said a lot, which made Zhen Pingfan nod and shake his head sometimes. Father, you can't say that. Zhen Pingfan shook his head and smiled. Although Duan Lingtian was born in the mundane realm and his foundation is not as strong as the young prodigies from heavyweight ultimate god's forces, he has to rely on himself for everything. He has encountered many fortuitous encounters along the way, and that's how he became who he is today. On the other hand, the young prodigies from heavyweight ultimate god's forces don't have the qualifications to go out on their own. Their elders won't let them go out either. If a heavyweight ultimate god's force sets their young prodigies free and allows them to search for fortuitous encounters on their own, with their help, they might become even stronger. Of course, if they set their young prodigies free, their lives might be in danger. No godly venerable faction would take such a risk. Zhen Pingfan's words made Zhen Yunfeng nod repeatedly. Indeed. There were pros and cons to each. Naturally, he knew very well how rare it was for someone like Duan Lingtian to rise to such heights from the mundane realms. Perhaps, even the strongest powerhouses from the mundane realms or Devata realms could not compare to Duan Lingtian at such a young age. Perhaps, They were not as good as Du and Lingtian. I suddenly feel. Zhen Yunfeng's eyes flashed. Zhen Yunfeng's eyes flashed as he smiled. Based on the current situation, Du and Lingtian has the potential to become a supreme powerhouse. Moreover, he has great potential. It had to be said that Zhen Yunfeng's words caused Zhen Yunfeng to be involuntarily stunned. Du and Lingtian? Utmost powerful warriors? To be honest, from the past until now, he had never thought about this. In Chunyang School, there was only one person who he thought might have a chance to become an omnipotent master. That person was his martial uncle, Yi Chenfeng, a person who was about the same age as him. 10,000 years ago, Yi Chenfeng was even weaker than him. 10,000 years later, he had left him far behind, to the point where he could easily kill him with a single sword strike. And now, Yi Chenfeng's improvement was even more exaggerated than his. Such a person was a monster. Even if he became an ultimate powerhouse in the future, he wouldn't be too surprised. But Du and Lingtian, after all, he was only a divine emperor. Although his talent and perception were extraordinary, in his eyes, he was still inferior to him. And now, when his father mentioned this, he thought about Du and Lingtian's current strength and then thought about Du and Lingtian's age and only felt a chill down his spine. Du and Lingtian's current combat strength was far beyond his 10,000 years ago, let alone Yi Chenfeng. And now, Du and Lingtian had also been improving rapidly. Compared to Yi Chenfeng's improvement in the past 10,000 years, Du and Lingtian's improvement was even more exaggerated. If he really wanted to talk about it, so far, Du and Lingtian's talent and perception were even more exaggerated than his martial uncle Yi Chenfeng. Moreover, although martial uncle Yi is a monster, no heavyweight ultimate god-level forces have come to recruit him. But Du and Lingtian, this time, there may be many heavyweight ultimate god-level forces coming to recruit him. In terms of the current situation, Du and Lingtian's potential is far beyond martial uncle Yi's. The possibility of him becoming an ultimate powerhouse is also greater. Of course, it was only a possibility. Zhen Pingfan was very clear that the weaker a person was, the easier it was for them to die prematurely. Moreover, geniuses now did not mean that they could continue to be geniuses. There was a possibility of them going downhill. Although there were no geniuses now, it did not mean that there would be room for further improvement in the future. For example, his martial uncle Yi was the model of this type of person. In short, in this world, anything was possible. I really didn't think too much about this. Zhen Pingfan smiled bitterly. Although I thought that Du and Lingtian was a monster, he was only a divine emperor after all. I didn't think of him as an ultimate powerhouse, but now, after hearing father's words, I seem to understand why heavyweight ultimate god-level forces came to recruit him so quickly. If Du and Lingtian was a woman, perhaps the Ni Chang Feng Pavilion would have come to him long ago. The Ni Chang Feng Pavilion is actually more thirsty for talent than the other heavyweight ultimate god-level forces. In this regard, Zhen Pingfan could completely understand. For a sect that had always only recruited female disciples to be able to survive for so many years until now, it was obvious how difficult it was. However, the Ni Chang Feng Pavilion was still standing strong. Its peak combat strength was not inferior to the other heavyweight ultimate god-level forces. The other ultimate god-level forces had many people and a strong foundation, so it was normal for them to have some experts, but the Ni Chang Feng Pavilion had few people and a small foundation. Relatively speaking, the possibility of them having experts was even lower. Someone else has come. While Zhen Pingfan was still lamenting, Zhen Yunfeng raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "Which force are they from?" Zhen Pingfan asked curiously. "The Mon-Origin sect." Zhen Yunfeng said. "The Mon-Origin sect." Hearing Zhen Yunfeng's words, Zhen Pingfan frowned instead. "Father, this Mon-Origin sect doesn't seem to have a good reputation, right? In this world where the strong are respected, it's normal for the weak to obey the strong, but generally, the strong will not find trouble with the weak. I heard that a few thousand years ago, the Mon-Origin sect wanted to recruit a disciple. After the other party rejected them, they did not touch the other party. Instead, they destroyed the other party's entire sect. Later, that person became a rogue cultivator and took revenge on the Mon-Origin sect many times. Many of the Mon-Origin sect members were killed, until 1,000 years ago, when the Monorigin sect fished him out and killed him. Zhen Pingfan said, "This is just hearsay. I don't know if it's true or not." "It's true." Zhen Yunfeng nodded. "No matter how you put it, the Monorigin sect has always been stuck between good and evil. The way some of them conduct themselves is actually not acceptable to many people and forces. However, since he didn't provoke them, most people are just here to watch the show. The extremists in the Monorigin sect are not stupid. They won't provoke people they can't afford to provoke, so it doesn't affect the Monorigin sect that much." Zhen Yunfeng said. Let's not tell Duan Lingtian about this first, lest he rejects the Monorigin sect because of this. If the Monorigin sect members know that he rejected because of this, they might hold a grudge. It's not a good thing for him." At this point, Zhen Yunfeng gave Zhen Pingfan a stern look and admonished him. Zhen Pingfan was a little embarrassed when he heard this. "You said it." Zhen Yunfeng frowned. Yes, Zhen Pingfan was a little embarrassed. A few days ago, when the jade slip he gave Duan Lingtian mentioned the Monorigin sect, it also described the rumors he had just said. Of course, he also told Duan Lingtian that he could not be sure if it was true. But he also said that there was no smoke without fire, so the credibility was not low. "You are too reckless." Zhen Yunfeng shook his head. "Although I don't have much contact with that little guy, I can see that it's impossible for him to associate himself with the Monorigin sect. Take advantage of the moment when the Monorigin sect members have just arrived and send him a message. Tell him to be natural when he rejects the Monorigin sect. If they ask for the reason, don't mention those things, lest they bear a grudge." Zhen Yunfeng's tone became a lot more stern. "This is not a good thing for him." "Father." Zhen Pingfan frowned. "It shouldn't be that bad, right? Even if Duan Lingtian doesn't join the Monorigin sect, he'll definitely join other heavyweight forces and have a promising future. How dare the Monorigin sect fall out with him like this? Aren't they afraid that Duan Lingtian will get even with them when he becomes stronger in the future? By then, Duan Lingtian won't be the itinerant cultivator they killed 1,000 years ago. Duan Lingtian will also have a heavyweight ultimate god force behind him. At that time, Zhen Pingfan felt the Monorigin sect would know how to make the right choice. The person from a few thousand years ago did not have a powerful background, so it was not a big deal if his sect was annihilated. However, how could Duan Lingtian be the same? They didn't leave any evidence behind. How do you know it's them? Zhen Yunfeng shook his head. He felt his son was too naive. Our Chunyang school isn't afraid of the Monorigin sect. After all, it's too obvious. Moreover, our Chunyang school isn't completely defenseless. What we should be worried about are Duan Lingtian's family and friends. Although the space tunnel between the realms of gods and the lower realms has been sealed, don't tell me there aren't people from the Devata realms in the Monorigin sect. They can use the void-piercing divine shuttle to return." It had to be said that Zhen Pingfan's expression turned solemn after hearing Zhen Yunfeng's words. As soon as Zhen Yunfeng finished speaking, Zhen Pingfan sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. It was best to let Duan Lingtian know about this matter. Otherwise, if he did not inform Duan Lingtian in time and something really happened, he would feel guilty and blame himself. The Monorigin sect. If they're unhappy with me, they might attack my family and friends. Upon hearing Zhen Pingfan's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly. Was the Monorigin sect really that crazy? They didn't care about anything at all. After all, they were a heavyweight ultimate god force. This is just my father's speculation. He just wants you to be careful and be prepared. Don't you have a law clone in the lower realms? It's good to be careful. Zhen Pingfan reminded him. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Elder Zhen. After cutting off the voice transmission with Zhen Pingfan, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn. He knew it was better to be safe than sorry. It was time for him to be prepared. Also, the people from the Monorigin sect are here? He's doomed to come here in vain. Chapter 4088. Master, Duan Lingtian is currently in closed-door cultivation. Do you want me to wake him up and ask him to come and greet you? It did not matter if it was someone from a heavyweight ultimate god faction who came to Chunyang School or someone from an ordinary ultimate god faction who came to Chunyang School. The first thing the higher-ups of Chunyang School said after welcoming them into Chunyang School and arranging a place for them to stay. These experts from ultimate god factions naturally did not ask them to wake Duan Lingtian up. Although Duan Lingtian might not be in closed-door cultivation and might be waiting for the various ultimate god factions to arrive before coming out and seeing which faction offered him the most bargaining chips, he would join. Even so, they could not really ask the people from Chunyang School to wake Duan Lingtian up. Not only would such an action be presumptuous, but it might also anger Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian's strength was nothing in their eyes and could even kill him with a slap, Duan Lingtian was someone their respective factions intended to invite, so they naturally did not dare to act rashly. If they angered Duan Lingtian and caused Duan Lingtian to refuse to join their factions, they would definitely be in trouble when they returned. Therefore, all the Ultimate God Forces experts were waiting patiently after they arrived. After all, Chunyang School had arranged a place for them to stay. There was no rush. Take your time. Even the two ultimate god experts from Hanlin Divine Official Mansion and Monorigin Divine Sect waited patiently. No one had any complaints. At least on the surface, there were no complaints. As for whether they had any in their hearts, only they themselves knew. Both Hanlin Divine Official Mansion and Monorigin Divine Sect are here, and they are all ultimate god expert. Hanlin Divine Official Mansion sent a lower ultimate god, Shu Fang. Monorigin Divine Sect sent a lower ultimate god as well. Since the Monorigin Sect and Hanlin Divine Office are here, what's the point of us staying here? The Hanlin Divine Mansion and the Monorigin Divine Sect are both heavyweight ultimate god forces in the Shengangland, and they even have high-level ultimate gods. The strongest in our sect is only a mid-level ultimate god, and there are only 2 of them. Why don't we send a message back and ask? If the sect wants us to go back, we will. Otherwise, it's destined to be useless. Send the message. As the messages were sent out one after another, most of the ultimate god forces who had arrived earlier had left. The rest were either hoping for a fluke or wanted to leave, but the forces behind them did not allow them to. They were told to stay and try again. Perhaps Duan Lingtian would choose them instead of the heavyweight ultimate god forces? Although the chances were slim, it wasn't impossible. Even if it was just a small chance, they didn't want to miss it. Over the next few days, Chunyang School received a lot of uninvited guests. Among them, more than 90% were from heavyweight ultimate god forces. After the ultimate god experts from the Hanlin Divine Mansion and Monorigin Divine Sect arrived one after another, not only did a group of ordinary ultimate god forces leave, but even some ordinary ultimate god forces who were prepared to send people over did not give up on the idea. They knew very well that they could not compete with the heavyweight ultimate god forces. Of course, there were still a few ordinary ultimate god forces who were hoping for a fluke and sent people over. 9 of them came. No one came for the next month, and Chunyang School felt that no one else would come. Even so, there were more than a dozen heavyweight ultimate god forces who came to Chunyang School. They came from 9 heavyweight ultimate god forces. The Hanlin Divine Mansion, Monorigin Divine Sect, Jiuwei Valley, Crimson Bright Heavenly Palace, Zhongling Grotto Heaven. These 9 heavyweight ultimate god forces are all here. Looking at the entire Shengangland, there are only 16 heavyweight ultimate god forces below the giant ultimate god forces. Out of the 16 heavyweight ultimate god forces, excluding the Neon Phoenix Pavilion and Myriad Arts Academy, there are only 14 left. 9 of the 14 heavyweight ultimate god forces are here. This ratio is ridiculous. The other 5 heavyweight ultimate god forces might still be on their way to Chunyang School. The arrival of the major ultimate god forces could not be hidden from the people of Chunyang School. With the arrival of 9 heavyweight ultimate god forces, the entire Chunyang School was stirred up. 9 heavyweight godly venerable level forces. Each force had sent a godly venerable rank expert this time. In total, there were 9 ultimate god experts. And in the Pure Yang sect, there wasn't even a high god emperor, much less a godly venerable expert. Duan Lingtian, what a monster. Many Chunyang School disciples sighed. Although they knew that Duan Lingtian was talented, They did not expect Duan Lingtian to attract the attention of so many heavyweight ultimate god forces. That was a heavyweight ultimate god level force. They stood at the peak of the Xiangang land. Among them, there were superior god experts. A high-level ultimate god expert. They were second only to the strongest in this world. I wonder which ultimate god force Duan Lingtian will choose in the end. If I were him, I would definitely choose one of the heavyweight ultimate god forces. Those ordinary ultimate god forces are not as good as heavyweight ultimate god forces in every aspect. That's right. I heard that most of the non-heavyweight ultimate god forces have already left. If they didn't, there would be more people now. If an ultimate god force wants me, even if it's just a lower ultimate god, I'm willing to go. If you're willing to go, they won't want you. That hurts. Seeing that no one was coming for a long time, the decision-makers of Chunyang School were summoned for an emergency meeting. Now, it's time for Duan Lingtian to come out of seclusion, right? Previously, when they said that Duan Lingtian was in seclusion, they wanted to give the heavyweight ultimate god forces a fair chance to compete for Duan Lingtian. If the ultimate venerable level forces that arrived first were to take their people away, the ultimate venerable level forces that arrived later would definitely not be happy. If there was someone with a bad temper, they might become angry out of humiliation and blame the Pure Sun sect, or even attack the Pure Sun sect's upper echelons. It's time to come out of seclusion. Most people agreed. No one else will come. Even if someone does, we can't wait any longer. Now, the prodigies brought by a few heavyweight ultimate god forces are angry. Although it's only the young ones who are angry, we can't rule out the possibility that they were instructed by their elders to do so. They were worried that if they were angry, Duan Lingtian would look down on them and not join the forces behind them. That's why they instructed the young ones to do so. This is not impossible. Why don't we set a date for them to meet Duan Lingtian together in 10 days' time? At that time, they will state their conditions and see which force Duan Lingtian chooses. 10 days or half a month is fine. After a meeting, the date for Duan Lingtian to meet the people from the ultimate god forces was set to be half a month later. The reason why it was set to be half a month later was mainly because they were worried that more people would come later. When the people from the ultimate god forces received the exact date, no one made a fuss and all of them quietly waited for half a month's time. Half a month later. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also received a message from Yi Chenfeng. He did not have any objections to it. Half a month was fine. Recently, he had been comprehending the sword Dao and had gained a lot, so he was not in a hurry to move. However, since the higher-ups of Chunyang School had decided, then he would go according to the time they had arranged. Although he had won 4 spots for Chunyang School to enter the Sacred Land Secret Realm in this 7 Prefectures Feast, he had also received a lot of benefits from Chunyang School. Coupled with the benefits from before, he was completely satisfied and did not feel that Chunyang School owed him anything. Myriad Law Academy. The only academy among the top forces in the Xiangang land. This academy, located in the depths of the mountains, was like an otherworldly paradise. Everywhere in the academy, people could be seen communicating, either through words or by sparring. This place was filled with an atmosphere of learning and improvement. Have you heard? An amazing person appeared in the 7 Prefectures Feast, this time in the remote 7 Prefectures land. You mean Duan Lingtian, the disciple of the God Emperor level sect Chunyang School in Tunglung Province? That's him. Duan Lingtian is not even 3,000 years old, but he has already become a medium celestial emperor and mastered the law of space's second teleportation. Most importantly, he has mastered the sword Dao. This news is confirmed, so it can't be false. Most importantly, he's not a native of the Xiangang land. He's from a Devata realm. It's said that he came from the mundane realm to the Devata realm and finally came to the Xiangang land. It's hard to imagine that a nobody from the mundane realm could have such achievements. Did he obtain the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse? I don't know about that. However, everyone has their own fortuitous encounters. It has nothing to do with us whether he obtained the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse or not. Even if we wanted to, we don't have the strength to do so. That's right. Even among the younger generation in the Myriad Law Academy, There are very few people who are a match for him. What a pity. The academy won't send anyone to invite him to join. Otherwise, we would have had a chance to see that grassroots prodigy. We'll have a chance to see him in the future. This time, I'm sure he'll join a heavyweight force. I just received news from Chunyang School that 9 heavyweight godly venerable ones have sent godly venerable ones to Chunyang School to invite Duan Lingtian to join. 9 heavyweight godly venerable ones? 9 godly venerable ones? That Duan Lingtian is so important. Many young disciples in the Myriad Law Academy sighed when they talked about Duan Lingtian. However, there were also a few who looked envious. Duan Lingtian? No one saw a tall and handsome figure soaring into the sky above the Myriad Law Academy. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared behind the clouds. Such achievements under the age of 1,000. How rare. Chapter 4089. In the Devata Realms. In the solitary destructive heaven. In the heavenly palace. Due to Zhen Pingfan's warning, Duan Lingtian did not dare to be careless, so he told his master, Feng Qingyang, about this matter. To be more precise, it was Duan Lingtian's law clone who told Feng Qingyang about this matter. What I mean is that Senior Hualaro and Senior Meng Luo should leave. They haven't attained godhood, so they can't form their law clones. It's dangerous for them to stay here. After all, everyone knows I have a close relationship with them. Duan Lingtian said. It's good to be careful. Feng Qingyang nodded. In that case, I'll ask them to stay out of the limelight for a while. I'll ask them to come back after this matter is over. Don't forget to inform the others as well. Don't forget that other than the solitary destructive heaven, there are also people from other Devata realms who are close to you. They might become targets of the Mon-origin divine sect as well. Feng Qingyang said. I know. I'll visit the other Devata realms as well. Apart from those who have supreme powerhouses, I'll ask them to stay out of the limelight and stay out of the limelight. Duan Lingtian had long expected this from Feng Qingyang. For this reason, he felt a headache coming on. After all, he had met many people since he arrived in the Devata realms. Although he did not keep in touch with them, many people knew he was on good terms with them. Moreover, since his Law of Time clone was stationed in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he had visited some of his old friends. For example, his old friends in the spirit overarching heaven and the pool palace in the boundless heaven. He had also visited some of his old friends from other Devata realms. During the next 2 weeks, Duan Lingtian continued to comprehend the sword Dao while his clones that were in the Devata realms traveled around the Devata realms. As long as it was someone who had a close relationship with him, he would purposely visit them and inform them of the reason so that they could find a place to lie low for a period of time. As for those who had a deep relationship with the Duan Lingtian, they also obeyed the Duan Lingtian and did not dare to slight him. Almost everyone left their respective forces at the first moment and went into hiding. Of course, they told Duan Lingtian where they were hiding. Other than Duan Lingtian, they didn't tell anyone else. As for those from the sect, they only told their fellow disciples that they were going on a long trip. Almost everyone had brought their families with them on this trip. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. All the people close to him had left, and all of them had brought their families with them. Even if the Mon-origin spirit sect was angry and sent people from the lower planes, they would only end up empty-handed. Done. After Duan Lingtian made arrangements for those who were close to him, half a month passed. In the Chunyang School in the profound Handle Land, Duan Lingtian walked out of his room and saw Zhen Yunfeng waiting for him outside. Zhen Pingfan and his son personally brought him over. Duan Lingtian. Before leaving Cloud Peak Island, Zhen Pingfan solemnly warned Duan Lingtian, I know you don't have a good impression of that person from the Mon-origin spirit sect. However, when you see him later, you must act as though nothing has happened so that he won't think you have a problem with him and the Mon-origin spirit sect. That's not a good thing for you. There are some people you don't have to offend even if you don't like them. After spending some time together, Zhen Pingfan had a certain understanding of Duan Lingtian, so he was worried that Duan Lingtian would treat the Mon-origin spirit sect Ultimate God differently when facing a group of Ultimate God level experts later. I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. He naturally understood this principle. Although he looked down on the Mon-origin spirit sect, he still had to put on a show. Next, Duan Lingtian followed Jin Yunfeng and Jin Pingfan out of Cloud Peak Island and went to Chunyang School's main island. In a vast area, they met people from various ultimate god-level factions. There were a total of more than a dozen people from 9 heavyweight ultimate god-level factions present. There were old people, middle-aged people, and young people. In addition, there were 4 people from 4 ordinary ultimate god-level factions present. 3 were old people, and 1 was middle-aged. Jin Yunfeng from Chunyang School's Yunfeng branch greets all the seniors. Jin Yunfeng brought Duan Lingtian and Jin Pingfan over and bowed to the group of ultimate god-level faction experts. Most of these experts were ultimate gods. A few were upper divine emperors. Jin Pingfan followed suit and bowed. Duan Lingtian greets all the seniors. Jin Yunfeng turned to Duan Lingtian and said, "These seniors are all experts from various ultimate god-level factions." In fact, as soon as Duan Lingtian appeared, the group of people from ultimate god-level factions had their eyes fixed on Duan Lingtian. Although this was the first time they met Duan Lingtian, they had never seen him in person. However, they had seen Duan Lingtian in the Scryer projection mirror image and recognized Duan Lingtian at a glance. Duan Lingtian greets all the seniors. When Duan Lingtian bowed slightly to the group of ultimate god-level faction experts, he also noticed Yi Chenfeng and Liu Fenggu standing in a group of people. At the same time, he saw a dignified middle-aged man surrounded by a group of people. It was not difficult to guess that this was the schoolmaster of Chunyang School whom he had never met before today. He was also Jin Pingfan's junior brother and Jin Yunfeng's disciple. The man noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze and smiled kindly at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian's voice fell, an old man stepped forward and stared at Duan Lingtian. "I'm Xu Fang, a lower ultimate god from the Mon-origin sect. Today, I invite you to join the Mon-origin sect. As long as you join the Mon-origin sect, we'll give you the treatment of a holy son." The most outstanding members of the Mon-origin sect's younger generation were conferred the title of Holy Son and enjoyed all kinds of preferential treatment from the Mon-origin sect. They were also extremely talented and powerful. The treatment of a Holy Son could be said to be the best in the Mon-origin sect. In addition, our deputy leader of the Mon-origin sect is willing to accept you as his disciple, Xu Fang added. Xu Fang thought Duan Lingtian would be overjoyed to hear his words. After all, the deputy leader of the Mon-origin sect was a medium ultimate god. What he did not expect was Duan Lingtian merely smiled at him when he heard his words. There was no joy on his face at all. His gaze was calm, and his expression was indifferent. Duan Lingtian. The people from the other ultimate god forces who were beaten to the punch by the Mon-origin divine sect's elder, Xu Fang, also spoke one after another and stated the conditions offered by the forces behind them. Among them, most of the factions offered better conditions than the Mon-origin sect. Of course, Elder Xu Fang saw this and added a further condition. He promised that as long as Duan Lingtian joined the Mon-origin sect, he would give Duan Lingtian even more preferential treatment. "Elder Xu, I'll definitely consider joining your sect." Duan Lingtian appeared sincere on the surface, but in his heart, he was disdainful and perfunctory. Due to the competition, the major ultimate god-level factions kept increasing their bargaining chips, all wanting to take Duan Lingtian as their disciple. In particular, the few ordinary ultimate god-level factions that did not have any advantages even announced that as long as Duan Lingtian joined their faction, he would be able to enjoy the best resources and treatment. It was not the best resources and treatment among the young disciples, but the best resources and treatment among the entire faction. The people from the major ultimate god-level factions were promising all kinds of conditions. The group of Chunyang School's higher-ups who were guarding the area were shocked and also realized that they were viewing the sky from the bottom of a well. Were all ultimate god-level factions this rich? And, was Duan Lingtian that important in the eyes of these ultimate god-level factions? Why would they be willing to promise so many favorable conditions? Duan Lingtian. Elder Wang Chaoran of the Hanlin Divine Mansion looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile. "I'm sure you've heard. Among the major ultimate god-level factions present, I represent the Hanlin Divine Mansion to be the first to arrive. This shows the sincerity of the Hanlin Divine Mansion and my faction toward you. You won't regret joining the Hanlin Divine Mansion. As long as you perform well in the mansion, not to mention a medium ultimate god, even a high-level ultimate god as your master is not impossible. As soon as Wang Chaoren finished speaking, someone could not help but mock, Wang Chaoren, now you're using the fact that you're the first to arrive as an excuse? Earlier, the young man behind you spoke ill of Duan Lingtian outside many times. He even said that he was arrogant because he was pampered and pretended to be in closed-door cultivation, deliberately not coming out to meet you. The person who spoke now was also from a major ultimate god-level faction called the Kuei-Yuan Divine Mansion. Wang Chaoren's expression darkened as soon as the person finished speaking. At the same time, he glared at the person angrily with flames burning in his eyes. Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the godly venerables and upper-rank divine emperors from godly venerables' forces were no longer as haughty as they usually were. Instead, they behaved very amiably in front of Duan Lingtian. Those who did not know better might even think that Duan Lingtian was their direct descendant. Duan Lingtian, we've said what we should say. Now, it's up to you to choose. The ultimate god-level expert from the Crimson Light Heavenly Palace looked at Duan Lingtian with a kind smile. I don't know about the other factions, but as for the Crimson Light Heavenly Palace, whether you choose to join us or not, we won't be dissatisfied with you. On the contrary, if you're unhappy with the faction you've chosen, you're welcome to join us at any time. Duan Lingtian smiled inwardly when he heard the ultimate god-level expert's words. The ultimate god-level expert from the Crimson Light Heavenly Palace knew how to take a step back in order to advance. However, Duan Lingtian was not a fool. It was not difficult for him to see through the ultimate god-level expert's intentions. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Xu Fang's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. The Monarch Divine Sect has many disciples from the Devata realms. As for you, you're also from the lower Devata realms. Some of them managed to return to the Devata realms using the void-piercing divine shuttle. That's why they've heard about you. The young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven is indeed a dragon among men. Chapter 4090. It seems that Elder Shu knows me very well. Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment when he received Xu Fang's voice transmission. He then looked at the elder calmly and spoke in a calm tone. Of course, it was only his eyes and tone that were calm. Duan Lingtian's heart was as gloomy as water at that moment. In the past, Duan Lingtian did not have a good impression of the Mon-Origin Divine Sect because he had heard about their style of doing things from others. However, now that he was being threatened by an elder from the Mon-Origin Divine Sect, he finally understood what the Mon-Origin Divine Sect was capable of. One was marked by the company one kept. Perhaps the Mon-Origin Divine Sect style was the same. You know a little about it. Xu Fang smiled faintly. Duan Lingtian, you can consider our Mon-Origin Divine Sect. Of course, it's fine if you don't want to join us. After all, everyone has their own ambitions. Xu Fang paused for a moment before continuing with a shake of his head. For a genius like you who is less than 1,000 years old and has such achievements, it would be a great loss for both you and the Mon-Origin Divine Sect if you don't join us. Less than 1,000 years old. It was unknown if Xu Fang had done it on purpose, but he had emphasized these words. Duan Lingtian sneered inwardly when he heard that. What a thorough investigation. It seems that the Mon-Origin Divine Sect came prepared this time. However, do you think I'll be afraid and join the Mon-Origin Divine Sect because I know you know my background? How naive. Ridiculous. However, although Duan Lingtian did not plan to join the Mon-Origin Divine Sect, he had not yet decided which faction to join. This was because the people from each faction were very enthusiastic this time. Moreover, each and every one of them offered very good conditions. Of course, the ones with the best conditions were not the heavyweight ultimate god factions, but the other ultimate god factions. Duan Lingtian could understand this. After all, compared to heavyweight ultimate god factions, these ordinary ultimate god factions were not very competitive. If the conditions they offered were not as good as the former, it was almost equivalent to coming in vain. At the very least, Duan Lingtian could discern that these people's eyes were filled with hope. Duan Lingtian, although your talent and comprehension are not bad, there's no shortage of geniuses like you in heavyweight ultimate god forces. Although you have a presence in heavyweight ultimate god forces, it's not to the point where no one in the younger generation can compare to you. If you join our sect, you will be the #1 disciple of the younger generation. The best resources of the sect will be given to you first. Duan Lingtian, joining our sect is definitely better than joining a heavyweight ultimate god force. Duan Lingtian, at this moment, Duan Lingtian's ears were filled with voice transmissions from ordinary ultimate god forces. They were using all sorts of methods to rope him in. Obviously, after seeing Duan Lingtian's indifferent attitude, they all felt a sense of crisis. Duan Lingtian. Zhongling Grotto Heaven was also one of the heavyweight ultimate god factions in the mysterious gangland. This time, it was an old man in his 70s who looked kindly at Duan Lingtian. I have a great-great-granddaughter. She's not bad looking. If she stands next to you, she'll definitely be a perfect match. If you join our Zhongling Grotto Heaven, I'll introduce you to her. How about it? Then, the old man deliberately transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. My great-great-granddaughter is a real virgin. Duan Lingtian was stunned at first, then could not help but smile bitterly. What was this? A honey trap. After that, Duan Lingtian finally understood the meaning of the phrase 8 immortals crossed the sea to show their abilities. The people from various ultimate god factions all had a glib tongue and wanted to abduct him. Well, invite him to join their factions. Duan Lingtian suspected that these people were specially selected by their factions to be more eloquent. In the end, Duan Lingtian also felt that it was a little difficult to choose. He naturally would not consider joining an ordinary ultimate god faction. As for the remaining 9 heavyweight factions, he would not consider the Mon-origin divine sect. As for the other 8, although he was not particularly interested in some of them, they did not make him feel bad either. However, so far, Duan Lingtian was more interested in the 3 factions based on the introduction in the Jade Slip given by Jinping Fan. Crimson Light Heavenly Palace. Zhongling Grotto Heaven. 9 Mammoth Valley. Of these 3 heavyweight factions, the first 2 had very outstanding young heavens prides of the current generation and were not inferior to Duan Lingtian. The reason why he wanted to join them was because the secret realms in these 2 factions would be of great help to his future cultivation. Any heavyweight faction had its own secret realms. In fact, rather than calling them secret realms, it was more accurate to say that once the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine crystal mine had reached a certain level, a formation master would gather it with a formation and use the heaven and earth spirit energy in various ways to form a place that could assist in cultivation. Out of these 2 factions, one had a secret realm that was helpful in comprehending the law of space. The other faction had a secret realm that was helpful in comprehending the law of time. As for the last faction, 9 Mammoth Valley, it was because they did not have any outstanding young geniuses in their current generation. If he were to join them, he would certainly receive the greatest preferential treatment. The ultimate god elder from 9 Mammoth Valley had also promised Duan Lingtian that if Duan Lingtian was willing to join 9 Mammoth Valley, he could directly worship the Valley Master as his master. Although the Valley Master of 9 Mammoth Valley was not a high-level ultimate god and was only a medium ultimate god, he was still one of the best among the medium ultimate gods and was known as the #1 person below the high-level ultimate god in 9 Mammoth Valley. How should I choose? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. In fact, compared to 9 Mammoth Valley, he wanted to join Crimson Brightness Heavenly Palace or Zhongling Grotto more. However, he did not know how to choose between the 2. The current conditions offered by both factions were similar. At that moment, seeing Duan Lingtian's gaze sweeping back and forth between the 2 ultimate god experts from Crimson Brightness Heavenly Palace and Zhongling Grotto, the other ultimate god-level factions also vaguely realized something. Those ordinary ultimate god-level factions smiled bitterly and sighed before flying away. It was over. Duan Lingtian had obviously made his choice. As for whether he chose Crimson Brightness Heavenly Palace or Zhongling Grotto, It had nothing to do with them or the factions behind them. Duan Lingtian, our Mon-origin sect is not inferior to Crimson Brightness Heavenly Palace and Zhongling Grotto. Xu Fang's voice seemed to carry a sense of urgency by Duan Lingtian's ears. Did they secretly promise you something? Tell me, as long as our Mon-origin sect can do it, we will not decline. At the same time as Xu Fang's voice transmission, several other Ultimate God experts from other Ultimate God level factions could no longer sit still and transmitted their voices to Duan Lingtian. One by one, they began to increase their bargaining chips. Obviously, they all thought that Duan Lingtian prioritized Crimson Brightness Heavenly Palace and Zhongling Grotto because they offered more bargaining chips. Just when Duan Lingtian realized that they had misunderstood the crowd's voice transmission, before he could speak, he could not help but frown as if he had vaguely sensed something. Who's there? As soon as Duan Lingtian sensed something, a thunderous voice rang in the air. It was the divine venerable powerhouses from the various divine venerable forces who had raised their heads to look at the sky. Their eyes were focused on the figure that had just appeared in the sky. At that moment, Duan Lingtian also realized what he had sensed and followed the crowd's gaze to look up. High up in the sky, a tall and handsome figure slowly descended from the sky. As he descended, his entire body was exposed in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. They could clearly see that the person was a young man, at least with a youthful appearance. However, that pair of eyes that had experienced the vicissitudes of life undoubtedly betrayed his age. Yang Yu-chen. When the person appeared, the ultimate god expert from Crimson Brightness Heavenly Palace was the first to exclaim in surprise. At the same time, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Yang Yu-chen? At that moment, the other heavyweight ultimate god experts also fixed their eyes on the white-robed young man standing in the air not far away. Their eyes were shining brightly. His Yang Yu-chen? Why is he here? Yang Yu-chen. Myriad Art Academy's most outstanding heaven's pride in the past 100,000 years. This Yang Yu-chen had a breakthrough and became a medium ultimate god when he just turned 20,000 years old. Many people say that he will enter the upper ultimate god realm within 10,000 years. While the ultimate god experts from the 9 heavyweight ultimate god factions were staring at the white-robed young man, some of the younger disciples brought by the ultimate god experts could not help but whisper to the people they knew through voice transmission. Yang Yu-chen. This name was not unfamiliar to them. He was the monster of Myriad Art Academy. He was also the youngest Vice Palace Master in the history of Myriad Art Academy. These people had grown up listening to stories about Yang Yu-chen. However, they had only heard of this person in the past and had never seen him in person. And now, as their elders spoke the other party's name, they also knew that the person in front of them was the person who had only existed in rumors in the past, the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Arts Academy. Why is he here? He won't come looking for Duan Lingtian as well, right? Since when did Myriad Art Academy take the initiative to recruit people? I don't think so. I've never heard of any academy in the history of Myriad Art Academy taking the initiative to recruit. If he's really here to look for Duan Lingtian and invite Duan Lingtian to join Myriad Art Academy, then he's really breaking the history of Myriad Art Academy. He's always been good at breaking all kinds of records in Myriad Art Academy. Now that he's here to look for Duan Lingtian, it's not impossible for Myriad Art Academy to break the history of not taking the initiative to recruit academies. This Yang Yu-chen has always been a monstrous figure in Myriad Art Academy's history. Duan Lingtian had naturally never heard of Yang Yu-chen before. His understanding of heavyweight ultimate god factions in the Shengang land was limited to Zhen Pingfan's introduction and the memory jade slip that Zhen Pingfan had given him. Now, after hearing the whispers of the people around him, he knew. The white-robed young man in front of him was Myriad Art Academy's Vice Palace Master, Yang Yu-chen. Chapter 4091. Yang Yu-chen, the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Law Academy. In the past, he was also a genius student who set various records in Myriad Law Academy. He stepped into the Emperor God realm before the age of 3,000. When he was 10,000 years old, he was already a high-level Emperor God who was trying to break through to the Ultimate God realm. He stepped into the Ultimate God realm when he was 10,000 years old. When he was 20,000 years old, he stepped into the intermediate ultimate God realm. Moreover, he had comprehended the Tao of control, one of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth, and spent a lot of effort on it. In just 10,000 years, he had stepped into the ultimate God realm. The Tao of control? He has mastered the Tao of control? Duan Lingtian subconsciously looked at Yang Yuchen when he heard the voices of the people around him. This was also the first expert he had met who had mastered the Tao of control. Before this, he had only met experts who had mastered the Sword Tao. An expert who has mastered the Tao of control. If he saw my scryer image from the 7 Prefectures banquet, he might be able to discover something. During the 7 Prefectures banquet, Duan Lingtian had actually used the Tao of control when he used the law of space, but it was more subtle. Moreover, the Tao of control was not as high-profile and obvious as the Sword Tao. If he did not deliberately show it, even the Emperor gods present would not be able to discover it. Even an ordinary ultimate god expert would not be able to discover it through the image. Of course, there was one type of ultimate god expert, an ultimate god expert who had mastered the Tao of control. Greetings, Vice Palace Master Yang. Greetings, Vice Palace Master Yang. At this time, the juniors brought by the ultimate god experts from the heavyweight ultimate god factions had already bowed to the newcomer under the instructions of their elders. On the Chunyang school's side, the higher-ups present also followed suit and bowed to the newcomer. Looks like I'm not too late. Yang Yuchen was tall, handsome, and had an amiable smile. Then, his figure swayed as he stepped into the air and landed on an empty space in the blink of an eye. He then approached the crowd step by step. Vice Palace Master Yang. At this time, the ultimate god expert from the Monorigin divine sect, Xu Fang, glanced at Yang Yuchen with fear. You're not here to represent Myriad Law Academy to invite Duan Lingtian to join, are you? Everyone immediately looked at Yang Yuchen after Xu Fang's question. There had never been such a case in the Myriad Arts Academy. Taking the initiative to invite an outsider into the palace, one had to know that the Myriad Arts Academy had always been an academy-style academy with a very high degree of freedom. If you entered, you could leave at any time. Even if you didn't care about old friendships, the academy wouldn't say much. What the academy did was to impart the Tao and receive knowledge. Of course, when one reached a certain level of cultivation, especially when faced with the once-in-a-thousand years heavenly tribulation, many people would actively guard against the appearance of inner demons. Once the inner demon appeared, it would be fine if he could defeat it, but if he couldn't, it would become a hindrance to him during the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation. Many people, when facing the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation, because of the eruption of their inner demons, caused the heavenly tribulation that they could have passed to become their own heavenly tribulation. Therefore, generally speaking, those who entered the 10,000 law school and received favors would think about how to repay the school in the future. Ungrateful people were the easiest to develop inner demons. Of course, the ungrateful person here was the kind of person who knew that he had received favors and knew that he should return the favor, but deliberately acted ungrateful. It was common for such people to develop inner demons. There was also a kind of person who, even if they were ungrateful, would find it difficult to develop inner demons. They were such people in their bones, selfish and self-centered. Even if they were ungrateful, they would feel that there was nothing wrong with it. This kind of person, even if they were despised, would find it difficult to develop inner demons. According to the words of Duan Lingtian in his previous life, this was the difference in 3 views. The former went against the heart, so it was normal for inner demons to be born. The latter went with the heart, so it was normal for inner demons to not appear. Elder Xu Fang. Yang Yuchen glanced at Xu Fang and greeted him with a faint smile. Obviously, he knew the other party. There shouldn't be a need to ask, right? If I hadn't come to invite Duan Lingtian, I wouldn't have appeared here, let alone at this time. Not only did Yang Yuchen not deny it, but he also admitted it. Suddenly, even if Xu Fang and the others were mentally prepared, they still couldn't help but be shocked. Vice Palace Master Yang. At this time, the ultimate god expert from the Crimson Light Heavenly Palace also spoke. As far as I know, throughout the history of the Myriad Arts Academy, there has never been a case of you actively inviting someone to join the academy, right? Moreover, Isn't the philosophy of the Myriad Arts Academy to be free to come and go without coercion? When he asked the last question, the ultimate god expert hesitated for a moment before speaking. Obviously, he had some reservations about young Yu Chen. After all, the other party was not only the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Arts Academy, but also a medium ultimate god expert. Medium ultimate god. At this time, Duan Lingtian was also observing young Yu Chen. This was the first medium ultimate god he had seen so far. Of course, he didn't count Ker's third uncle, Xie Jie. Xie Jie was the first person he had met in the mundane plane. It was only after he came to the Shengangland that he found out that the Xie clan behind Ker and Xie Jie was actually a giant ultimate god clan in the world of divine remain. Xie Jie, as the third master of the Xie clan, was most likely also a ultimate god expert, but he didn't know if he was a medium ultimate god expert. The philosophy of the Myriad Arts Academy will never change. Facing the question of the Crimson Light Heavenly Palace's Shen clan expert, young Yu Chen's expression did not change. He still had the same smile on his face. I'm not here on behalf of the Myriad Arts Academy. It's just a personal matter. As soon as young Yu Chen said this, the expressions of the ultimate god experts froze. After all this time, young Yu Chen was not here on behalf of the Myriad Arts Academy. However, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, they remembered young Yu Chen's status in the Myriad Arts Academy and suddenly felt, was there a big difference between young Yu Chen coming on behalf of himself and the Myriad Arts Academy? Although young Yu Chen was only the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Arts Academy, everyone in the Shengang land knew that the old Palace Master of the Myriad Arts Academy had been grooming young Yu Chen as the next Palace Master. When the old Palace Master abdicated, the first in line to inherit the position was young Yu Chen, Duan Lingtian. When the group of ultimate god experts faintly felt that the wolf was coming, young Yu Chen was already looking at Duan Lingtian with a wider smile on his face. I'm young Yu Chen, the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Arts Academy. However, I'm not here on behalf of the Myriad Arts Academy. I'm here on behalf of myself. Personally, I think you're very suitable for the Myriad Arts Academy. The Myriad Arts Academy has a high degree of freedom. Inside, there's no distinction of status. As long as you're outstanding enough, you can get everything you want. Just like the people from the forces behind these people here, there are more or less people in the Myriad Arts Academy. However, although they're from heavyweight ultimate god forces, they're no different from other students in the Myriad Arts Academy. There's no preferential treatment. It's not convenient for me to say more about some things, at least not now. However, as heavyweight ultimate god forces, why do they still let their disciples enter the Myriad Arts Academy? Moreover, they're not ordinary disciples. Among them, there's no lack of prodigies who don't lose to you. Some of them are even more outstanding than your current performance. As soon as young Yu Chen's words came out, not only was Duan Lingtian stunned, but even the higher-ups of the Chunyang school, except for Yi Chenfeng, were stunned. Yi Chenfeng was not stunned because he had long heard of this rumor, so he was not surprised. As for why he did not recommend Duan Lingtian to the Myriad Arts Academy, it was also because if Duan Lingtian took the initiative to enter the Myriad Arts Academy, he would not be able to get any benefits under the circumstances where no one came to invite him. On the other hand, if he joined other ultimate god forces, he could still reap benefits and enter the Myriad Arts Academy. As long as the force behind him allowed it. Under normal circumstances, they would definitely allow it. If they deliberately stopped it, then the original favor would be lost. No force would do such a stupid thing. However, what Yi Chenfeng did not expect was that someone from the Myriad Arts Academy actually came. Moreover, it was the person who was known as the #1 genius of the Myriad Arts Academy in 100,000 years, Yang Yu Chen, Vice Palace Master Yang. This person seems to be from a lower plane, or perhaps a mundane plane. Yi Chenfeng had heard of this rumor a long time ago. This young Yu Chen might be the same kind of person as him and Duan Lingtian. At this time, Mon-origin cult elder Shu Fang looked at Duan Lingtian again and transmitted his voice. You can enter the Myriad Arts Academy if you join the Mon-origin cult. The Mon-origin cult will not stop you. At the same time, my previous promise will not change. Xu Fang's meaning was very simple. After Duan Lingtian joined the Mon-Origin cult, he could also enter the Myriad Arts Academy as a disciple of the Mon-Origin cult. The Mon-Origin cult would not stop him from entering the Myriad Arts Academy. In addition, he would also receive a lot of resources and preferential treatment from the Mon-Origin cult. Almost at the same time as Xu Fang transmitted his voice, Duan Lingtian also received voice transmissions from the other 8 ultimate god factions. Their words were basically the same as Xu Fang's. Joining the factions behind them would not affect his entry into the Myriad Arts Academy. For a moment, Duan Lingtian was a little hesitant. What should he choose? He couldn't help but look at Yang Yuchen again. This mid-level ultimate god expert who claimed to be representing himself and not the Myriad Arts Academy had not promised him any benefits so far. Although he felt that Yang Yuchen was reliable, he couldn't just follow him into the Myriad Arts Academy without anything in return, right? If that was the case, it would be better to join one of the other 8 major factions aside from the Mon-Origin cult and then enter the Myriad Arts Academy. At most, he would have the identity of another faction. As for me, Yang Yuchen met Duan Lingtian's gaze and guessed what Duan Lingtian was thinking. He gently shook his head. I can't give you what they are offering. I won't hide this from you. I represent myself, and what I have is limited. I'm very poor. Chapter 4092. I'm very poor. Not only was Duan Lingtian stunned by Yang Yuchen's words, but even the people present on the scene were stunned. However, when the other ultimate god-level forces regained their senses, they were not surprised. This was because Yang Yuchen had previously said that he represented himself and not the Myriad Art Academy. These people represented the forces behind them. The resources that they could mobilize were naturally not something that Yang Yuchen alone could compare to. Since Yang Yuchen had said that he was representing himself, it meant that he could not simply use the Myriad Law Academy's resources. Under such circumstances, the things Yang Yuchen could offer were naturally limited. Duan Lingtian regained his senses and took a deep look at Yang Yuchen before bluntly saying, Vice Palace Master Yang, since you've personally come here, you must have a certain level of confidence that I'll join the Myriad Law Academy. As soon as he spoke, Duan Lingtian directly pointed out the purpose of Yang Yuchen's visit. Since you can't offer better resources, what makes you think I'll join the Myriad Law Academy? If you're so sure that I won't join the Myriad Law Academy, why are you here? Do you have nothing better to do? Because of this, Duan Lingtian felt that Yang Yuchen must have something else to say. As soon as Duan Lingtian spoke, the Mon-Origin Divine Sect Ultimate God Elder Xu Fang and the others who were originally relieved finally regained their senses and their expressions changed slightly. That's right. If Yang Yuchen was not confident, he would not have come. This person was a medium ultimate god. Not only was his strength above them, but his status was also higher than theirs. He was on par with the medium ultimate gods of their respective heavyweight ultimate god forces. He's indeed the number one person among the younger generation in the 7 prefectures. When Yang Yuchen heard Duan Lingtian's words and saw the deep meaning in Duan Lingtian's eyes, he was stunned at first before taking a deep look at Duan Lingtian. You've realized it so quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, he did not continue to speak. Instead, he transmitted his next words to Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard the voice transmission, he did not pay much attention to it at first. However, when he was halfway through, his expression turned solemn. In the end, his eyes even shone brightly. At this moment, many people were also observing Duan Lingtian. When they saw Duan Lingtian's eyes shining brightly as he stared at Yang Yuchen, they immediately realized something. Duan Lingtian is communicating with Yang Yuchen, the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Arts Academy. This Yang Yuchen should have promised something, but what did he promise? What can he do by himself? Now, not only were the people from the various ultimate god forces curious, but even the people from the Chunyang school, including Yi Chenfeng, were also puzzled. It was obvious that what Yang Yuchen had mentioned to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission was very interesting to Duan Lingtian. However, since he was here as a representative and couldn't use the resources of the Myriad Arts Academy, what could he personally offer to Duan Lingtian? Moreover, It was something that Duan Lingtian was interested in. Others didn't know how Duan Lingtian was treated in Chunyang School, but as the higher-ups of the Chunyang School, they knew very well, Duan Lingtian might not be interested in ordinary thing. In addition, Duan Lingtian was not interested in all the benefits that the major ultimate god forces had promised. It was obvious that what Yang Yuchen had promised him was more valuable to him than what the ultimate gods from the major ultimate gods factions had promised him. What did he promise Duan Lingtian? Now, it was not only the people from the Chunyang School who were curious, but also the people from the major ultimate god forces. Vice Palace Master Yang. At this time, an ultimate god expert from a major ultimate god force looked at Yang Yuchen and asked with a wry smile, "I wonder what you promised Duan Lingtian? Look at him now, he's obviously more interested in what you promised him." Now, if they still didn't know that Yang Yuchen had come prepared, they would have wasted their eyes. It was too obvious. If I wanted to let you know, would I have told him through voice transmission? When everyone's gazes landed on Yang Yuchen glanced at the person who asked the question indifferently and asked a question in return. His words shut the other party's mouth. It made sense. Yes. If Vice Palace Master Yang was willing to let others know, why would he communicate with Duan Lingtian halfway through? What do you think? Just when everyone thought that Yang Yuchen's words made sense, Yang Yuchen looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile, "I'm willing to join the Myriad Arts Academy." Duan Lingtian also had a smile on his face. The excitement in his eyes had completely disappeared at this moment as if nothing had happened. However, his loss of composure earlier had already betrayed him. "Duan Lingtian, what's going on? What did he promise?" Zhen Fan, Zhen Yunfeng, and Yi Chenfeng's questions rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Even Liu Fengjiu, the old ancestor of the hidden sword progeny who was usually calm, could not suppress his curiosity and asked Duan Lingtian. The relic of an ultimate god. Duan Lingtian did not hide the truth in the face of the four people's questions. As his voice fell, he added, "Please keep it a secret." The relic of an ultimate god. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the four people's hearts trembled, but in order to not stand out, their faces did not change at all, allowing the waves to surge in their hearts. However, soon, Yi Chenfeng was the first to react and said, "Duan Lingtian, don't let this relic of an ultimate god get to your head. Not all relic of an ultimate god is a fortuitous encounter. Some relic of an ultimate god is only for sightseeing and is of no help to those who enter. You have to ask clearly, don't be fooled by others." Yi Chenfeng reminded. "Elder Yi, don't worry. I know what to do," Duan Lingtian said through voice transmission. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yi Chenfeng's eyes could not help but flash with curiosity. He was curious about what the relic of an ultimate god was that Yang Yuchen had promised Duan Lingtian. However, although he was curious, he did not ask further. Some things should be stopped at the right time. If he continued to ask, it would be a little abrupt and difficult. A moment later, Liu Fenggu and Zhen Yunfeng also sent voice transmissions to Duan Lingtian, reminding Duan Lingtian as if they had discussed it with Duan Lingtian in advance. Finally, after Zhen Pingfan came back to his senses, he also reminded Duan Lingtian, "I'm willing to enter Wanli Law Palace." Duan Lingtian's words made the faces of the ultimate god experts from various major forces turn ugly. They did not expect to be intercepted like this. "Duan Lingtian, what did Vice Palace Master Yang promise you?" Mon-Origin sect elder Shu Fang was the first to ask through voice transmission. His tone was a little colder and was not as enthusiastic as before. Although the ultimate god experts from other ultimate god level forces also asked him through voice transmission in the next moment, they were much more polite. Although Duan Lingtian did not tell them the truth, he still apologized to them. As for Mon-Origin sect elder Shu Fang, he directly ignored him and could not be bothered with him. This made Shu Fang's face even more gloomy. Duan Lingtian, a mere mid-level divine emperor, dared to ignore him like this. Damn it. Did he think he could do whatever he wanted and ignore a lower-level ultimate god like him just because he had Yang Yuchen's support? Congratulations, Vice Palace Master Yang. In the next moment, Shu Fang congratulated Yang Yuchen before bidding his farewells and leaving. But when he left, He glanced sideways at Duan Lingtian, and the depths of his gaze were filled with coldness. At this moment, Xu Fang gave Duan Lingtian the feeling of being stared at by a poisonous snake. He wants to kill me. Looking at Xu Fang's back in the distance, Duan Lingtian's eyes also flashed with coldness. With Yang Yuchen's departure and Duan Lingtian's resolute attitude, the remaining ultimate god experts did not say anything, even though they felt it was a pity that they could not recruit Duan Lingtian. After congratulating Yang Yuchen and saying goodbye, they also left. In the blink of an eye, only the people from Chunyang School and Vice Palace Master Yang Yuchen from Myriad Arts Academy were left. Vice Palace Master Yang. Before Duan Lingtian could finish his sentence, Yang Yuchen interrupted him. Duan Lingtian, you don't have to call me Vice Palace Master Yang from now on. From today onwards, you can just call me Senior Brother. Yang Yuchen smiled. Senior Brother? At this moment, not only was Duan Lingtian stunned, but the people from Chunyang School were also dumbfounded. Was this really the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Arts Academy? Was he really a mid-level ultimate god expert? A mid-level ultimate god expert directly called Duan Lingtian, a mid-level ultimate god expert who was not even 3,000 years old, his junior brother after meeting him? Was he planning to accept a disciple on behalf of his master? Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the smile on Yang Yuchen's face disappeared and was replaced by a serious expression. He said bluntly through voice transmission, I came this time not only to invite you to join Myriad Arts Academy, but also to let you join our inner branch, the Myriad Arts Academy's inner branch. Since the inner branch appeared, its purpose has been to protect Myriad Arts Academy. Of course, in Myriad Arts Academy, apart from the higher-ups, very few people know about the inner branch. Now, including you, there are only 5 people in the inner branch. Hearing Yang Yuchen's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian was a little puzzled. Vice Palace Master Yang, you didn't tell me this just now? He was a little puzzled. He had been tricked. Vice Palace Master Yang of Myriad Arts Academy must have done this on purpose. Earlier, he had only told him about the ultimate god's relic that would be of great help to him and that as long as he joined Myriad Arts Academy, he would be allowed to enter. But now, after the people from the other major forces had left, Yang Yuchen suddenly said that not only would he let him enter Myriad Arts Academy, but he also wanted him to join the inner branch. Listening to Yang Yuchen's words, his so-called inner branch was the guardian branch of Myriad Arts Academy. This was not in line with his original intention. This wouldn't restrict his personal freedom, right? He did not want to be restricted. In response to Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, Yang Yuchen smiled and said, I promised you before that only those from the inner branch can enter the ultimate god's relic. Chapter 4093. Only those from the inner palace could enter the ruins of an ultimate expert. Upon hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he shook his head. Then I won't enter the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. I think I should consider entering the Crimson Bright Heavenly Palace or the Zhongling Grotto Heaven. Vice Palace Master Yang, please go back. What a joke. Did this Yang Yuchen take him for a fool? In the beginning, he didn't mention anything about the inner palace. He only mentioned it later on. If this wasn't a trap, then what was? How could a mid-level ultimate god be so shameless? Duan Lingtian suddenly felt Yang Yuchen had refreshed his understanding of divine venerable powerhouses. Initially, Yang Yuchen promised him benefits that he could not refuse. Later on, Yang Yuchen told him that he would have to pay a price if he wanted to reap the benefits. Maybe even personal freedom. However, when they heard Duan Lingtian's words, everyone in the Chunyang school, including Yi Chenfeng, broke out in cold sweat for him. Duan Lingtian was too arrogant. This was a mid-level ultimate god expert. Were you not afraid of being killed by him with a slap? No, or rather, being crushed to death with a finger. On the other hand, Yang Yuchen's expression remained calm when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He smiled faintly and said, Why? Are you worried that the Myriad Law Palace will restrict your freedom and bind you to the Myriad Law Academy? Duan Lingtian did not say anything, but he still nodded. Although Myriad Law Academy stood at the peak of the Shengang land and wasn't the least bit inferior to those godly venerable level forces, it didn't mean that he was willing to stay in Myriad Law Academy and protect it. He had many things to do. Moreover, after doing those things and reuniting with his wife and family, it was unlikely that he would continue to stay in the Myriad Law Academy. You don't have to think like that. Yang Yuchen shook his head gently. The reason I didn't mention it to you before is that it doesn't matter. Now, I presume you're thinking. Once you enter the Myriad Law Academy's inner palace, you'll be bound by the inner palaces and even the Myriad Law Academy's branches, right? At this point, Yang Yuchen glanced at Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian frowned slightly, Yang Yuchen smiled and said, "If that's what you think, you don't have to. If that was really the case, I would have explained it to you earlier. Although the mission of the 10,000 Law Academy's inner academy is to protect 10,000 Law Academy, it's not an obligation. Let's not talk about the distant past. Just the current generation of 10,000 Law Academy, including the four of us. There are two people who aren't in 10,000 Law Academy and aren't even in the profound Handle land. When you're still in the Myriad Law Academy, you need to protect the Myriad Law Academy. But if you want to leave, whether it's temporarily or permanently, even if you're still alive, the internal palace won't force you to return to the Myriad Law Academy. It's fine even if you don't come back. Of course, if you leave the inner academy for more than 10,000 years, you'll be completely removed from the inner academy. As long as you're a member of the inner academy, you'll be able to enjoy all kinds of special treatment that belongs to the inner academy. 10,000 Law Academy is in trouble. Even if you're in the 10,000 Law Academy and don't want to help, the inner academy won't do anything to you other than expel you from the inner academy. Even if you return to the 10,000 Law Academy afterward, the 10,000 Law Academy won't reject you and you can continue to be a student of the 10,000 Law Academy. However, you can't enter the inner academy anymore. In addition, the promise I gave you earlier is actually only given to people who have made a certain amount of contributions to the inner academy under normal circumstances. This time, I'll make an exception for you. Because I think you're worth the inner academy paying this price. When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian intently. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian heard Yang Yuchen's words, he was somewhat surprised. He knew that there was no obligation to enter the 10,000 Law Academy because if one wanted to enter the 10,000 Law Academy, one would have to pay an exorbitant tuition fee if they could not guarantee a top ranking among their peers. Under such circumstances, it was normal for there to be no obligation. However, according to Yang Yuchen's words, members of the inner academy enjoyed superior resources that many ordinary students of the 10,000 Law Academy could not enjoy. Yet, under such circumstances, there was no obligation. This was somewhat shocking. However, Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry to say anything to Yang Yuchen. He first sent a voice transmission to Yi Chenfeng to ask for his opinion. Yi Chenfeng quickly responded, "I've never heard of the 10,000 Law Academy's inner academy. However, his words shouldn't be false. However, you still have to think carefully before you enter the inner academy. Although the 10,000 Law Academy's inner academy doesn't sound like there's any obligation, have you thought about it? If you receive a favor from the inner academy and choose to stay out of it when you have the opportunity and ability to help the 10,000 Law Academy, won't you give birth to inner demons? Once you have an inner demon, your next heavenly tribulation might become a death tribulation. The people chosen to enter the 10,000 Law Academy's inner palace must be people who know how to repay kindness. These kinds of people usually won't be able to stay out of the 10,000 Law Academy's crisis at such a critical moment." Hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian was shocked. He was confused by the situation. He had forgotten about the inner demons. At the same time, Yang Yuchen's voice transmission continued, "I don't know what's in the relics of the ultimate powerhouse he promised. However, since you're so interested, it must be useful to you. Although you can come and go freely in the 10,000 Law Academy, if you enter the 10,000 Law Academy's inner academy and go to the relics of the ultimate powerhouse, you'll have formed karma with it. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape. Before you encounter an inner demon, it's illusory, but once you encounter it, you'll often die and your Tao will disappear. I've told you everything I need to say. As for what to do, it's up to you. Even if you don't enter the 10,000 Law Academy, those 9 godly venerable level factions probably won't refuse your entry. As for the Vice Palace Master Yang Yuchen, his reputation is quite good, so he won't do anything to you. Yi Chenfeng transmitted his voice. Yi Chenfeng's words made Duan Lingtian fall into contemplation. He was indeed very interested in the relics of the ultimate powerhouse mentioned by Yang Yuchen and wanted to enter because there was something he wanted there. However, once he was tied to the 10,000 Law Academy's inner academy, some karma was bound to arise. This was different from directly entering the 10,000 Law Academy. In particular, Yang Yuchen had just told him that not even the inner academy's inner academy could enter the relics of the ultimate powerhouse and had to make contributions first. However, in order to rope him into the 10,000 Law Academy, Yang Yuchen gave him this opportunity for free. Or rather, this couldn't be considered free. Godly venerable level experts are indeed thinking far ahead. After Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart, he glanced at Yang Yuchen again and finally said, "Vice Palace Master Yang, I'm willing to enter the 10,000 Law Academy." When Yang Yuchen heard this, the smile on his face suddenly became even brighter. "I said, you can just call me senior brother. When are you going to leave Chunyang School and go to the 10,000 Law Academy? If it's not long, I'll wait for you at Chunyang School. If it's too long, I'll go back first and come to pick you up in advance." Yang Yuchen smiled brightly, and the way he looked at Duan Lingtian also changed, becoming much gentler. "Just give me a few days," Duan Lingtian said. "Then I'll wait for you at Chunyang School." Yang Yuchen nodded and then looked at the patriarch of the Ba Dao lineage, Liu Fenggu. Among the people present, he had only seen Liu Fenggu once, so he had some impression of him. "Elder Liu, the Chunyang School won't be unwelcoming to me, right? If not, I'll go out and wait by myself." Yang Yuchen's words made Liu Fenggu's heart tremble violently. He then smiled bitterly and said, "Vice Palace Master Yang, you must be joking. It's the Chunyang School's blessing that you can stay for a few days. How can we not welcome you? Vice Palace Master Yang, please. I'll arrange a place for you to rest on the Ba Dao Island where the Ba Dao lineage is located." Liu Fenggu said and invited Yang Yuchen to the Ba Dao Island. "Okay." Yang Yuchen nodded and left with Liu Fengjiu under the envious gazes of many of the Pure Sun sect's elders. All they could see was the silhouette of their departing backs. When Yang Yuchen's back disappeared in front of everyone's eyes, they looked at Duan Lingtian again, their eyes full of envy. "I'll drink with you in the next 2 days as a farewell." Zhen Pingfan transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. Although he hadn't said much, he had been in constant communication with his father, Zhen Yunfeng, and Yi Chenfeng. He also knew that Yi Chenfeng and Duan Lingtian had analyzed the pros and cons, so he didn't say much. "Okay." Duan Lingtian grinned. The reason he said he would stay for a few days was mainly to say goodbye to Zhen Pingfan and Yi Chenfeng. As for the others, he didn't know them well, so there was nothing to say. In Chunyang School, Zhen Pingfan and Yi Chenfeng were the only 2 people he was in contact with and owed a lot to. If there was one more person, it would be Zhen Pingfan's father, Zhen Yunfeng, the great ancestor of Yunfeng. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian and Zhen Pingfan stayed for 2 days, during which Zhen Yunfeng was also present for half of the time. He told Duan Lingtian a lot about his understanding of the heavyweight ultimate god forces and also told him a lot about his experience when he went out in the past so that Duan Lingtian wouldn't be at a disadvantage. After parting with Zhen Pingfan, Duan Lingtian went to Hidden Sword Island where the Hidden Sword sect was located and stayed with Yi Chenfeng for a day. During the day, the 2 talked about sword principles and a lot of other topics. "Actually, you didn't have to say goodbye to us." Yi Chenfeng smiled and said, "You just need to condense a law clone of other laws and let it stay." He knew that Duan Lingtian had mastered many laws. This was because Chunyang School had investigated Duan Lingtian and knew that Duan Lingtian had entered other law secret rooms of the Tianlong clan and the Linghu family in the past. After all, there are some differences between the original body and the law clone. At least, I think it's more sincere for the original body to say goodbye to you. Duan Lingtian smiled. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. He hadn't been in Chunyang School for long, and he didn't expect to leave again. Chapter 4094. 3 days later. Duan Lingtian left Chunyang School with Yang Yuchen. Zhen Pingfan and Yi Chenfeng walked them all the way to Chunyang School. Liu Fenggu also stood with them. However, unlike them, Liu Fenggu was here to send Yang Yuchen off. As for them, they were here to send Duan Lingtian off. Junior Uncle Yi. When Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen boarded the divine artifact spaceship and it gradually disappeared into the distance, Zhen Pingfan retracted his gaze and said with a bitter smile, "Originally, I was thinking, if Duan Lingtian joined any force and you became an upper god emperor in the future, if that force also invited you, you could also join. You guys build a foundation there so that when I join in the future, there would be someone to protect me. But now it seems that my hope is destined to be an extravagant wish." Zhen Pingfan sighed. "Why is it an extravagant wish?" Yi Chenfeng smiled faintly. "Can't I join Myriad Law Academy?" When Zhen Pingfan heard this, he was stunned at first, then he smiled bitterly. "Junior Uncle Yi, I'm just joking. You must not be like this. Duan Lingtian joined Myriad Law Academy because Yang Yuchen gave him what he wanted. Its value is higher than what other heavyweight forces gave him. At least, that's how it is in his eyes. So, when he joined Myriad Law Academy, I never thought of persuading him. But Junior Uncle Yi, you really don't need to." Zhen Pingfan shook his head. In his opinion, it was already unbelievable that Duan Lingtian could be invited by Myriad Law Academy. Even if Yi Chenfeng became an upper god emperor, Myriad Law Academy would not take the initiative to invite him if other godly venerable forces invited him. Unless Yi Chenfeng entered the godly venerable realm, it might be possible. High divine emperors, to the Myriad Law Palace, were really nothing. "Why? Do you think Myriad Law Academy will not invite me?" Yi Chenfeng smiled faintly. "How about we make a bet?" Zhen Pingfan continued to shake his head. "Unless you, Martial Uncle Yi, step into the godly venerable realm in Chunyang School. Otherwise, you're definitely not fated to enter the Myriad Law Palace. As for Martial Uncle Yi, is it possible for you to continue staying in Chunyang School after becoming a high god emperor? Even if you want to stay, I'm afraid my father and the others won't let you stay. Because that will delay you too much. Now that you've entered the upper god emperor realm, I don't dare to say anything about the other heavyweight ultimate god level forces, but the other 9 heavyweight ultimate god level forces that came to invite Duan Lingtian should all send people to invite you." Zhen Pingfan continued, "You can't really reject them and continue to stay in Chunyang School, right? Even if you enter the god venerable realm in the future, the Myriad Law Academy will send someone to invite you, and they'll be willing to pay a certain price for it. But, is it worth it?" "That's right. Was it worth it?" If Yi Chenfeng entered the upper god emperor realm, he would be able to enter most of the heavyweight ultimate god level forces. He, who had great potential, would definitely soar to the sky with a better platform and more resources. If he waited to enter the god venerable realm in Chunyang School because of the Myriad Law Academy's paid invitation, it would undoubtedly be a very disadvantageous thing to do. During that time, if he entered other heavyweight ultimate god level forces, he might be very close to the middle god venerable realm, or he might have already entered the middle god venerable realm. After listening to Zhen Pingfan's well-meaning words, Yi Chenfeng smiled. "In the end, you just feel that once I enter the upper god emperor realm, Myriad Law Academy won't take a fancy to me." Zhen Pingfan didn't say anything, tacitly agreeing. "It's still the same as before. How about you and I make a bet?" Yi Chenfeng smiled and said, "I bet that after I enter the upper god emperor realm, someone from Myriad Law Academy will definitely come." "Impossible." Zhen Pingfan shook his head. "In the history of Myriad Law Academy, there has never been someone like you in the outside world. Even so, they have never taken the initiative to invite them. Those who have been invited by Myriad Law Academy without exception are all existences in the god venerable realm. Moreover, if an ordinary lower god is too old, Myriad Law Academy won't take a fancy to them." Previously, in order to help Duan Lingtian organize the information of the heavyweight ultimate god level forces in the Shengangland, he had put in a lot of effort, so he knew more than a dozen heavyweight ultimate god-level forces, including Myriad Law Academy, like the back of his hand. Just say, do you dare to bet with me? Yi Chenfeng was somewhat helpless and tired. Is there a need? You will lose. Zhen Pingfan frowned slightly. Was this martial uncle of his trying to give him something in a roundabout way? It seemed like it wasn't something ordinary. This thing couldn't be casually accepted. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know about the conversation between Zhen Pingfan and Yi Chenfeng after he left. Now, he was standing in Myriad Law Academy's Vice Palace Master Yang Yuchen's divine artifact spaceship, listening to Yang Yuchen introduce him to Myriad Law Academy. Although Duan Lingtian had read a lot of descriptions and records about the Myriad Arts Academy from the memory jade token that Zhen Pingfan had prepared for him, Duan Lingtian did not expect that Duan Lingtian would not be able to read about the Myriad Arts Academy. However, those descriptions and records were all superficial things. Now, Yang Yuchen was introducing Myriad Law Academy to him, further unveiling the mysterious veil of Myriad Law Academy for him. After learning about the 10,000 Law Academy, Yang Yuchen began to introduce the inner progeny of the 10,000 Law Academy to Duan Lingtian. Just as I told you earlier, there are only 5 people in the inner progeny, including you. There are only 3 people in the academy, including you and me. There is also a senior brother and a senior sister. They are currently not in the Shengang land. They may or may not return in the future. With Yang Yuchen's further introduction, Duan Lingtian also learned about the origin of the Inner Palace branch. It was actually established by the youngest disciple of Myriad Law Academy's founder. It wasn't a core branch, but its purpose was to protect Myriad Law Academy. In Myriad Law Academy, the core branch was the Palace Master's legacy branch. If Yang Yuchen wanted to take over the position of Myriad Law Academy's Palace Master one day, he would have to leave the Inner Palace branch and join the legacy branch. The Inner Palace branch was hidden behind the scenes and had a certain degree of independence. Myriad Law Academy wouldn't care too much about it, and it couldn't obtain anything extra from Myriad Law Academy. As for the relic of the supreme powerhouse that Yang Yuchen had promised him, it belonged to the Inner Palace branch. It was a relic discovered by an ancestor of the Inner Palace branch. That relic was suspected to be the place where the supreme powerhouse passed away. That supreme powerhouse trespassed the law of time and grasped one of the 4 Taoes of heaven and earth, the Tao of control. He had learned all of this from Yang Yuchen's voice transmission. Moreover, Yang Yuchen had also told him that he had grasped the Tao of control after entering the relic. At the same time, he had also comprehended the law of time inside, but his attainment in it was not as good as his own. That relic belonged to the Inner Palace branch and didn't belong to Myriad Law Academy. In the history of Myriad Law Academy, it wasn't that no one had coveted the relic of the supreme powerhouse. However, those who coveted it and acted on it didn't have a good ending in the end. When you enter the branch of the Inner Palace, you can leave when Wanda Law Palace is in danger. However, if you become stronger in the future and it's within your capabilities, I still hope that you can help if someone covets the resources exclusive to the branch of the Inner Palace. Consider it a promise that the branch of the Inner Palace wants from you. Of course, if it's beyond your capabilities, the Inner Palace branch won't force you. At this point, Yang Yuchen's expression suddenly turned solemn. Of course, that's not a problem. Duan Lingtian thought for a moment and finally nodded in agreement. In his opinion, this was what he should do. Moreover, if he really had the chance, he could end this karma. Senior brother Yang. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had changed the way he addressed Yang Yuchen. The current generation of 5 people in Myriad Law Academy's Inner Palace branch. What's your ranking? 3rd. Yang Yuchen raised his eyebrows. The 2 people who aren't in Myriad Law Academy and aren't in the Profound Handle land are our eldest senior sister and 2nd senior brother. In the future, you can call me 3rd senior brother. Currently, in Myriad Law Academy, apart from you and me, you still have a senior sister who's also my junior sister. You can call her 4th senior sister. Yang Yuchen said. In Myriad Law Academy, our Inner Palace branch has always lived in seclusion. Coupled with the fact that there aren't many people in the first place, we don't have much of a presence. Apart from some higher-ups, Very few ordinary Myriad Law Academy students know about our inner palace branch. They might know that I'm the Vice Palace Master, but they don't know that I'm from the inner palace branch. The reason I'm looking for you this time is to invite you to join the inner palace branch. As for entering Myriad Law Academy, it's just in passing. Don't look at me like that. Although I'm the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Law Academy, I'm also the leader of this generation of the inner palace branch. In my eyes, the inner palace branch is first, followed by Myriad Law Academy. In fact, Yang Yuchen's words were somewhat harsh in the eyes of the entire Myriad Law Academy as a Vice Academy Master. Normally, he would not have said such things. However, now that he regarded Duan Lingtian as his junior brother and one of his own, he did not have so many concerns. In Myriad Law Academy, you can classify the people inside as 3 types of people. The first type is the ordinary students and teachers. The second type is the people of the inheritance branch. The third type is the people of the inner palace branch. Our inner palace branch has the least sense of presence and has no interest in competing with them. However, if you want to compete, you can do so. However, you won't be representing the inner palace branch. You'll only be representing yourself as an ordinary student. After listening to Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood one thing. The inner palace branch had a certain degree of independence in Myriad Law Academy. In Myriad Law Academy, the inner palace branch would not fight for any resources for him. The only preferential treatment he enjoyed was the resources that belonged to the inner palace branch. As for the rest, he would have to fight for it himself. As an ordinary student, Yang Yuchen continued, even for me, I've always relied on myself to fight all the way. Your 4th senior sister is the same. Eldest senior sister and 2nd senior brother are no exception. Chapter 4095. 3rd Senior Brother. Duan Lingtian changed the way he addressed Duan Lingtian. Has the inner court always had so few people? Yes. Yang Yuchen nodded. That's what I've always said. Throughout the history of the Myriad Arts Academy, the number of inner court disciples was only 8 at most. How does the inner court recruit people? Duan Lingtian asked again. He was curious about this. Just like him. It seemed like Yang Yuchen had allowed him to join the Myriad Arts Academy's inner court on his own. Geniuses. Yang Yuchen's reply to Duan Lingtian was simple. Moreover, they have to be geniuses from a lower realm. Our inner court doesn't accept geniuses from the realms of gods. It's not discrimination, but it's a tradition of the inner court. Even the youngest disciple of the 1st-generation patriarch of the inner palace, the founder of the Myriad Arts Academy, came from a lower secondary plane. Yang Yuchen paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, it's the responsibility of the current leader to strengthen the inner court. Back then, after 2nd senior brother left after eldest senior sister, he threw the burden of being the leader to me. I'm very picky and haven't been able to find a suitable candidate to strengthen the inner court. It was only when I saw the floating image pearl that you displayed your strength at the 7 Prefectures banquet in the 7 Prefectures land that I knew you were the person I've been looking for. You're qualified to join the inner court. Duan Lingtian was shocked by Yang Yuchen's words. He did not expect the inner court of the Myriad Arts Academy would only accept geniuses from lower realms. No wonder there were so few people. It would be strange if there were many people in such a strict selection method. Naturally, at the same time, Duan Lingtian could imagine his 4th senior sister, 2nd senior brother, and eldest senior sister whom he had yet to meet were not ordinary people. All in all, when you arrive at Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, everything will be done according to the Academy's rules. Although you are a member of the Internal Palace, not many people actually know about the Internal Palace, and the Internal Palace doesn't have any special privileges. Of course, as long as you don't take the initiative to stir up trouble, I, your 3rd senior brother, am not someone to be trifled with. At this point, Yang Yuchen's eyes glinted brilliantly. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and then asked, 3rd senior brother, when can I enter the relics of the Supreme Powerhouse? He had chosen to enter the Myriad Laws Academy and even agreed to join the Inner Palace for the sake of the Supreme Powerhouse's relic that Yang Yuchen had previously promised. Otherwise, he wouldn't have planned to join the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace. In particular, from what Yang Yuchen had said, the so-called Inner Palace did not have much of a presence in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, nor did they have any special privileges. Although he had gathered a few monstrous geniuses, he still had to rely on himself. Don't worry. Yang Yuchen smiled. We'll talk about this when we get back to the academy. Third senior brother. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian thought of something. Why did you, fourth senior sister, second senior brother, and eldest senior sister enter the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace? Did you join willingly? In his opinion, as monstrous geniuses, no one would be willing to join the Inner Palace, which had no special privileges, if there were no practical benefits. Willingly? When Yang Yuchen heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched subconsciously, and then he sighed. Actually, we're the same as you. We were attracted to the Inner Palace by the Supreme Powerhouse's relics. Apart from that, there's nothing attractive about the Inner Palace. Yang Yuchen's words enlightened Duan Lingtian, and he immediately asked, did fourth senior sister, second senior brother, and eldest senior sister also comprehend the Tao of Control? No. Yang Yuchen shook his head. Eldest senior sister has mastered it, second senior brother has mastered the embryonic form. As for your fourth senior sister, well, she's about to master the embryonic form as well. Hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian was surprised. So, third senior brother, you're considered one of the more outstanding ones in the Inner Palace? Yang Yuchen had mastered the Tao of Control. This was no secret in the Shengang land, and even the higher-ups of the Chunyang school knew about it. Otherwise, how could I be the leader of the Inner Palace? Yang Yuchen was not modest, and he smiled faintly. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes flickered a few times. This is great. Even a newcomer like you who just entered the Inner Palace has mastered the Tao of Control. This time, you can stimulate that girl a little. Who knows, she might be able to master the embryonic form of the Tao of Control under your stimulation. Although Yang Yuchen did not mention who the girl was, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess that he was talking about his fourth senior sister, whom he had yet to meet. Duan Lingtian rode on Yang Yuchen's divine ship and spent many days before finally arriving at the destination of this trip, the Myriad Laws Academy. The Myriad Laws Academy was much bigger than Duan Lingtian had imagined. Yang Yuchen took him to the sky above the Myriad Laws Academy. Along the way, they met several old men who were in charge of patrolling. They were also teachers of the Myriad Laws Academy, and they respectfully saluted Yang Yuchen. Duan Lingtian could see that these people revered Yang Yuchen from the bottom of their hearts. It was not difficult to see that Yang Yuchen still had a lot of prestige in the Myriad Laws Academy. Our Inner Palace has an independent place for cultivation. It's located in an independent small plain, and the entrance is to the north of this floating island. Yang Yuchen brought Duan Lingtian to a secluded place that was quite a distance away from the rest of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. The secluded place was completely empty, and with a casual wave of his hand, a golden command token rose into the sky and emitted a dazzling brilliance that illuminated the surroundings. A moment later, a floating island appeared in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. This floating island appeared to be completely barren. Waves of deafening beast roars could be vaguely heard from the island. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could also feel the might of the beast roars. This island is also one of the training islands of the Myriad Laws Academy. There are many divine monster kings on it. Divine Fey King was a title given to great Fey who had reached the God King realm. Above divine monster kings were divine monster emperors, and divine monster sovereigns, respectively corresponding to the divine emperor realm, and divine sovereign realm. However, the Inner Palace has a special demon exorcism token. As long as one has the demon exorcism token, the greater demons inside won't dare to come close. Once they do, the killing formation will be activated and the greater demons will be killed. As soon as Yang Yuchen finished speaking, he raised his hand, and a black and heavy token appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian caught it with his consciousness. Let's go. Yang Yuchen beckoned to Duan Lingtian and used his divine force to lead Duan Lingtian into the floating island. Along the way, Duan Lingtian saw many great monster kings glaring at them with bloodthirsty eyes. However, deep in their gazes was a genuine fear. Are they afraid of the exorcism token? Duan Lingtian wondered. Before he could recover his wits, Duan Lingtian discovered that Yang Yuchen had brought him to the north of the floating island, above a perilous peak. Yang Yuchen made a series of hand seals with both hands and pushed forward. Divine force whistled through the air and the void trembled. Soon, a door appeared in front of them, upon which 4 words flickered. Inner Palace. Come on in. Yang Yuchen beckoned to Duan Lingtian before he took the lead and stepped into the spatial door. Duan Lingtian hurriedly followed. During this entire process, Duan Lingtian didn't hesitate in the slightest because he knew it was impossible for Yang Yuchen to trick him or harm him in such a matter. With Yang Yuchen's strength, if he really wanted to do anything to him, all he needed to do was move his finger. Why would he go through so much trouble? After stepping through the door, Duan Lingtian's vision turned dark and bright. He found himself in a quiet garden. The garden was crisp and clear. Smoke could be seen in the distance. There were many birds flying and some small animals wandering around. It gave off a peaceful feeling. A small stream ran through the entire garden and led to the depths of the garden. One could not see the end of it. A paradise. It was truly a paradise. This was Duan Lingtian's only thought at this moment. At this moment, as he stood here and looked at everything in front of him, he felt as though his heart had completely calmed down. It was as though he had undergone a spiritual baptism. 4th junior sister, come out and receive a guest. Yang Yuchen's words completely shattered Duan Lingtian's calm state of mind. Receive a guest. While Duan Lingtian was still shocked by Yang Yuchen's words, a delicate voice was heard. 3rd senior brother, if you bully me again, I'll complain to eldest senior sister when she comes back. If you really push me too far, I'll leave the Shengang land and find her myself. She'll help me. He heard her voice before he saw her. After a few moments, a beautiful and graceful figure appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes in a timely manner when a voice that was pleasing to the ear with a hint of resentment sounded. A gust of wind blew and the figure appeared. It was obvious that his 4th senior sister had trespassed on the law of wind. Ha, Yang Yuchen laughed dryly. 4th junior sister, I was just joking. Look. I found you a little junior brother. From today onwards, you're no longer the youngest in our inner palace. Someone will call you senior sister. Yang Yuchen changed the topic. As soon as Yang Yuchen finished speaking, the yellow-clad young girl with a graceful figure, delicate appearance, and pure and flawless eyes shifted her lively gaze to Duan Lingtian who was standing next to Yang Yuchen. Immediately after, her pure and quick-witted eyes lit up. Little junior brother. I have a little junior brother. The girl's beautiful face bloomed with a brilliant smile. She was innocent and pure, causing one to feel pity for her. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart was in an upheaval. This was his 4th senior sister. A young girl. Before this, he had thought about his 4th senior sister's appearance more than once. He thought that no matter what, she should be about the same age as him. But he didn't expect that it would be a young girl who looked only 15 or 16 years old. She was about the same age as the mysterious Duan Xiaoyu who called him Big Brother. Chapter 4096. If she only looked like a young girl, it would not be a big deal. However, the problem was that this 4th senior sister in front of him did not only look like a young girl, but her character was also like a young girl. She was full of innocence and innocence. Little junior brother, your little junior brother? The young girl walked in front of Duan Lingtian and circled him a few times. Not bad. You're more handsome than 3rd senior brother and 2nd senior brother. Little junior brother, why don't you call me senior sister? I'm your 4th senior sister. If you don't listen to me, I'm going to spank you. When the young girl saw Duan Lingtian looking at her and not reacting for a long time, she could not help but feel annoyed. At the same time, she raised her hand and slapped Duan Lingtian's back. The speed of the slap was so fast that it caused Duan Lingtian's expression to change slightly. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian teleported and disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already deep in the field. However, before he could fully appear, he realized that the young girl had already arrived at the place where he teleported and was waiting for him to appear. Without any hesitation, he teleported a second time. What shocked him was, as soon as the second teleportation was launched, the girl left the place where the first teleportation landed before the shadow had time to dissipate. She appeared at the place where the second teleportation landed after the second teleportation. Then, the young girl's palm easily crushed the spatial storm behind him, which he had hastily mobilized to defend himself. With a "pa" sound, her palm landed on his butt. The slight burning pain was no different from being bitten by a mosquito to Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian was currently staring at the young girl with a dumbstruck expression. This was because he realized that this young girl seemed to be an emperor god? Although there was nothing strange about her being an emperor god since she was ranked second only to Yang Yuchen in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, however, the other party was only a young girl who looked like she was only 15 or 16 years old. Moreover, her personality was only 15 or 16 years old. In this short period of time, the impact she brought to him was not small. "Little junior brother, if you don't call me senior sister, I'm going to spank you again." The young girl was a little annoyed, and her face was full of anger. As for Duan Lingtian's shocked expression, she completely ignored it. "Senior sister." This time, Duan Lingtian didn't hesitate at all and said, "Hello fourth senior sister, hello fourth senior sister." He was really worried that the other party would do the same thing to him again. Although that little bit of pain was nothing to him, being spanked by a girl who looked like she was only 15 or 16 years old made him feel uncomfortable in his heart. At the same time, he could not help but send a voice transmission to Yang Yuchen, who was standing at the side with his arms crossed and watching the show with a faint smile on his face. "Third senior brother, fourth senior sister is..." He really wanted to ask if this fourth senior sister was acting like herself or pretending to be a young girl. He could imagine that this fourth senior sister of his was definitely not young. After all, she was an existence who came to the Shengang land from a lower realm. It was also because of this that he couldn't help but suspect if this fourth senior sister was pretending to be young. If she wasn't pretending to be young, then there must be a problem with her body. In this world, there were some cultivation methods that if one started to cultivate at a young age, once a problem occurred, it could cause the cultivator's appearance to no longer change. Even their temperament and personality would stop at the moment when the problem occurred. This was also a problem with the body. However, judging from the situation just now, he felt that this fourth senior sister did not seem to be pretending to be young. It was as though she was really following her heart. "Little junior brother." Yang Yuchen sent a voice transmission and explained to Duan Lingtian in a timely manner, "Your fourth senior sister was originally an orphan who was abandoned in the mountains in the mundane realm. She was born and raised by the heavens. She grew up with a pack of wolves and shared a room with tigers and leopards. It was only after she was 10 years old that she gained sentience due to an accident. That accident was the turning point in her life. That fortuitous encounter allowed her to be reborn. From then on, she left the wild beasts in the mountains and entered the human world. At that time, although she knew she was a human and learned some common knowledge about humans, she was still young. Coupled with the fact that she was inexperienced in the world, she was used by someone and slaughtered an entire city. Later on, a powerhouse wanted to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and kill her. However, although that powerhouse defeated her, he did not kill her when he discovered her true nature. Instead, he adopted her and took her in as his adopted daughter. Due to that fortuitous encounter, she obtained a peerless cultivation method that was engraved in the depths of her mind. Coupled with the rebirth from that fortuitous encounter, with someone to guide her, she improved by leaps and bounds. It did not take long for her to surpass her adoptive father. Originally, everything was developing in a good direction. However, on her 16th birthday, her adoptive father, whom she had been waiting for, did not return. She waited until the next day for news of her adoptive father's death. At that moment, she was greatly traumatized and fell into the devil Dao. Not only did she avenge her adoptive father, but she also annihilated the sect behind the person who killed her adoptive father. She even made a name for herself in the mundane realm where she came from. After she ascended to the Devata realm, her personality became more and more ruthless. She made enemies everywhere she went until she met her eldest senior sister, who was an ordinary person in the Devata realm. It was eldest senior sister who saved her when she was almost killed. After spending some time with her, eldest senior sister learned about her past and began to take pity on her. She was slowly influenced by eldest senior sister. In her eyes, eldest senior sister was the second person in this world who treated her well, apart from her adoptive father. Initially, eldest senior sister did not plan to keep her by her side. She wanted to part ways with her before they returned to the realms of gods. However, what no one expected was that the talent and comprehension she displayed in front of eldest senior sister shocked eldest senior sister. After observing her for a period of time, eldest senior sister brought her back to the profound Handle land, brought her back to the 10,000 Law Palace, brought her back to the inner palace. Her current state is not an act. It's a result of her great change. She's a pitiful person. Apart from that, she's not very old. She's not even 10,000 years old. However, I'm sure she's older than you. For this reason, it's not a loss for you to call her senior sister. When he spoke up to this point, Yang Yu Chen disregarded the fluctuation in Duan Ling Tian's heart and continued. Right, if you don't want to suffer, try not to go against her. Try to give in to her. Although she's not even 10,000 years old, she's already a senior god emperor. As soon as Yang Yu Chen said this, Duan Ling Tian's heart stopped beating. His eyes widened in shock. At this moment, he even forgot to pity his fourth senior sister. All he felt was shock. A senior god emperor who was not even 10,000 years old. It should be known that even in the Pure Yang sect, Elder Yi Chen, who claimed that as long as he stepped into the upper divine emperor realm, he would be able to receive an invitation from a heavyweight divine venerable level force, Elder Yi Chen, was already close to 20,000 years old. Yi Chenfeng had not even become a senior god emperor yet. However, his fourth senior sister was not even 10,000 years old, but she was already a senior god emperor. For a moment, Duan Lingtian looked at the young lady in a different light. He no longer treated her as a young lady. What a joke! How could a young lady in your family be a senior god emperor? Fourth senior sister, I'm Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled and greeted the young lady in front of him carefully. He now knew that this person was a complete demon cultivator before she came to the mystic Handle land. She would kill an entire family at the slightest provocation. Of course, he also knew that there was a reason for it. It was not that the young lady was a murderous person. The young lady was already beaming with joy when Duan Lingtian called her fourth senior sister. Now that she heard Duan Lingtian's self-introduction, she also said, third junior brother, fourth senior sister's name sounds much better than yours. At this point, the young lady paused for a moment. Her bright eyes flashed a few times. Do you want to know my name? Duan Lingtian felt helpless in his heart. He felt like he was coaxing a child, but he did not show it on his face. I'd like to hear the details. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also felt some anticipation in his heart. Sounds better than my name. I don't think I've heard a name better than mine since I came from the mundane realm. Are you for real? You can't be narcissistic, right? My name is Lang Chunwan. The young lady's expression turned solemn as she said seriously. When Duan Lingtian heard this name, he felt as though he was in a whirlwind. How dare she say that her name is better than mine? Isn't she too full of herself? At the same time, Duan Lingtian's third senior brother, Yang Yu Chen's voice transmission rang in his ears. Little junior brother, fourth junior sister's surname is Lang because she feels like she was raised by a pack of wolves. The Chun character is one of the characters in her adoptive father's name. As for the Yuan character, it's one of the characters in eldest senior sister's name. In her eyes, her name is the best in the world. She won't allow anyone to refute it. You must not doubt her opinion. Otherwise, you'll suffer again. Yang Yu Chen reminded Duan Lingtian when he reached the end of his sentence. When Duan Lingtian heard this, the first thing he thought of was the slap earlier. His heart tightened immediately. Then, he forced a bright smile on his face and gave Lang Chunwan a thumbs up. Fourth senior sister, your name is indeed better than mine. This name should only exist in the heavens. It's rare to find one in the mortal realm. Although Duan Lingtian said this, he felt helpless in his heart. He was really worried that his fourth senior sister would slap him again. Although it did not hurt, it was really embarrassing. Most importantly, he was powerless to resist and could only endure it. This name should only exist in the heavens. It's rare to find one in the mortal realm. When Lang Chunwan heard Duan Lingtian's words, her eyes lit up. Little junior brother, you're really amazing. You can recite a poem. I like you. Chapter 4097. Yang Yu Chen stood at the side and looked at Duan Lingtian with a slightly dazed gaze. The smile that was maintained on his face had completely froze at this moment. Why didn't he realize that this guy was such a bootlicker? Didn't they say that geniuses were proud? Even he, a bystander, couldn't bear to listen to this bootlicker. However, when he saw his fourth junior sister beaming with joy, he couldn't help but give Duan Lingtian a thumbs up secretly. His bootlicker was really good. He actually gained the recognition of this young lady so quickly. He remembered that when this young lady first came to the 10,000 Jurisprudence Palace, he spent a few hundred years before she finally acknowledged him as her senior brother. Comparing oneself to others would only make one angry. Little junior brother, how did you get tricked by third senior brother? Lang Chunwan asked Duan Lingtian. Yang Yu Chen, who was standing aside, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. What did she mean by tricked? Was he that kind of person? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. Fourth senior sister, I don't think I was tricked by third senior brother. He promised to let me enter the remains of the ultimate powerhouse. Duan Lingtian knew that Lang Chunwan had entered the remains of the ultimate powerhouse, so he didn't hide anything in front of Lang Chunwan. Remains of the ultimate powerhouse? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lang Chunwan was a little surprised. He really allowed you to enter the remains of the ultimate powerhouse? He didn't need you to contribute anything to the inner palace? He said that as long as I enter the 10,000 Jurisprudence Palace and the inner palace, he could make an exception and let me in. Duan Lingtian said with a vigilant look. Could it be that he doesn't have the authority to make an exception and let me in directly? If that's the case, I'm afraid I can't enter the 10,000 Jurisprudence Palace and the inner palace. As he said this, Duan Lingtian looked at Yang Yu Chen suspiciously, then his gaze landed on Lang Chunwan again. He has the authority. Lang Chunwan stared at Yang Yu Chen as she said, every generation's leader of the inner palace has a chance to make an exception and let someone enter the remains of the ultimate powerhouse. Back then, when I entered the inner palace, he wasn't willing to give that chance to me. He even lied to me and said that it was a test for me and that it would help me grow. At that moment, Lang Chuanyuan's tone was filled with resentment. As for Yang Yu Chen, after coughing once, he smiled awkwardly. Fourth junior sister, isn't it because I feel that you're stronger than little junior brother? Furthermore, I left you a chance and found you a junior brother. Isn't that good? Haven't you been urging me to find you a junior brother or junior sister? Yang Yu Chen tried his best. Up Lang Chunwan snorted. Fortunately, you gave the chance to junior brother. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you off. Even if I can't beat you now, when my strength surpasses yours in the future, I'll hang you on the mountain gate of 10,000 Jurisprudence Academy and spank your butt 100 times in front of everyone. Yang Yu Chen's expression froze when he heard this. However, this subtle change was still noticed by Duan Lingtian, which made Duan Lingtian secretly shocked. Did his third senior brother really think that his fourth senior sister had a chance to surpass him in terms of strength? His third senior brother was also a famous genius in the mysterious gangland. He entered the ultimate god realm when he was just over 10,000 years old and entered the medium ultimate god realm when he was 20,000 years old. Looking at the current generation of the mysterious gangland, his achievement could be considered as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Very few people could achieve this at his age. But now, he seemed to think that Lang Chunwan had a chance to catch up to him, or even surpass him. For a moment, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of Lang Chunwan. It seemed that this fourth senior sister was not as simple as he currently thought. His current understanding of this fourth senior sister was that she was a high god emperor who was not even 10,000 years old and had just broken through not long ago. As for the rest, he knew nothing. However, since his third senior brother was like this fourth senior sister must have other extraordinary aspects. Fourth junior sister, arrange a place for junior brother to stay. Yang Yuchen only wanted to leave this place immediately so that this little girl would not embarrass him again. Now, I'll take junior brother to the academy to complete the enrollment procedures. Even if Duan Lingtian entered the inner palace, as a member of the inner palace, he would still have to complete the enrollment procedures in 10,000 Jurisprudence Academy. The inner palace also belonged to 10,000 Jurisprudence Academy. This was an unchangeable fact. Junior brother, I'll definitely arrange for your cultivation place to be better than third senior brothers. Before Duan Lingtian left with Yang Yuchen, Lang Chunwan said to Duan Lingtian with a grin, completely ignoring Yang Yuchen's angry expression. This little girl's strength had not surpassed his yet, but she dared to act so recklessly. If she really did surpass him in the future, perhaps she could really hang him outside 10,000 Jurisprudence Academy and spank him. It seems that I have to work harder to cultivate. If this little girl really catches up to me, then I won't have the face to see anyone. Yang Yuchen secretly made up his mind. After this time, he would bring his junior brother to complete the enrollment procedures and arrange some follow-up matters. He would cultivate in seclusion and strive to consolidate his cultivation as a medium ultimate god as soon as possible. It's too difficult to consolidate the cultivation of a medium ultimate god. It's more than 10 times harder to consolidate the cultivation of a lower ultimate god. Yang Yuchen felt a little helpless. That little girl's cultivation speed is at most on par with mine. However, her fortuitous encounter in the mundane realm seems to have allowed her to naturally not spend time consolidating her cultivation. Even eldest senior sister said that her fortuitous encounter might have something to do with an ultimate god. Moreover, it's not an ordinary ultimate god. It was also because of this that Yang Yuchen felt that his fourth junior sister Lang Chunwan had a chance to catch up with him in the future and even surpass him. This was because Lang Chunwan did not need to consolidate her cultivation at all after each breakthrough. Her cultivation would automatically consolidate and it would be a perfect consolidation. This was the case in the past and it was the same when she stepped into the upper divine emperor realm some time ago. Therefore, he suspected that his fourth junior sister might not need to consolidate her cultivation after she stepped into the ultimate god realm. Her cultivation would automatically consolidate perfectly after her breakthrough. Under such circumstances, she could save a lot of time compared to others. It was not impossible for her to surpass him. When Duan Lingtian left the inner palace with Yang Yuchen also imparted the handprint to Duan Lingtian so that it would be convenient for Duan Lingtian to enter and exit the inner palace in the future. At the same time, he also gave his soul orb to Duan Lingtian. Send me a message if there's anything. Now, I'll take you to complete the enrollment procedures. As the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Law Academy, although Yang Yuchen's authority was not so great that he could cover the sky with one hand, it was not difficult for him to make an exception and recruit a student. Moreover, this student was the recently famous Heaven's Pride of the 7 prefectures, Duan Lingtian. Since the 7 prefectures' grand banquet, Duan Lingtian's reputation had risen to another level. Even many people in Myriad Law Academy had heard of him. Duan Lingtian came to our Myriad Law Academy. Vice Palace Master Yang personally brought him here. Could it be that Vice Palace Master Yang invited him here? Our Myriad Law Academy has never taken the initiative to invite external students, right? I don't know. Maybe Vice Palace Master Yang decided to accept such a student on the spur of the moment. Under the curious gazes of a group of people, under Yang Yuchen's lead, Duan Lingtian went through the enrollment procedures of the Myriad Arts Academy. In just a quarter of an hour, the Myriad Law Academy's student token was in his hands. When they heard Duan Lingtian address Yang Yuchen as third senior brother, they were shocked. I thought Vice Palace Master Yang was going to accept him as a disciple. Vice Palace Master Yang is accepting a disciple on behalf of his master. He accepted such a junior brother. Although most people in Myriad Law Academy did not know that Yang Yuchen was from the inner palace, they knew that Yang Yuchen had a senior brother, a senior sister, and a junior sister. Those who did not know about the inner palace only thought that they came from the same master and supported each other. That was why there was a ranking of senior brother and junior sister. Those who knew about the inner palace naturally guessed that Yang Yuchen had accepted Duan Lingtian into the Myriad Law Academy when they learned that Yang Yuchen had brought Duan Lingtian back to the Myriad Law Academy and addressed Yang Yuchen as third senior brother. This caused an uproar among the Myriad Law Academy's higher-ups. Some of the higher-ups who looked down on the inner palace expressed their dissatisfaction to the current palace master of Myriad Law Academy. Vice Palace Master Yang took the initiative to recruit students from the outside, breaking the Myriad Law Academy's rules that have been in place for many years. After this, in the eyes of others, I'm afraid the Myriad Law Academy is no longer as sacred as before. That's right. Our Myriad Law Academy has always been a place where people come and go as they please. However, this time, we actually took the initiative to invite an outsider to join us. This is damaging our reputation. However, in the face of these people's attacks, the current Palace Master of Myriad Law Academy only replied indifferently, the Myriad Law Academy doesn't have a rule of not recruiting students from the outside. It's just that nobody took the initiative to recruit students. As for the Myriad Law Academy's sacred status and reputation, if a new student can affect it, then the Myriad Law Academy might as well close down. As soon as these words came out, no one dared to object. Looks like the rumors are true. The Palace Master might really see Yang Yuchen as his successor. Some people in the inheritance bloodline were worried. We can't allow this to happen. That Yang Yuchen is from the inner palace. Even if he joins our inheritance bloodline for the position of Palace Master, I'm afraid his heart is still with the inner palace. What should we do? This matter can't be delayed any longer. If this continues, the Academy will really become the inner palace's. Even if the inner palace had a glorious past in the past, it has declined and shouldn't reappear in front of others. Chapter 4098. Little junior brother, you can stay here or go back to the inner palace, Yi Futian said. After Yang Yuchen brought Duan Lingtian to the Myriad Arts Academy student dormitory, he brought Duan Lingtian to the Myriad Arts Academy student dormitory. The student dormitory was divided into a few areas. Although they were all single dormitories, some of the single dormitories were in the same building. Some of the single dormitories were independent courtyards with each student having a floor. The best single dormitories were independent courtyards for each student. Yang Yuchen arranged for Duan Lingtian to stay in the most ordinary single dormitory because he felt that even if he arranged it for Duan Lingtian might not stay there. Even if he did, he would only stay for a few days. The environment of the inner palace's independent dimension was much better than here. Back then, the ancestor who founded the inner palace had cut off half of a godly venerable faction's divine essence mine and brought it there. Third senior brother. Duan Lingtian glanced at the student dormitory and did not dislike Yang Yuchen's arrangement because he now knew that he could change dormitories at any time as long as he had divine essence in hand. Now, he was more concerned about what Yang Yuchen had promised him. When will you let me in the Supreme Expert's relic? So soon. Yang Yuchen smiled and said, since I've promised you, I naturally won't go back on my word. How about this? I'll let you in a year. Before that, I want to check if the spirit energy in the Supreme Expert's relic is stable. Although the Supreme Expert's relic was left behind, the spirit energy inside still needs to be provided by us. Otherwise, the Supreme Expert's relic would have been completely annihilated many years ago due to excessive consumption. Yang Yuchen said. A year. Duan Lingtian heard this and although he was not very satisfied, he did not say much. A year's time was not considered long. Third senior brother, go do your own thing. After a moment of silence, Duan Lingtian broke the silence and said to Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuchen heard this and nodded. Okay. In short, if anyone bullies you within the academy and outside the rules, feel free to contact me. Of course, Yang Yuchen was just speaking casually. He knew very well that after knowing that Duan Lingtian was his junior brother, very few people would dare to bully Duan Lingtian outside of the rules. After Yang Yuchen left, Duan Lingtian took out the dormitory key he had received when he went through the admission procedures. He glanced at it and saw the number written on it. Block 2, 603. This was also the dormitory assigned to him. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he arrived before a dormitory. Shockingly, there was a stone tablet floating in front of this dormitory, and 2 words were inscribed on it in a flamboyant manner. Building 2. Then, Duan Lingtian's gaze locked onto a room on the 6th floor. The number on the door was 603. It's a bit like the university dormitories on Earth in my previous life, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In his previous life, he had never gone to university. This was something he had always regretted. In a flash, he arrived in front of the door of the room, inserted the key, and opened the door. The room was neither spacious nor narrow. A standard bed was placed there. It was clean and spotless. Obviously, someone usually cleaned it. "Brother, are you new?" Duan Lingtian was just about to enter the room when a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. A person walked out of room 602 next door. It was a young man with a strong body and a simple and honest face. The young man was close to 2 meters tall, half a head taller than Duan Lingtian. At this time, he had a smile on his face. "My name is Tan Fei. I live in room 602 next door. From now on, we'll be neighbors." Tan Fei seemed to be a little enthusiastic. After arriving at the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, he heard many people talking about a person who was personally invited by Vice-Sect leader Yang Yuchen to join the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. Vice-Sect leader Yang personally left the palace to invite someone? In the history of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, there's no such precedent, right? Who's that person? Why is he so important? Tan Fei was slightly surprised. At the same time, he was slightly envious. A person who was personally invited by Vice-Sect leader Yang to the palace and accepted as a disciple on behalf of his master would definitely enjoy special treatment in the palace. A single courtyard dormitory was probably not worthy of that person's status. When he thought about his dormitory, Tan Fei felt a sense of loss. Comparisons were odious. However, he also knew in his heart that the difference in treatment between him and the other party was more because the other party was stronger than him. His talent and comprehension were not something he could compare to. Duan Lingtian? In the beginning, Tan Fei only heard people talking about the student who was specially recruited by Yang Yuchen. He did not hear the other party's name. However, when he heard someone mention the other party's name, he was stunned. Duan Lingtian. Could it be the new guy I saw just now? The guy from room 603? Tan Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. A person who Vice-Sect leader Yang specially invited to live in a dormitory? Is this a joke? Experiencing the hardships of the common people? Starting from the bottom? Also, no wonder I thought his name sounded familiar. So, he's the genius from the Chunyang School of the 7 Prefectures, the champion of the 7 Prefectures banquet. He's a super genius who mastered the sword principle before the age of 3000. His cultivation has also entered the realm of a middle-level divine emperor. In addition, he's good at the law of space. His attainments are also very deep. He's already mastered the 2nd teleportation. The more Tan Fei thought about it, the more shocked he was. Such an amazing person is living next door to me. Could it be God's arrangement? If such a big shot were to casually pluck a strand of hair from his leg, it would probably be enough to save me 30 years of hard work. Right? Tan Fei seemed to have completely forgotten that he was still yelling about how he disdained to be friends with the other party. So fragrant. So fragrant. That Duan Lingtian, did he choose which academy to enter after entering the academy? Tan Fei thought to himself, he shouldn't have chosen yet, right? The Myriad Arts Academy was divided into many academies, each with a different focus. There was the War Academy, the Divine Arts Academy, the Divine Pill Academy, the Divine Weapon Academy, and the Divine Botany Academy. The War Academy's focus was naturally on improving one's strength. The Divine Arts Academy's focus was on the study of cultivation techniques. There were also people who comprehended the Tao and mastered amazing combat strength. All in all, they were all different paths leading to the same goal. The Divine Pill Academy and the Divine Pill Academy, as their names implied, were places that studied the Tao of divine pills and divine weapons. The Divine Botany Academy's focus was on the hybridization of various divine trees and divine plants. For example, a divine plant with 2 rare divine fruits. After hybridization, would a divine fruit with better medicinal effects be born? However, no matter which academy it was, the students inside, except for some who didn't care about life and death, still put cultivation first. The others could only be regarded as hobbies, and they would play around while cultivating. The 1,000-year heavenly tribulation was approaching step by step. No one dared to be negligent. It was fine if he didn't enter the Divine King realm, but once he did, he would have to face the heavenly tribulation that occurred once every 1,000 years. However, he will most likely choose to enter the War Academy. This kind of practical genius, what he cares about the most is his strength. However, there seems to be some rumors saying that his ability to refine divine pills isn't small. He can even refine a peak king-level divine pill. I wonder if this news is true or false. Tan Fei's eyes became brighter and brighter. Duan Lingtian. That was the student in the dormitory next to him. It was his neighbor. There was a saying that distant relatives weren't as good as close neighbors, and it was referring to people like them. I must build a good relationship with him. I must build a good relationship with him. Such a big shot isn't someone I can come in contact with at any time. As long as he gives me some pointers, it will be enough for me to enjoy for the rest of my life. Chapter 4099. The dormitories within the Myriad Arts Academy were all secluded small courtyards with mountains and rivers inside. Of course, the mountains were fake mountains and the water was just a small pond. However, even though the area was not big, it still gave off a peaceful feeling as if one was in nature. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure appeared outside one of the dormitories like the wind and said with a smile, "Wang Yunsheng, if you're not cultivating, why don't I come in and have a seat?" It was a handsome young man in a flowing green robe. When he smiled, he gave off a warm feeling. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice was heard from the stone house in the small courtyard. "What's the matter?" As soon as the voice was heard, the stone house's door opened. Then, a tall and sturdy young man with a pair of cold eyes slowly walked out of the stone house. When he came out, his gaze fell on the newcomer. Seeing the sturdy young man, Wang Yunsheng, walk out of the door, the elegant young man did not stand on ceremony and entered the small courtyard in a flash. He sat down on a bench next to the small pond in the small courtyard and placed his arms on the back of the bench naturally. He crossed his legs and smiled at the sturdy young man as if he was the owner. The sturdy young man's expression remained indifferent when he saw this. It was as if he was used to the person in front of him acting so casually. "Speak. What's the matter?" the sturdy young man asked with a hint of impatience in his tone. "You know that Duan Lingtian, a genius disciple of the God Emperor level sect Chunyang School in Tunglung Province, one of the 7 prefectures, has come to Myriad Law Academy, right?" the young man asked with a smile. "Yes." The sturdy young man nodded faintly. "You're here for this?" The young man chuckled. "I heard that your Monorigin Divine Sect's godly venerable expert personally came and was rejected by him. Since he looks down on your Monorigin Divine Sect, as one of the Monorigin Divine Sect's holy sons, can you swallow this insult?" The young man's words were provocative. Wang Yunsheng snorted coldly. "Xiaoan, you came all the way here just to tell me this. If the news I received is correct, Duan Lingtian didn't only reject the Monorigin Divine Sect, but he also rejected the Hanlin Divine Mansion. The elegant young man came from a heavyweight godly venerable rank faction, the Hanlin Divine Mansion. Some time ago, the godly venerable rank experts from the Hanlin Divine Mansion went to the 7 prefectures Chunyang School to invite Duan Lingtian. Whether it was Wang Yunsheng or Xiaoan, They were both well-known figures among the younger generation of the Mon-origin spirit sect and the Hanlin Divine Mansion. The reason they came to the Myriad Law Academy was not only because there were some things they were interested in, but also because they wanted to see the strength of other geniuses of the same generation. Wang Yunxing and Xiao An had fought for a while when they first came to the Myriad Arts Academy. Both, in the end, Wang and Dun Lingtian was. Over time, although the two of them did not become friends, they were more familiar with each other than ordinary people. Wang Yunxing's personality was cold, so he naturally ignored Xiao An. However, Xiao An did not mind Wang Yunxing's estrangement and came to visit again and again, which made Wang Yunxing feel quite helpless. After all, it would be difficult for him to defeat Xiao An if they were to fight. Of course, the reason why he could recognize Xiao An was because Xiao An was not a mediocre person. Geniuses were all proud. To gain his recognition, one must either know him when he was young or be at least as strong as him. In Wang Yunxing's eyes, Xiao An was undoubtedly the latter. "You're quite well informed." Xiao An smiled. "How about it? Are you interested in testing out this genius who was personally invited by Vice Palace Master Yang to join the academy? You should know that even you and I don't have such treatment. Moreover, Vice Palace Lord Yang seems to have accepted him as a disciple on behalf of his master and called him little junior brother." There was no lack of instigation in Xiao An's words. "If you want to test him, do it yourself. Don't think of using me as a tool." Wang Yunxing said lightly. "Boring." Xiao An stood up and shrugged. "I'm just casually asking you. If you're not willing to do it, then don't do it. I'm here this time mainly to discuss a deal with you." Xiao An's expression turned solemn when he spoke up to this point. Then, he looked around vigilantly before he sent a voice transmission to Wang Yunxing, causing Wang Yunxing to frown slightly. After a moment, Wang Yunxing's brows relaxed, and a hint of brilliance flashed in his eyes. "I don't have to do this, right? You can do it yourself. Aren't you tempted by that thing?" Wang Yunxing looked at Xiao An suspiciously. Xiao An shook his head. "Indeed, I want that thing. However, just like the other fellows, it's not convenient for me to make a move. After all, I'm worried that I'll offend him because of this. It'll be fine if he dies halfway and can't grow. However, if he grows and bears a grudge, I'm afraid I'll be in a bad situation. Although I have the Hanlin Divine Residence behind me, I'm not an existence that can't be abandoned in the Hanlin Divine Residence. You're different, Wang Yunxing. You're a direct descendant of that senior from the Mon-origin Divine Sect." Xiao An sighed. "To put it bluntly, we don't dare to offend him too openly. However, you, Wang Yunxing, don't have this concern." Wang Yunxing snorted coldly. "In my opinion, you're not necessarily afraid of his future, right? Currently, you're more afraid of Vice Palace Master Yang, right?" Xiao An smiled awkwardly when he heard this. Although he did not say anything, there was no doubt that he tacitly agreed with Wang Yunxing's statement. This was the truth. "Do you know who posted this mission on the darknet?" Wang Yunxing asked Xiao An. Without waiting for Xiao An to respond, Wang Yunxing continued, "Even if you don't know, tell me your guess." "I have some idea in my heart, but I'm not too sure. I'm afraid my guess is similar to yours." Xiao An smiled. Then, the two of them looked at each other and spoke at almost the same time. "Yang Yuchen." Yang Yuchen, the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Art Academy. He was also Duan Lingtian's third senior brother. Of course, when they mentioned this name, they did not mean that Yang Yuchen was the one who posted the mission to test Duan Lingtian and suppress Duan Lingtian on the darknet. Instead, they wanted to say that it was related to Yang Yuchen. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would not have been targeted. It's most likely someone from the branch of Legacy. I just don't know who it is. Moreover, you know that in the Myriad Art Academy, the Darknet missions are issued directly through that divine weapon. Unless an existence above the level of a high-level ultimate god intervenes, it's very difficult to find out who it is. But, is that possible? That divine artifact, many people speculate that it belongs to that person. The Darknet was a secret trading platform within the Myriad Art Academy. It was usually not put out in the open, but many people knew of its existence. The existence of the dark net mainly relied on a divine weapon. It was said that it was a high-level divine weapon that had already developed a weapon soul. However, it was not the kind of high-level divine weapon that was offensive or defensive, but a high-level divine weapon that was auxiliary in nature. Within the Myriad Art Academy, as long as one performed a set of hand gestures, one could open the Darknet mission posting interface. One could issue a mission there and pay the deposit at the same time. If the mission was completed, one would need to pay the remaining balance. In the history of the Myriad Art Academy, there were people who deliberately did not pay the balance, and in the end, no one had a good ending. The Darknet divine weapon punished those who violated the rules of the Darknet according to the amount of balance. The heavy punishment was death, while the light punishment was some minor punishment. However, as long as the person was not executed, they still needed to pay the balance after being punished. Moreover, it's not like you don't know, the Darknet is only open to existences below the level of ultimate God. Even if it's a mission issued by a big shot from the branch of legacy, it must be through someone else. Xiaoan said. That's true. Wang Yunsheng nodded, and then his eyes flashed. You don't dare to accept this mission, but I do. It just so happens that I also want to see how strong the person who rejected the Mon-Origin sect is. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yunsheng performed a set of hand gestures in the air. In the next moment, a grey mirror image appeared in the void. There were two faintly discernible words formed on it. If one looked closely, it was not difficult to see that it was the words Darknet. Mission browse. Wang Yunsheng said lightly. In the next moment, the grey mirror image in front of him showed a list of missions arranged from top to bottom. Moreover, it was constantly scrolling and changing. It was not until Wang Yunsheng called for it to stop that the mirror image stopped scrolling. The third one. Wang Yunsheng stared at the third line of missions in the mirror image. The title of the mission was to test and suppress the genius Duan Lingtian from the 7 prefectures. Even if it was just a test, the reward was so generous that Wang Yunsheng was tempted. If the suppression was successful, the reward would be even more generous. Even Wang Yunsheng's eyes lit up at this moment. At the end of the mission, there was a note that only those below the God Emperor realm could accept it. Usually, only those below the God Emperor realm could see the mission. Those above the God Emperor realm could not see the mission even if they summoned the Darknet. In fact, this mission was mainly issued to Wang Yunsheng, Xiaoan, and a group of outstanding young geniuses in the Mystic Gangland. Xiaoan had seen this mission before. That was why he came to find Wang Yunsheng and asked if he was interested, because he knew that although Wang Yunsheng knew how to summon the Darknet, he rarely looked at the missions posted on it. He would only take a few glances at it when others reminded him. Accept the mission. Wang Yunsheng said and accepted the mission. At the same time, in another part of the Myriad Arts Academy, a mid-level God Emperor who was cultivating suddenly sent out a message. Master, someone has accepted the mission. I just don't know who it is. But we will know soon. At the same time, many people who were paying attention to the mission for the Duan Lingtian on the Darknet found that the mission had been accepted by someone. Who could it be? Chapter 4100. The Darknet's existence in Myriad Law Academy was not a secret. In fact, anyone who had stayed in Myriad Law Academy for a period of time would know about the existence of the Darknet. As for the higher-ups of Myriad Law Academy, they were even more aware of the existence of the Darknet. At the same time, they also knew that the Darknet had existed since Myriad Law Academy was founded. Many people suspected that the Darknet's divine artifact was in the hands of the current Academy Master of Myriad Law Academy and had been passed down from generation to generation. However, no one had confirmed this, so it had always been a suspicion. However, the possibility of this was very high. Otherwise, how could the Darknet have always existed in Myriad Law Academy and not have been attacked? In the history of Myriad Law Academy, it was not that the higher-ups of Myriad Law Academy had never launched an attack on the Darknet, but in the end, nothing was done. They could not find the source of the Darknet. After all, even if some people in Myriad Law Academy wanted to investigate, they would not be able to trace it back to the current Academy Master. Of course, they did not dare to. Therefore, under such circumstances, no one had suggested attacking the Darknet in recent years, because everyone knew what was going on. The Darknet might have been created by the Academy Master himself. Even if it was not, it was definitely supported by the Academy Master. In the history of Myriad Law Academy, no Academy Master had ever targeted the Darknet since its existence. It was as if every generation of Academy Masters had tacitly acknowledged the existence of the Darknet. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, anyone who saw that the Darknet's mission against Duan Lingtian had been accepted started to pay attention to Duan Lingtian. Those who could directly see the mission against Duan Lingtian through the Darknet were only Myriad Law Academy students below the God Emperor level. Those above the God Emperor level could not see it. However, not long after, existences above the God Emperor level also learned about this mission from others. They also knew that this mission had been accepted by someone else. Someone issued a mission against Duan Lingtian on the Darknet. Before Tan Fei could leave the Myriad Law Bazaar, he heard many people discussing this matter. After frowning slightly, he immediately returned to the dormitory. In the dormitory, Tan Fei made a set of hand seals and the Darknet appeared. Then, he saw the content of the mission against Duan Lingtian. Probing and suppressing could obtain different rewards, and one had to make a move in public. Let's remind him. Tan Fei's eyes flickered. He eventually walked out of his dorm and went to dorm 603 next door, which was also Duan Lingtian's dorm. Then, he knocked on the door. Inside dorm 603, Duan Lingtian wasn't cultivating. He was currently using the memory jade slips he had obtained when he had gone through the admission procedures to understand the various aspects of the Myriad Art Academy. With the passage of time, his understanding of the Myriad Arts Academy also deepened. It was only when he heard a knock on the door that he came back to his senses. Is it him? Although Duan Lingtian had set up an isolation array, he didn't block out any sound, so the knocking on the door could be heard clearly. Duan Lingtian frowned. Although he didn't know why the other party was looking for him, he still went to open the door since he had nothing to do. As soon as he opened his mouth, he asked bluntly, "What's the matter?" He had already met the person in front of him before. He lived in dorm 602 next door, and those who lived there were naturally all students of the Myriad Arts Academy. There were no exceptions. Duan Lingtian, is it convenient for you to come in and talk? Or do you want to come to my place? Tan Fei seemed to be a little vigilant. He looked around a few times and asked Duan Lingtian, "Come in." Seeing this, Duan Lingtian was puzzled. It seemed that Tan Fei really had something to talk to him about. However, he couldn't figure out what Tan Fei wanted. After Tan Fei entered, he casually closed the door and then looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Duan Lingtian, you're new here. Do you know about the existence of the Darknet?" Darknet? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. This was the first time he had heard of this. Even the information he had learned about the Myriad Arts Academy didn't mention this Darknet. It seems that you still don't know. Seeing the puzzled look on Duan Lingtian's face, Tan Fei smiled bitterly. Or rather, Vice Palace Master Yang didn't have time to tell you about this. The Darknet is the name of a platform unique to the Myriad Arts Academy. On it, you can post and accept missions. When Tan Fei saw that Duan Lingtian did not know about the existence of the Darknet, he took the opportunity to introduce the Darknet to Duan Lingtian. He told Duan Lingtian about the origin of the Darknet and its current prosperity. The Darknet is suspected to be an auxiliary artifact that has given birth to an artifact soul. It's suspected to be in the hands of the past Myriad Arts Academy Masters. Although these were only guesses, when Duan Lingtian heard from Tan Fei that the past Palace Masters of Myriad Jurisprudence Palace had never personally issued any orders against the Darknet. Moreover, it seemed as though they had tacitly agreed to the existence of the Darknet. Therefore, Duan Lingtian felt that these two guesses were most likely true. Otherwise, how could the attitude of the past Myriad Arts Academy Masters toward the Darknet be explained? Someone issued a mission against me. While Duan Lingtian was frowning slightly, Tan Fei also made a set of hand seals in front of Duan Lingtian. Immediately, a mirror image appeared in the void. In the mirror image, the words dark net appeared, and the surroundings were grey and hazy. Duan Lingtian watched Tan Fei's operation and soon saw the person targeting him on the dark net. It was a mission that was only available to existences below the Emperor God level. It was to test him and even suppress his limelight. The reward was very generous. At the very least, even Duan Lingtian was quite tempted. It's been accepted. Soon, Duan Lingtian discovered that this mission against him had been accepted, and no one else could accept it. This mission is only available to existences below the Emperor God level. Because it's clearly stated, existences above the Emperor God level can't see this mission when they open the dark net. However, although they can't see this mission, they can learn about it from others. Now that someone has accepted the mission, it won't be long before someone comes looking for you. At this point, Tan Fei's expression was solemn. Duan Lingtian, your strength has been known since the 7 Prefectures feast. It's no secret. Under such circumstances, if someone still accepted the mission against you, it's enough to show that the other party is not an ordinary person. This mission is only available to existences below the Emperor God level. The only person who has the confidence to accept this mission is one of the most outstanding Emperor God students among the younger generation of Myriad Law Academy. Among them, there's no lack of prodigies from other godly venerable factions. You must not be careless. Tan Fei reminded him. Understood. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at the same time. Thank you for reminding me. However, can you teach me the hand seals to open the dark net? Now, Duan Lingtian was very curious about this dark net in Myriad Law Academy. At the same time, he felt that it was very novel and magical. It was somewhat similar to the computer websites on Earth in his previous life. However, the computer websites on Earth in his previous life were products of science and technology, while the darknet in Myriad Law Academy was a completely different product. It seemed to be controlled by the auxiliary artifact's soul. And this was not impossible to achieve. That auxiliary artifact must have many formations hidden in it that cover the entire Myriad Law Academy. It's not impossible to activate the darknet and let the people in Myriad Law Academy conduct secret transactions. However, this darknet is somewhat similar to some of the platforms on Earth in my previous life. For example, Daobao and Daobao are both taking what they need. The person who refined the auxiliary artifact behind the darknet couldn't have also been to Earth, right? That's not right. Earth is just an insignificant civilized planet in one of the mundane realms between heaven and Earth. Let's not talk about other places, just the Yanghuang realm where Earth is located has many civilized planets, and some of them have more advanced technology than Earth. Those places also have similar networks and platforms. It's also possible that the person who refined the auxiliary artifact came from a technologically civilized place in this mundane realm. While Duan Lingtian's mind was filled with thoughts, Tan Fei also taught Duan Lingtian the hand seals to activate the dark net. Duan Lingtian also activated the dark net in front of him. This set of hand seals is only useful within the Myriad Law Academy. It has no use outside. Tan Fei reminded him in a timely manner, the dark net is limited to the Myriad Law Academy. Whether it's accepting a mission or completing a mission, it must be carried out in the Myriad Law Academy. For example, if you're asked to kill a divine demon, the mission won't be completed until you bring the divine demon's corpse back to the Myriad Law Academy. If there's no way to prove a mission, it's impossible to complete it. For example, sending a letter to someone. The person receiving the letter is not within the darknet, so the darknet has no way to confirm whether the mission is completed or not. Of course, this kind of mission won't be posted on the darknet. It can be posted directly at the Myriad Law Academy's mission office. Generally, the people who post missions on the dark net intentionally conceal their identities. To put it bluntly, the person who posted the mission doesn't want others to know that it was him who posted the mission. He doesn't want to see the light of day. For example, the person who posted the mission against you didn't want others to know that it was him who posted the mission. Otherwise, he would have offended more than just you. There's also Vice Palace Master Yang. Tan Fei's words gave Duan Lingtian a deeper understanding of the darknet. At the same time, he felt that the darknet was becoming more and more interesting. I'm curious. Who was the person who accepted the mission against me? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Of course, he knew that he would only know who the person was when the other party came knocking on his door. Duan Lingtian, be careful. I'll take my leave first. Having said what needed to be said, Tan Fei took his leave. Thanks. Although he didn't intend to interact with Tan Fei in the beginning, now that Tan Fei had taken the initiative to inform him of this matter, he still owed Tan Fei a favor. The Apex. Chapter 4101. After Tan Fei left, Duan Lingtian continued to learn about Myriad Art Academy. While he was distracted, his attention was still on the dark web. Then, he opened the dark web again and began to browse the various missions posted on it. The missions were either limited to existences below the Emperor God level or had no cultivation requirement. As for the missions that were limited to existences above the Emperor God level, he didn't see a single one. I reckon that I can't see this kind of mission because my cultivation is not high enough. The one who set up this dark web is either the weapon soul of the auxiliary divine weapon or someone is controlling the dark web by relying on the formation that covers Myriad Art Academy. There are only these two possibilities. When I opened the dark web for the first time, it seemed to have confirmed my cultivation level based on the divine power that appeared when I made the hand seals. However, as the saying goes, there's no smoke without fire. Since the dark web was set up by the weapon soul of the auxiliary divine weapon, it should be close to the truth. Moreover, if it was arranged for someone to manage the dark web, it would be impossible for the information to be hidden so tightly after so many years. If it was the weapon soul, it could be explained. After all, as long as the weapon soul's master doesn't order it, it definitely wouldn't speak nonsense in front of others. Speaking of weapon souls, Duan Lingtian was no stranger. His high-grade divine sword, the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword, had a weapon soul. In the past, it was the weapon soul of another divine sword. In the beginning, the other party's attitude was somewhat cold. However, after she became the weapon soul of his divine sword, she was completely loyal to him and obeyed his every word. Even if he wanted her to self-destruct, she probably wouldn't even frown. The weapon soul of a divine weapon existed because of the divine weapon and lived for its master. The master of that divine weapon should be the current sect master of Myriad Art Academy without a doubt. Moreover, after each generation's sect master stepped down, this divine weapon should be passed down to the next sect master and passed down from generation to generation. That's why the dark web has been able to last until now. Duan Lingtian looked at the missions posted on the dark web and found that there was even a mission to kill someone. However, no one had accepted it for the time being. Is the person to kill someone inside Myriad Art Academy or someone outside? If it's someone from the Myriad Arts Academy, would the Academy Master of the Myriad Arts Academy tolerate it? The Myriad Arts Academy also had its own rules. Killing each other was strictly prohibited within the Academy. If one wanted to kill someone, they had to sign a life and death contract before killing. No one would care. However, if the other party didn't sign a life and death contract with you and you killed them, then you would be violating the rules of the Myriad Arts Academy, and you would be directly executed. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian could not help but send a message to his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuchen, as the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Arts Academy, should have a better understanding of this. There's no doubt that the dark net is indeed controlled by the artifact's artifact soul. The inner palace has some ancient books that have been passed down to generations of leaders. Now that I have them, they prove this point. And the dark net divine artifact should be in the hands of the palace master. Yang Yuchen said. Should? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Even his third senior brother didn't know? I can only say that it's only right. Yang Yuchen sighed and said, there's a 1/3 chance of this happening. Of course, this is also the most likely possibility. 1/3. Duan Lingtian was even more puzzled. Was the possibility so small? Without waiting for him to continue asking, Yang Yuchen continued, there are two other possibilities. One of them is that the Darknet divine artifact is in the hands of a reclusive powerhouse in the Myriad Arts Academy, a reclusive powerhouse that very few people know about. It's even possible that only the Palace Master knows about it. This kind of powerhouse would not appear unless the Myriad Arts Academy is in danger of being wiped out. Of course, it's hard to say whether such a powerhouse exists. But what's certain is that in the many years of the Myriad Arts Academy's history, there has been more than one such powerhouse. It's just that they rarely appear. Even if there is, I'm afraid that only the Palace Master knows about it. At this point, Yang Yuchen paused for a moment before continuing. The second possibility is that the artifact soul of the Darknet artifact is an independent existence. It does not recognize the Palace Master as its master, but the Palace Master knows of its existence and acquiesces to its actions. No matter which possibility it is, it means that the Palace Master has tacitly approved of the Darknet's existence. Speaking of this, Yang Yuchen paused for a moment before continuing. As for the issue of the Darknet's assassination mission you mentioned, actually, this is quite sensitive. In the past, when the Darknet first appeared in the Myriad Arts Academy, not many people dared to issue assassination missions on it. Until a courageous person issued an assassination mission and actually killed the target. After that, the entire Myriad Arts Academy was shaken. Hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian's pupils shrank slightly. Third senior brother, was the person who was killed also a student of the Myriad Arts Academy? Or was it someone from the outside? If it was someone from the outside, Duan Lingtian would not be surprised and would not find it surprising. However, if it was someone from the outside, how would the Darknet determine whether the target was correct? After all, the Darknet only covered the Myriad Arts Academy. How would it know someone from the outside? It can't be someone from the outside, Yang Yuchen said. Yang Yuchen said, the Darknet only covers the Myriad Arts Academy. You can issue an assassination mission, but you can only kill people from the Academy. The Darknet doesn't know anyone from the outside, so they won't accept such a mission. On the Darknet, you can issue a mission to kill a student or a teacher. If you want, you can even issue a mission to kill the Palace Master. For example, someone once issued a mission to kill the current Palace Master of the Myriad Arts Academy. It's just that no one accepted the mission. Hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Someone dares to issue a mission to kill the Palace Master? Is he crazy? Isn't he worried that the artifact soul of the Darknet's artifact will tell the Palace Master who issued the mission? Yang Yuchen smiled. The person who issued the mission is either crazy or probing. Of course, there's a third possibility. Probing. It must be someone who asked someone to issue such a mission and then hid in the dark to see if something happened to the person who issued it. As for the third possibility, it's the Palace Master himself who issued the mission for fun. When he heard the first two possibilities, Duan Lingtian thought it was normal. However, when he heard Yang Yuchen mention the third possibility, Duan Lingtian was speechless. Was the Palace Master that bored? Do you think the Palace Master wouldn't be that bored? Although Yang Yuchen wasn't in front of Duan Lingtian, he seemed to be able to see through Duan Lingtian's heart through the transmission. Of course, he didn't really see through Duan Lingtian's heart. He was just guessing. The current Palace Master of the Myriad Arts Academy is different from the previous Palace Masters, Yang Yuchen smiled. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the fact that he wants me to be his successor shows that he's different from the previous sect master. No matter how outstanding the previous Palace Master was, he wouldn't have thought of handing over the entire academy to someone from the inner palace. However, he doesn't seem to have the slightest concern. As the leader of the legacy branch, he doesn't care about the feelings of the others in the legacy branch. If I hadn't met him, I wouldn't have believed that someone could do this. Yang Yuchen's tone was filled with emotion as he spoke. Clearly, even he felt that some of the actions of the current Palace Master of the Myriad Arts Academy were inconceivable. In the history of the Myriad Arts Academy, there have been many cases of students and teachers being killed. Apart from the 3 people who were killed inside the academy, the rest died outside. However, only 2 of the 3 people who were killed inside the academy were found. Before the murderers were executed, they admitted that they had accepted the mission from the Darknet. As for the mastermind behind the scenes, he hasn't been found and should be safe and sound. Because of this, many people have begun to question. Is the dark net really in the hands of the palace master? If it's really in the hands of the palace master, why doesn't he care about the missions that cross the bottom line of the Myriad Arts Academy's rules? Of course, there are also people who think that in order to gain more authority over the darknet, even if it's in the hands of the palace master wouldn't destroy it like this. As such things continue to happen, the darknet's authority in the academy grows. Everyone knows that the darknet can cross the bottom line of the Myriad Arts Academy's rules. Of course, accepting missions that cross the bottom line of the academy's rules carries a certain degree of danger. Unless it's done flawlessly, only the darknet knows about it. Because of this, some people who complete missions outside, kill people, and bring back the corpses and other things that can prove the identity of the deceased back to the academy. These people tend to live well. The dark net won't betray anyone. Yang Yuchen's words gave Duan Lingtian a deeper understanding of the dark net. At the same time, he had some doubts. Was this really the work of the palace master of the Myriad Arts Academy? If so, what was the point of doing this? To put more pressure on the students and teachers of the Myriad Arts Academy? To train them? Or was it for other reasons? Duan Lingtian felt that the more he understood, the more he couldn't understand the darknet. I wonder, when will the person who accepted the mission to test me and suppress me in public come to challenge me? After ending his communication with Yang Yuchen, Duan Lingtian thought about the mission that targeted him being accepted by someone else. For a moment, his attention couldn't help but be attracted. 5 days later, he finally got the answer he was waiting for. Duan Lingtian, come out. A thunderous voice sounded outside the second dormitory. Not only did it alarm the group of students in the second dormitory, but even the students near the sword were alarmed. It's Wang Yuntian. In next to no time, someone recognized the young man's figure that stood in the air outside the dormitory, and he revealed a surprised expression. It's him that accepted the assignment that targeted Duan Lingtian. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,